offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
what do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has
that's
ever
not
been
what
in
they mean.
space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth
right,
to go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And
All
that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be
God.
honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So
Right.
So NASA, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's
I get
still
that.
low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
So you have NASA saying they don't have the technology to do that anymore. The technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, they don't have it anymore. But then you hear your ex-president say they're still using the same technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, which is their current excuse for not being able to go past low Earth orbit. Now keep that in mind.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go, and this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's mind. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys, and the last time they went was 1972. And they just all happen to be Freemasons. And let's have a look at their reaction when being asked about going past low Earth orbit.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
Please?
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir, I don't have nothing to do with this, but
Okay.
you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid
Right
to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
You can't solicit like this on this property.
keep shooting.
All right, well, then I'd go through my measures.
Yeah.
You got to keep shooting, man. Okay, well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz.
You really like it?
Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying
Will
I
you
misrepresented
get
myself.
away from me?
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to
Get
God
away
on the
from me.
Bible that you
Get
walked
away
on the
from
moon.
me, okay?
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Several, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Owens. Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot. Oh, asking you to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon, you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out? Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Yes. From the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but if you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore, because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense, and you can talk till hell freezes over, and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm...
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay. Put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but
penalty
of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay.
As an independent producer,
Okay, we're heading out.
doing that is against moral ethics.
Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get...
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of my house. Don't get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope.
You want to call the CIA? Have them whacked.
Now, you would think that these guys would be falling to their knees to swear on the Bible that they walked on the moon. You think it would be something they'd be proud of, but that's not their reaction. They're acting like criminals with something to hide, like someone who just got caught lying or cheating. But anyways, as I was saying, out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space. And that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. And that is why every rocket or shuttle launch that you've ever seen in your life on TV always curves off because there's a firmament. There is no place to go.
Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Word is a lie. Nothing is real. The word is a lie. There is nothing I can feel.
I don't want to be presumptuous here. I can call you Buzz. Okay.
That's a legal name. Passport,
Okay.
driver's license.
And I am Uncle Coney tonight.
Uncle Coney.
Let's talk about this, because this is fascinating. I remember very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was...
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. So you associated what you saw with...
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not
an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. Because there's no gravity. And I'm a diver, scuba diver, and when you get down underneath the water, you're floating.
Zoe, what do you say?
Thank you.
You are very, very welcome.
I'm sorry, Jay. I'm
No,
sorry.
I can see that how that would affect your Christmas.
I made that whole thing up.
What?
I'm sorry. I guess I just wanted to seem interesting. I guess there's a real danger of that on this show.
There's a pressure.
Well, yeah,
yes,
people come out and they run out of anecdotes, you know,
Yeah.
and they just start making stuff up.
Yeah.
Like that Neil Armstrong guy. Have you seen him on the talk shows?
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah. 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 Oh, yeah.
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear in the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen. Mr. Sibrel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Sibrel, you do not deserve answers.
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah. 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 Oh, yeah.
in with the error being this violation of our experiences and our senses, God-given senses and God-given experience and foundational laws of this place that are in place for a reason and designed by the designer, the creator. And there is these people moving, implementing this idea since people are like children, and telling them, hey, you see this globe right here? This is where you live, in this globe. And they giving people cartoons, propaganda, pushing it in the movies, everywhere. It's a huge spell that have been casted since we're pretty young and gullible, right? Because when we're young, we can believe whatever we're being told most of the time.
Correct.
And this globe thing has been some type of spell that goes against the foundations of this place, the foundation of reality, and the fingerprint and the expression of the design and the creator above everything. The globe is just a complete contradiction to reality. It tells you that you cannot trust your senses, you cannot trust your experiences, which is a God-given senses and experience, because this place was designed and we were put in place, like you said. We were put here by him, by the creator, the designer. Before he put us here, he had to design an environment that we were able to live in. So he had to set certain foundations, certain rules, an ecosystem, and you have a level, horizontal, motionless, plane, contained ecosystem under the heavens above, under heaven. I mean, the globe doesn't fit. The globe only fits when you put it on a table that is level, motionless, and you can look at the globe like a for decorational purposes only, like an idea, far in the distance, in the mind, but never in reality. Only in cartoons, only on screens, only because some priests tell people that they believe that globe, but they cannot demonstrate it, they cannot prove it. So it goes against the foundations of anything you can call God, in my opinion, when you base it on our experience and the foundations of this place. That is the real thing we experience.
So we create tools to measure things that our experience can't. Like the camera zooming in to the oil drilling platform in most of the examples. Our eyes can't zoom in like that. So we make something that can detect that light from that distance. And that's where the optical zoom came in. So we do the same thing for gases that we can't detect.
That's a fairy tale, and you don't know nothing about perspective.
What?
The camera, the optical devices that we can devise will give you like maybe a view on maybe different spectrums of light, because we have infrared, right? That can kind of cut through the medium better, but it will still have a limitation of view. The camera is not physically zooming into the object, the observation object. The camera is giving you a bigger angle of view, or a magnifying image, right? And so you can see further, and a clear view as well, because you could have, like I said, infrared. And there's also another optical spectrum, which is called the electro-optical. Have you heard of that, electro-optical?
I have. I haven't looked into it that much, to be honest.
All right, we could talk about that later. There's another spectrum that will definitely debunk the globe as well. But when you finish what you were gonna say about the devices that we make to extend our visibility on the environment that we're in, because our senses are kind of limited, but that doesn't mean they're wrong. That doesn't mean that our senses are, like some globers say, your senses are lying to you, right? Are you claiming that your senses are lying to you? They have a limit. I will agree with you, and
that's what I'm saying. We create sensors to extend our ability to perceive our environment.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. But the thing is that all of these devices and these sensors and all of this stuff will point out to you and extend what you already know with your basic senses, that the ground is not moving, that it's a horizontal plane of everything is line of sight. So when you're looking at something, it's line of sight. There is no curvature between you and the observation. There is limits of view even with the devices, right? Because there is a medium between you and the observer. You know how the lady on the Weather Channel says, oh, the visibility tonight is this percentage or whatever, right? You can see this much. You can see 100 feet or 50 feet, or the visibility because of the medium. And during the night, it's kind of like the temperature kind of cools down, and sometimes you can see further. And during the day, it gets hotter, and you get a lot of particles in the air. Everything gets excited. You can see less during the most days. So the devices will extend that view, but it will actually give you a bigger. That the devices that you're talking about will definitely tell you that you don't live on a globe, and that's a very important thing that you're bringing. Yeah, the devices will debunk the claim that you live in a curving, spinning sphere, flying at multiple speeds, multiple vectors through the vacuum of space, expanding into nothingness. Because when you mention the expansion, right, they tell you that the outer space, this vacuum of space, is expanding into what? Into nothingness? So it's a bunch of claims on top of claims that they cannot verify. It's made up stories about the globe. But it's good that you brought up the devices that we can build, because you can definitely use devices to verify that you don't live on a globe, and that's what I've done myself, and many people in here have done, because I wanted to see beyond the limitations of my eyes, like you were saying, because we do have limits of view. But like I'm saying, that doesn't discard my experience, my God-given senses, and the actual experience that I have, that it points out to me that the ground is not moving. Our vestibular system, the liquid in our inner canals, in our ears, will tell you when you're tilting, when you're moving. You will know that if the ground was moving, you will know if the ground was moving. And then you observe the horizontal plane. Also, when you look up to the luminaries, the sun, the moon, the stars, the luminaries, your vision, which is another of your senses, are telling you that the sky is moving in cycles that repeat over all of the generations that we know of. You know this, right? The cycles of the luminaries reset daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, right? You know this, right?
Yep, I'm with you.
So all of your senses are pointing out the opposite of the nonsensical claim of the globe, because the globe is telling you and claiming the opposite of what your senses are telling you. So the globe is a nonsensical claim. You get that?
Yep.
And then you bring out the devices that you were mentioning, and you can confirm what your senses are already telling you. Go ahead.
So I would say that the globe claim for measurement of our movement and all that tends to come from our measurement of the stars and their placement. As we measure that, we see that we change our orientation from them, even though their distances tend to remain the same.
The claim is that based on the claim of the radius, right? Because this is a foundational claim of the globe. The radius, the rate, the drop rate that is required for the sphericity of the globe claim, the sphere has certain dimensions, right? That's what they claim. So based on the radius, they tell you that they know the distance to the moon, the distance to Venus, the distance to the sun, and that is all based on the radius. You understand this, right? You comprehend this?
Yes, that's one of our units of measurements.
Exactly, R, the radius. But where is R in reality? There is no R in reality. So this foundational claim of the sizes, the distances, and that comes with, we know the smell, how these planets smell, what are they made of, how big they are, what's their weight. All of that comes from the radius claim. And then when you test for the radius, in reality, it's nowhere to be found in reality. So what they're claiming about the observation that you're saying, the luminaries proving the globe, you are, in a sense, you're flipping, like I told you, you are flipping what we actually experience, which is we observe the luminaries above moving in cycles, and we don't feel the ground moving. That is the actual immediate experience. But the Glober will tell you that you see that movement in the sky because the ground is spinning. Feel the ground moving. That is the actual immediate experience. But the Glober will tell you that you see that movement in the sky because the ground is spinning. That's what you're trying to say. But that's not what is happening. The skies is moving. Earlier you mentioned Occam's razor. What's the name of that?
Yep, Occam's razor. Simplest explanation tends to be the right one.
So if your vestibular system, your sensory system, all of us are dependent on that to just wake up from our bed, walk to the restroom, open the door from our homes, get out to the street and not get hit by a car, and to be able to go up a hill and not fall rolling down, because based on your sensory system, you can manage yourself and utilize your senses to be able to even walk or have balance, right? The inner canal in your ear is level horizontally to the level of the sea, the level, everything is level, right? In a sense.
Right.
So your experience and your senses are telling you that the ground is not curving. The ground is not spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, because if it was, your sensory will tell you that you were spinning. Will you agree with that?
I agree.
Yeah. So that's your immediate experience, Occam's razor, and then you extend that to your vision and other of your senses. You observe a horizontal plane. You observe line of sight, everything, until your vision allows to. Some days you can see better, other days you see less, depending on the weather conditions. And like I said, then you look up with your vision and other of your senses, your sensories, and it tells you that the luminaries are moving. You can grab telescopes, do the same observation, the luminaries are moving, and that's Occam's razor. Then the story kicks in of the globe that they tell you, the gas pressure is an important thing, because in my opinion, there is a container, which people say that the firmament or the layers above, and I don't know how big What's the color of it? I don't know many details about the containment, right? But it's a necessary antecedent because we have gas pressure. You know, when you expand your lungs to breathe air, it's because there is air pressure around you, which is normally at sea level is 14 psi, right? At sea level,
Yeah,
14.7
psi at sea level. Yep.
Everywhere you go on Earth, most places, I imagine, and from what I've seen, most places say it's about the same pressure, mostly. So we can expand our lungs, and the pressure of air or the gases will rush toward our lungs, allowing us to breathe air. The necessary antecedent for that is a container, because the pressure of gas is the force that the gases exert on the walls of the container. And this is verifiable. It's just the way it works. So if there was no container like in the globe, the gas will expand to the available medium, which is the emptiness of that claimed space. So there will be no you and I breathing fresh air here without the container. And that's my point of view on that. So that's why when people make claims about the luminaries in the sky being at trillions of miles away, that is just part of the globe religion that brings a lot of claims that cannot be proven, cannot be verified. You can't see the curvature anywhere. You cannot test for the movement of the ground. You cannot go to these places trillions of miles away, right? You'll never go to the moon. You'll never go to Mars, right? But they say they've been there. So all of these things that cannot be proven, it's only a bunch of stories. They're making claims about the observable phenomena that we look up and hiding reality from us and telling you stories about it, like the globe story. Oh, you live in a globe because you look up and you see the luminaries moving in cycles. Therefore, you live in a spinning globe. Do you see any... there is no logic for that kind of claim. The logical claim is based on your senses and your experience and the extension of that you can test that the ground is not moving, your senses and with equipment. You can observe the horizontal plane with your eyes and equipment. You can observe the movement of the luminaries above, the heavens above. You can observe that and the cycles and measure all of that. You can do all that, and the claim and the globe throws all that out of the window and makes claims that they cannot prove. Got rocking his hot mic and he's getting a call. You know what I'm trying to tell you, bro? You get it, right?
Yeah, I get what your point is, and I'm not saying that's wrong.
Yeah. No, I know you're not saying it. You're listening to what I'm saying, and I respect you for that. This is not a debate. I'm not trying to debate you. I'm not trying to fight you, whatever you say. I'm just trying to show you the perspective that has been taken away from us, which is our immediate experience, objective reality, and the interpretation of this experience that we have based on the foundations and the place that we live in. We've been given some type of story that works as a spell that is in the background of our minds because it's being reinforced by propaganda, by fear, by politics, and all these things that tell you, you say you went to Iraq when you were 17 years old. Remember the global war on terror? Remember that? The global war on terror?
Yep.
Exactly. So the global economics, the global politics, the global war on terror, everything is a globe. Everything is happening on a globe. They tell you when you're driving on a globe. When you build a house, you're building a house on a globe. When you're watching the movie and you're watching this great movie that has nothing to do with globes, at a certain point, they're gonna zoom out from that perspective and zoom far, far enough away, and they will show you a globe. Right? Have you seen those type of movies?
Yep.
Yeah, the movie has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a different topic, but they have to zoom out from that perspective and show you that everything you're watching in the movie is happening on a globe. I know you've seen that because I've seen it many times. So the reinforcement of this illusion, it's very prevalent and very incentivized. You see the YouTube videos, some of the biggest channels and people that make a lot of money in YouTube are people that are talking about the globe news and space news and all the kind of stuff, promoting the idea that you live in this fantasy land. And if you go against it, let's say you make a YouTube channel that claims the opposite of what is being claimed. It doesn't have to be flat earth. It could be, especially, I mean, I'm not a flat earther. I can, because, you know, the term flat earth is a description. So the term flat earth has been weaponized. It's part of the globe lie, right? The two words, globe earth and flat earth, those terms, when you search that in a search engine, you're going to get propaganda about both ideas. Have you searched globe earth on Google and you see this globe, right? And you get ideas about the globe and then give you a lot of stories about the globe, right? How it works, the circumference, and they give you all that. You can search flat earth and you're gonna get another cartoon, another idea about it. And then they're gonna give you some disclaimers. Flat earth is an archaic idea, blah, blah, blah. And then they're gonna show you debunking videos of the flat earth. But what they actually are debunking, they are debunking the term, the idea, the cartoon that they wanna introduce in your mind for you to discard it immediately. Kind of putting flat earth with stupid and retarded in the same sentence, because that's what they want you to think about when you think about questioning the propaganda that has been reinforced through, you know, movies, books, and all that kind of stuff, which is the globe. So if you question that, they're gonna give you an alternative, which is the known real flat earth imagery in the YouTube searches, on the Google searches, and the debunking of it. So when you go to reality and you test the globe, you can falsify it. And the flat earth, which is a term, a weaponized term, this is not what this place is. You're not. Let's say, let me say you are like me, myself. I could wear a hat that says flat earth. I could wear a shirt. If I'm a mechanic, or let's say I'm a Democrat or a Republican, I could wear the shirt for my team, or I'm a fan for whatever team. I can wear that shirt, right? But I'm not the shirt. I'm not the hat. I'm not the label. And you are not a label, are you? Are you a label?
I try not to be.
Exactly. You're not the I'm a Groot, whatever label you got in Discord. I'm not Jim. See, those are words that can describe, in a sense, communicate what I'm trying, my message, and people can identify me. And people can call me flat earther, right? But that's not who I am. That's a logo, a term, and that's not what we are. So it's just to maybe start a communication, but still, even in the flat earth circles, they don't. A lot of people don't like talking about the heavens above. They want to not talk about what's been hidden from us, which is heaven, I will say, in my opinion, and God. And I think everybody can talk about whatever they like, and it's okay. We can have the conversation, and I appreciate you for your time and everything. But hopefully you comprehend what I'm trying to tell you, that they are giving us kind of like the two sides of the propaganda to kind of give us a spell or a magic trick like wizards to keep us away from actually thinking about this, in my opinion, logically and come to a conclusion that is closer to reality, which I think is between the lie and the truth movement, right? The truth is probably in the middle of that somewhere, because you have people trying to promote a lot of ideas. I have my own ideas, I have my own opinions, but then there is the objective reality that we all experience, that there is a lot of energy to kind of hand wave our actual experience and give you a replacement or an explanation of what's actually happening. And that's the globe or the flat earth disk going through space. Those ideas are not what this real place is. Hopefully you get what I know I spoke a lot, but hopefully you get what I'm saying.
Oh, man, I appreciate that. The thing with most Globers, at least most that have been on TikTok and in Maria's server, is they're atheists. So they don't believe God created anything because they don't believe God exists. So that's where me and most of them differ greatly.
That's a good thing, I think. Because some people say people like this are nihilists. I think that's some of the correct descriptions. People that there's no God, we are dust that came from the sun, and we're spinning through the vacuum of space, and nothing matters, no morality, everything is, we're here temporary, and that's it. And I've heard people.
That is true. We are here temporarily, but that's because we go to a different plane of existence.
Yeah, I agree with you in a sense. But they say it's like it doesn't have a meaning. There's no meaning to life because we're just I've heard people even saying that they don't want to have children and they don't care. The spinning globe, in a sense. Many people have different ways of thinking, but I'm saying the globe kind of creates this nihilistic environment that people can just think, hey, this is just an accident. We're just dust going through space and nothing matters. It doesn't matter really. And that's away from what I would say is morality, family.
It's away from your spiritual accountability.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. Yeah.
So to me, spiritual accountability is how you treat other people, what you do in life to make things better or worse for other people, and what your intentions are. Because I don't believe someone that does damage intentionally and someone that does damage unintentionally are the same.
Well, you see the global war, the global war on terror, and then now they have this global pandemic, and the evolution of these little thingies, they're gonna infect you, and you're gonna make your family sick, and now we have to develop this more advanced, evolved remedy to give it to the children to help them and everybody, and now people are having adverse reactions and all that kind of stuff and dropping dead. I mean, like, this is all based on the globe paradigm. Because when you look at the pandemic, when you look at when they depict the Mexican cerveza, the Mexican cerveza Corona 20, when they depict it to you, it looks like a globe. It looks like a globe floating in space. Look at it. Look at the cerveza Corona. Hopefully you know what I mean. I'm just talking in code. And it's all based on evolution too. The evolving viruses, the evolving little thingies. They're evolving and they're gonna get you, because they're gonna, we humans have devolved for these little thingies to get us and kill us. So we are devolving, and those little things are evolving, and they're more powerful than you and I. and they
I
can,
don't believe that they're
get
more
you.
powerful, but they do tend to evolve more rapidly.
This evolution stuff is all part of the BS, bro. It comes like a, you know how you watch a movie, like we're talking about Babylon 5, or even you could speak about Star Trek, and inside the movie they have this story and history and language terms, right? Inside of the movie they have these races and organizations, and inside of the movie you can almost have like an universe of terms. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah. So the globe is the same thing. The globe gives you the spinning globe, going through space. You got the suns, the stars, the other suns, right? Then you have the exoplanets. This is part of the language. This is like a language of part of the cartoon, the illusion. You have the black holes, right? You have the trillions and trillions of miles away, and suns that are bigger than this ground that you're standing on. Even though you don't see that, you see the sun not being as big as the Earth, but in this cartoon, the sun is 1,000,000 times bigger than the Earth, right? So you have, what else do you have? Uranus smells like rotten eggs, right? The planet Uranus, they tell you this, right? They know how Uranus smells. Kind of funny the way they put it. And they send probes to Uranus and probes to the black hole, right? It's a whole cartoon made up fantasy La La Land, and you've been given full language and full stories about it. And how do you say, when you have like the Lord of the Rings, they have their own races and stories about the races and their characters. It could be very intricate, and they could have a lot of stories that go very deep into many different subjects and different things and character development. You have the same thing on the globe. It's a universe of made
language.
Yeah, they all speak their own language. Yeah, yeah.
Well, all of them had their own language.
Yeah.
J.R.R. Tolkien wrote languages for all of them.
Wow, that's cool. So you see, when you look at the globe from that perspective, the globe is the same thing. It's a story that you only seen on a screen, just like Lord of the Rings, similar, just like Babylon 5. That's the only place you're gonna see the globe at. You know, don't go to reality looking for it. You're not gonna find it there. Go back to the screen or the propaganda places that reinforce the religion, and they're gonna talk to you about the globe, write to you about the globe, give you imagery about the globe, but test it in reality, and you're gonna know that it's falsifiable. The globe, it's not there anywhere to be found in reality. It actually is a contradiction to reality. That's what the globe is.
Why would they go through all that effort just to tell us a story?
Well, it's a big effort, right? Because that effort, they push it since you're born. They talk to you about the evolutionary things that we have to inject you against, right? Since you're born, the doctor gets you, and tells to your mother, hey, the baby looks good, everything looks good, but this baby is Fauci-ouchies deficient, right? So we have to give him a bunch of Fauci-ouchies because he's deficient on that. So, that's based on a globe idea. Then your first toys, maybe you get some globes and some dinosaurs, the reinforcement of the fantasy. Dinosaurs, evolution, globes, that dinosaurs lived in the globe, right? Remember that part? And then you keep growing, and in school they say, hey, Christopher Columbus, before Christopher Columbus, people thought the earth was flat, right? Remember that story, the flat, whatever that means, flat earth. And Christopher Columbus, he traveled to America, and he proved that the earth was round. That's what they told me when I was a child in school. You ever heard that story? That Christopher Columbus, before him, a lot of people were saying the earth was flat, and if he navigated the seas, he was going to fall, the flat earth, but then he did it and he proved them wrong. That's what they told me. I don't know about you, but they told me that. So there you go. They keep going towards that.
Why? This is just stories about, the lie. But why would they lie?
Never ask a liar
I don't know why. I don't know why. Well, I don't know why the liars lie. Even if I ask the liar why he lies, he's probably gonna lie to me about why he lies. So why would I ask? I'll ask the liar why, but I'm pretty sure he might lie again. But anyways, after the first grade, after kindergarten, when they have that on that motionless level table, they have the globes, and they say, "Hey, everybody, welcome to kindergarten. So 1 + 1 is 2, and you see this globe here? This is where you live. You live in this globe, and this is one of the first things that you learn. You live on a globe, right? You see it on the TV, you see it on the screens. It's like global news, global politics, and you keep growing with this propaganda machine. And when you turn an adult, you believe you live on a globe. It's not an accident, even though you never experience it. You've never experienced a globe, but you believe you live in a globe because you've been told about the globe in every corner, every opportunity.
It's the necessary setting for their doom and gloom ideology.
Yeah, the scarcity system, the fear system. Oh, asteroids will fall one day over your head. So now we have to give NASA money so they can send satellites and deviate the asteroid from hitting the Earth. Have you heard this, Groot, recently? That NASA has a defense program that will deviate asteroids from hitting the Earth?
Yep.
You believe that stuff?
Yep.
Okay. Is it possible that that's like you believe it because you just been told that that's what it is and that's why you believe it, even though it might not be reality, but since NASA said so, that's why you believe it?
See, there's a difference between believe something and know it to be true.
Yeah, I agree. Do you know it to be true that NASA is sending satellites to deviate the asteroids and save humanity from doomsday asteroid hitting the Earth and causing another mass extinction like the dinosaurs?
Yep.
He thinks his belief is knowledge.
No, but I think he made a difference. You're not saying that your belief is true, right? You just believe it.
But he's saying he thinks he knows it's true.
No, I think I believe it's true. Knowing it
you believe
and
it's
believing
true.
it are two different things. I'm not saying it's for certain. I'm saying that I believe it to be correct.
Yeah,
the same thing with the Bible. If God came down and talked to each one of us and told each one of us what was up, there would be no need for faith.
Half the people would think they were hallucinating.
Correct. Which is exactly what would happen. So people have faith until they are shown and know it to be true.
So why do you believe the Bruce Willis Armageddon asteroid story?
It's plausible.
It's plausible. Okay, so you believe it.
I already said I did.
Okay, so it's a belief. Okay.
Does flat earthers not believe in like meteorites and comets?
Oh,
you see, wait, one sec. The thing is, we've measured the ground. That's the reality. Radius has been falsified. So your globe spinning ball religion is out the window.
Yeah.
Okay? It's gone. Bye-bye.
Yeah, the thing is that what you claim about meteorites are based on the claim of the radius, and we observe the phenomena that is called sporadic meteors and the lights in the sky, and we observe this phenomena. And since you have an idea, a pre-assumption, a presupposition that you're standing on a ball that it's spinning and curving through the vacuum of space, when you look up in reality, because you just believe about this ball in your mind, but then you go outside and you go look up and you see phenomena in the sky, you say, that phenomena is happening because I live in a spinning globe. But that cannot be further from the truth, because you never experienced the ball under your feet, but now you're making claims about the things in the sky with a bunch of pre-assumptions and made up stories and saying, hey, meteorites prove that you live in a globe. But the phenomena of meteorites actually debunks the globe, because sporadic meteors only happened, and the source of sporadic meteors all come from 6 radiant sources in the sky, 6 specific points in the sky. And if we were like this ball going through the vacuum of space, the meteors will be all random, coming from all directions all over the place. But when you actually look at the research that has been done by many universities, and they show that the phenomena that you call meteors come from specific points in the sky, specific areas in the sky. 6 of them, they call them radiant sources. Do you know that about meteors? Whoever brought up meteors?
I would like to know when one has ever been observed to hit the Earth that makes a crater.
Hey, God Rockin', that is the extension of the fantasy, because when we see what we call meteors, people in their minds, in the globe minds, they're imagining these lights that cross the sky from specific points. They're imagining that those lights are rocks that are the size of Texas, or something like that, or asteroids that are gonna destroy the Earth one day. But it's nothing like that. It's just that they're extending their imagination and thinking that these rocks in the sky are actually what they're not.
When has
and that's
one
why they're
been
saying
observed to hit the Earth? When and by who? Just one. That's all I want. Been observed to hit the Earth. Anybody? Please.
I mean, I wouldn't discard that iron, what is called iron dioxide, which is a very magnetic material. I wouldn't discard the fact that possibly, in my opinion, from the research that I've looked at, I wouldn't say that pieces of rock or ice that are not really big, they're pretty small, they do fall from the sky. And I wouldn't say that phenomena prove the globe. I mean, yeah, the sky phenomena doesn't prove the globe. It's actually depicts, when you actually look into it, depicts the synchronicity of the movement of the luminaries and the 6 radiant sources, which is called helium, which is the sun. That's one of the sources. Anti-helium, which is the opposite side of the sun in the sky, that's anti-helium. Then there is north apex, south apex, which is the north, celestial north, and then the south celestial north, that's south apex. And then there is, what's the other 2? I got 2 more. There's 6 of them. And 6 radiant sources in the sky. There's helium, anti-helium, north apex, south apex, and then there is north toroidal and south toroidal. Those are the north star and the celestial south, and that's where all meteors come from. The phenomena. Who's the one that asked about meteors? Someone asked, "You guys don't believe in meteors? Come on, bro, speak."
That was Temple.
Yeah, I think that guy's name was Temple. I think he's left. I've seen him in a few of the chats, in the lobby.
stone tempo pilots coming from the sky.
7. You guys good? Who's there out there in Discord 24/7, man? What's up, peeps?
offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Well, this might be a good conversation starter at the Thanksgiving dinner table next week, or at least an interesting one. Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth is like a snowball, round, not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Thousands, if not millions of people believe the world is flat.
Scientists say that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem, and it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the Flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam. Scientists are worried that Flat Earth could become a political issue like climate change, vaccination, or evolution. Guys?
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives, we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes:
flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this Neutral Buoyancy Lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
NASA calls it their Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself. Do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and you know, impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this. One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, you know, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. 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 So whatever. That's news. That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, there we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to believe.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are: is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window.
Nope.
At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline, and you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left, and I went on the other side of the plane. It was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. But we're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hirsch, CBS, North Carolina.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
How's it going, man?
Oh, dude, just watching all these aunties come in and make fools of themselves.
Oh, I got to talk to Sir Untouchable. So I don't respect modern narratives, right? So I look up etymology in order to frame the narrative myself. And so everything I say, you have to look up the etymology for any word that sounds a little off, because that's what I really mean is whatever the root meaning of those words, that's what I mean, not any assumptions from some modern society. Okay, there we go. I think that should cover it. And back to live stream. So what's up, man? How's it going? Can you hear me, or did my mic go out?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Okay. Sometimes it's up and I'll be talking, and then it's like I'm talking into the void and nobody hears what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
And it's a beautiful day today, at least over here in NC.
Oh man, I'm in Louisiana, and yeah, the sun's shining, and yeah, same here.
I know, right? Don't even feel like winter. Like it doesn't even feel like fall. Like this just feels comfortable. That's the best way I can put it.
Oh, dude, it's like it feels like it's like 80 degrees outside right now. It's crazy.
It's good. It's a blessed day today.
Yeah.
Which is good because yesterday I was depressed as shit. I have gastroparesis, so I was puking my guts out, which happens to me sometimes, and my vagus nerve will end up having this really bad, like, it's kind of like having a Charlie horse in your entire body, like from the base of your throat all the way to like beneath your belly button, and it'll be like that all day, like just locked up. And so yeah, makes you not want to anymore.
Damn, that sucks.
Not saying I'm suicidal, but damn, I wish I could log out once in a while.
For real. Jeez.
Today, though, I'm feeling good. My kidneys are hurting a little bit, but that's probably just because I was dehydrated yesterday, so I'm drinking more water today. Doing good.
There you go. There you go.
Positive, you know, the thing.
For sure. Yeah, this guy Jerry in the live stream voice text. That poor guy.
That man, that's against the rules, ain't it, for him to be talking in there? He needs to come talk to us and hang out.
Dude, he's been coming in the server for like a week straight, just spouting this nonsense about UFOs and aliens. Yeah, if you scroll up for like, I don't know, a little bit, you can see us arguing with him, just telling him to shut the fuck up and go away, and just, I don't know, he's a troll.
That's the thing. The definition of UFO just means unidentified flying objects. So literally anything flying through the air that you don't know. Like I could throw a plate across the room, and if you don't know what I threw, you go, what was that? It was a UFO.
Right.
I'm talking about Jerry Time Waster. He was in here the other day with that name.
Yep, that's him.
Pretty sure he is who we refer to as Pee Drinker. Or actually, he refers to himself as Pee Drinker. One of our longtime troll fans, rather.
There's a new character on Rick and Morty that's like Piss Lord or something like that. I am now going to attribute that character to him. He is Piss Lord. He's only here to take the piss out of you.
Yep. He's just here to annoy people. Waste time, like his original name said. Wow. Some people are just, I don't know, sick or something, mentally ill, like bad.
You know how like children will have that oppositional defiance type thing where they're literally just being oppositional to be funny. Like you could say anything in the world, they'll say the opposite on purpose just to irritate the piss out of you.
Oh yeah, my son does that all the time.
So these people are those people grown up.
Ah, that makes sense.
It's like I've seen your kind before. I remember I was maybe 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, I've seen your kind before. You love taking the piss out of people. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid, so I'll just get on Discord and go and talk shit.
No kidding.
I'm here actually to try and enlighten people, though. Like, and the way that I do that sounds stupid to a lot of people because most people who do say that, they're usually assholes that are narcissistic. But the way I'm looking at it is like, the way I want to enlighten people is I just shine a mirror at them because I know the light's already there. So if I shine the mirror at them, they'll see the light.
Yeah, I was talking to Simp Court earlier, telling him that I'm here to help people. I'm not here to argue with a bunch of idiots.
Exactly. Like if we wanted to argue, we'd be joining that globe, the oblate spheroid 24/7.
Right.
Another thing is such a fucking misconception. Most of us have been doing this for 7 to 10 years or longer, and some of these people join in and like they watch one YouTube video, and they think that they're going to come in here and debunk everything that everything we've been devoting our years and years of our lives to. Bruh, you don't even know. Like, I can't get that information in your head that I have in mind.
Yep, and most of them think that we think like the Flat Earth Society or something.
Well, human beings are projectors. That's what I was trying to say in the thing before, and I think a lot of people misunderstood it, or they're probably not going to read it. The organic computer within our head is a projector, and we are reactionary creatures. Unless you choose action, action is a choice. Reaction is knee-jerk stuff. External stimuli, you react. But if you choose to act, it takes a choice to understand, because nobody wants to understand shit. They just want to be right.
Yeah.
These people come in and react, and they're trying to base existence based off of their interpretation of reality, but they have no definition for any of it. That's why I use etymology. I figured it's something we can all agree on, because nobody can define reality unless we have an actual solid definition. So I'm like, well, our language is how we communicate. Let's use etymology to define how we talk so that we actually have a standard of what we're talking about.
Yeah, they won't.
These fools come in here, though, and they use words the way they want to, and I'm like, no, we frame the narrative here.
Yup. They try to confuse people with bombarding them with trolls, you know. It's no.
You'll see me posting the etymology of words a lot, and I'll post it based off the stuff that flat earthers have said and globe earthers have said. And I'm not trying to correct nobody. I'm just setting the standard. This is what it means. Like, let's set the standard for what we're talking about here. There's no confusion.
Right.
If we let that free, where everybody can just open to interpretation, your truth, my truth, bullshit, then you have a bunch of arguments and people making up crap, and then straw man arguments where they'll gaslight you and say, oh, so you're saying this. I don't respond to your saying type stuff. Somebody says you're saying, I instantly derail that and like, nope, because that's a tactic. It's a manipulation tactic from people. If you next time you watch on news, like an interview from some libtard trying to interview somebody, count how many times they say something like, so you're saying. I guarantee you'll notice. Yeah, they use that shit all the time because they're trying to what you mean by what you say. They're trying to make you mean what they want you to mean.
Hold on just a second. My kids are here. Okay, back. My kids were in here bugging me.
I'm back. I had to talk to the wifey for a minute.
Yeah, I hear you. I had to make my kids some cereal.
One thing that I'm really thankful for, I can't say it enough. All right, my wife is a flat earth. Like, she believes a lot of the same exact stuff as me. Like, she studied the flat earth with me when I started studying it. And along the same time, my mother did too. So, like, our whole family is like FE. Like, we're all on the level. And it's so much easier. I know that it would be so much harder if they weren't, like, on the same side as me actually looking at the truth.
That's awesome, dude. Yeah, my wife is also a flat earther. We've been flat earthers since about 2016, 2017. And, I tried to tell my mom and my sister and all that about it. And they don't want to hear it. They think I'm insane.
Yeah, well, I think part of that has to do with you're too close to them, right? So because you're so close to them and they've seen your mistakes and your fallibility, they won't trust something like this that shatters their reality. It has to come from somebody else.
That's true. That is true.
I've noticed that it's really difficult sometimes, but then when the information comes from somebody else, they'll open their mind and then they'll be willing to talk to you about it because they're like, oh shit, you were right. You were right, man. And now you're bonding with them over it.
That's awesome.
There's a thing that people say sometimes, like consider the source. And for one, that has to do with like if somebody's saying something wicked and you listen to it, you don't believe what they're saying because they're a wicked person. You consider the source. But then also, like when it comes to this, like if somebody knows your mistakes, they're considering the source actively. They've seen you fail, but if you meet somebody else, they haven't seen all their mistakes, so they're going to assume they've made less mistakes. It's kind of stupid, but we make that assumption. Human nature.
Yeah, it's in the Bible. Jesus even said that you can't be a prophet in your own town, and that's why.
That was the verse in the back of my mind, but I couldn't remember. And yep, that's it. That was the one. If a prophet has no honor in his own city, or amongst his own brethren, and amongst his own kinsmen. The funny part is you, me, anybody else, we could go to some other culture, right? Like missionaries. And because we're different, because we're like not like the other people, some people will listen to us just because we're not like everybody else there. And of course, you'll have racists who will hate us just for being there. But the cool ones will listen.
Yeah.
I believe that there are two types of speaking in tongues, and one of them's learned. It's like a nurture nature type thing, and the other one is the sacred one. We all know about the sacred one, but the learned one, that happens when, right? Like like cultures are divided, but when you have people like you, this person's my brother. They have a little bit different culture, but he's teaching me some words. And now after hanging out with these people, you end up learning their language. You're speaking in tongues. You can use for some reason. I don't even know why, but now I know what they're saying. That's pretty cool.
For sure, man.
I believe that's that family bond, like the true believer, the agape. It's the force of the agape teaches us to speak in tongues so that we can understand our brothers and sisters. And then, of course, like I said, there's the angelic one, but that's a bit rarer, and I'm very nervous about that one because there is the Kundalini ripoff version that's powered by demonic activity. When they bark like dogs and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, God's not the author of confusion, so he's not going to have them like barking like dogs and rolling on the floor like they're having a seizure. You speak in tongues, there's going to be somebody nearby who can interpret it, and then it's going to probably be something valuable or a prophecy. Like a valuable word of wisdom for an individual or a prophecy for the whole church.
I'll be right back.
All right, bro. I shall await your return.
All right, back.
All right, man. Chatting with these peeps in the lobby. This dude said,
Yeah.
"Show me a flat Earth proof," and I'm like, "What kind?" I'm thinking, "What kind of question is that? Like, ask a question about something you're curious about. Like, how am I? No, it doesn't work that way." He wants us to frame the
Oh yeah,
narrative. I'm not making claims. You make claims.
dude, they've been coming in non-stop.
I will claim this, though. I firmly believe that the sun is comprised of macro sonoluminescence. Micro sonoluminescence produces the same exact amount of heat and light as the sun, and I believe in macro sonoluminescence. That's what the luminaries are. And I can scientifically prove it, and I would love to debate and discuss that one like hardcore. Like, I stand my ground that I can prove it scientifically, and I have evidence. And I would love to debate that one. I'm just saying this one's not conjecture. It's not assumption. You can literally, it's a hypothesis, a theory you can test. And it has been tested. And the numbers are literally identical. I'm sorry, but I'm passionate. I'm just excited about this because it's something that Flat Earth is not talking about. And I'm like, bro, though, the waters above, sonoluminescence, waves and frequencies. This is literally our deal, though. Like, it lines up perfectly with everything that we've been looking into. And then for the Bible scholars amongst us, that whole, let there be light, which I don't believe that's what he said. He said Haya Ora, to be more specific, which is the same thing but different. But that whole thing, like the action of speaking, sonoluminescence is when sound waves collapse a bubble, and then it produces light for some reason. And I don't know why it produces light. Light is as hot as the sun. It's like 5,000 to 6,000 degrees Kelvin. It is as hot as the sun and as bright as the sun. So I believe in something I call macro sonoluminescence, and that's what the luminaries are. And I believe that I can prove it. I don't grab onto much like that to say that I know, but this is one of the few things that I've been studying the sonoluminescence thing since 2017.
Yeah, all that's intriguing. The luminaries are one. I go out at night sometimes and just take my phone out, and zoom in, and just watch it.
And it explains why they look like that through the telescope, because that looks like a bubble in a perfect state of like perpetual collapsing, but it can't collapse, so it's like trying to collapse but can't.
Looks like there are lights underwater.
Yeah, well, like if you look at a sonoluminescence study, right? It looks like a star in a bubble in a jar.
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm like, and then you look at the telescope, it looks like a sonoluminescence bubble in a jar. I'm like, usually when we see something that looks like the same thing, if it walks like a duck,
Right.
And then but what really got me was the 5,000, 6,000 degrees Kelvin temperature inside of the bubble, inside of the vat, inside of the vacuum. And I'm like, what? So you're telling me that little bubble got that hot? And then, like, when the surface of the sun is identically 5,000 to 6,000 degrees Kelvin, well, I mean, correlation doesn't equal causation, but how many coincidences before it's mathematically improbable? If I'm loud, let me know, because I don't know how loud I am talking at the speaker, and I get excited, so I'll start getting louder sometimes, and I don't mean to. I mean, you can turn me down.
Oh, you're good. No, you're good, man.
Another thing is I've spent the past couple of years like not really talking to that many people because I kind of went. I was a moderator and then ended up being like lead admin on a flat Earth server with 46,000 people, and then some of the people in there ended up raising people in rank that shouldn't have been, and they collapsed the server. And then after that happened, I kind of was like, and then I just kind of retired, I guess. I'm coming out of retirement is the best way of putting it. COVID did it. That's all I'm going to say. COVID had me come out of retirement. And I'm not going to say why, because that gets into some dangerous territory, but that's exactly why, is that whole thing had me like, I can't keep my mouth shut anymore. I got to start telling people things.
Oh, log. Yeah, nothing better. I mean, nothing else to do. Shit, why not? I don't blame you.
See, I got to the point where I believe that the state of the world is more important than the shape of the world, right? But then the state of the world got worse. And I'm like, well, holy crap. I guess I got to start joining these servers and get back in the game. If I don't do something, my children aren't going to have a world to live in. Like, I won't have any grandchildren. My great-grandchildren will inherit nothing. They'll own nothing, and they won't be very happy.
Yeah, the world's definitely going to shit.
I have an idea for something, and I got depressed, so I kind of been like off of it for pretty much a year. But I created assets for a card game, and they're really high quality. And I really want to put information on there, just put the truth, etymology, and facts. I kind of make and a part of the set will be like Pokemon cards, but for real animals with real world stats. And they're not about fighting, it's just about information. But you could use them, I guess, if you wanted to, fight animals against each other because it's real world stats. The game can be played any way anybody wants to. But the core of it has to do with teaching people. And the idea when I first started doing it was like, technically speaking, we could topple the entire hierarchy of academia with a card game by defining and framing the narrative using etymology on everything. It sounds like a delusion of grandeur thing, but it's not, because it's more like a faith of a mustard seed thing. The delusion of grandeur part is more like the hierarchy of academia itself. Those people have some major delusions of grandeur.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
I just make, and like I'm homeschooling my children, right? So it's boring to them. I try to teach them using these damn books we learned on that we didn't want to learn on either. And I'm like, wait a minute, I can make education fun though.
My oldest daughter is 18, and she is, her senior year, her mom and I are divorced, of course, but her senior year, her mom put her in homeschool. She started homeschooling. I'm like, it's a little too late, but okay. Well, my daughter, my oldest daughter is severely indoctrinated. I've been trying to drip feed her truth every little bit every day, just kind of drip feed it to her. And last night was awesome, dude. We had a really long conversation, and
gears turning.
I was there.
Oil on there and pushing the gears, and they started turning.
Yeah. I was able to get through. I think she finally was like, got her thinking, and I started talking to her about this place, about this Discord server. She's like, okay, well, send me a link and I'll join up. I said, it's sweet. So, whenever she's finished with her stuff today, I might see if she gets in here and looks around a little bit. Because
the one thing that annoys me about that, though, and it's a dude thing, I guess. Like, as a married man, I don't really care. Like, I don't jump when a woman joins the room. Like, oh, cool, a sister joined. But when I see these bros who are not married and a female joins the room, they're like a bunch of puppies. They just all migrate towards the female that enters the room, and it's hilarious every time. It's something I've noticed, and it happens here too. It happens every server I go to. Every time a woman enters, oh my, a woman's on the internet.
Oh, that's funny.
To me, though, like a chick will join and I'm like, what's up, bro? That's really kind of how a married man is supposed to treat women who join in, though. Like, that's a sister. Act like a little damn puppy or some shit. It's funny, though. It's hilarious to me. I've been trying to encourage the dudes, though, to lay off on it, though. Like, don't let that be your knee-jerk reaction. That's a reaction. It's not an action. You're not choosing to do that. Y'all are just reactionary because your balls started tingling. My spider senses are tingling. There's a woman in the room.
Oh, wow.
Something else that's interesting, though, and it's just scientific fact that a lot of people want to deny. Like, there's aspects of, the pheromones type thing. When women get in heat, too, and it affects men. And people are so denial about that. And it's just funny to me. Like, it's noticeable.
Oh, that's
I never really wanted to pay attention to it because I was into that too, but then I started paying attention to it, and like when a woman is on her, that certain dudes will start either acting more aggressive because of the testosterone, or they act like little puppies, follow her around and cater to her every will.
Yup, that's true.
And women don't even realize that they have that power. I mean, maybe some of them do, but most of them don't because they're in denial too.
I'm pretty sure that most of them do. It's a weapon.
Or it's like they know, but they don't know why, so they just kind of do things. It's just still pretty funny. Observing human nature is hilarious to me because they're really, most people, like, everyone's the same on a lot of levels, and they're going to do exactly the same things. It's very predictable, which is why the AI is going to easily be able to manipulate and control just about everybody. The grand delusion's going to get them.
That's interesting because like you see nowadays on social media, these TikToks and all these videos, like a really big theme is fake. People do scenarios, they'll do these fake things. But if you go through the comments, people are really, they think it's real.
There's a VeggieTales thing, right? And it's silly. It's a silly song, but it was talking about automated humor and how the future of humor is automation. And I'm like, holy crap, Bob and Larry were absolutely right, though. Automated algorithms tell us what's funny. Then we copy the funny and keep doing it over and over again in a fantasy way to gain views because internet points are worth something.
Yeah, these days.
Yo, what that reminded me though when you said that about that TikTok thing, that like the McDonald's one, where the dude bought McDonald's for his kid and the woman, that was all skit. But then everybody started flipping out and talking about McDonald's. I'm like, this is literally an advertisement for McDonald's though.
Right, there's that element too. Yeah.
I could see McDonald's literally paying an actor to do that skit though, just to encourage people to buy a shitload of McDonald's for their children.
Wouldn't be surprised. Yep. And then there's that, like you said, the AI thing. Like how many people in the comments are just like bots?
Yeah. Some of these people on Facebook and Twitter, but some of even in here, they're just automated responses coming from nothing.
I was wondering about that the other day. I wonder how many of these people are actually bots.
Yo, we should make one of those bot tests where you have to click the little squares, but like tell people actively like have to tell us what numbers what. It's just a bot test to see if they're a bot. If they won't join the VC, you're going to do a bot test, you know?
Yeah, like a CAPTCHA.
Soon, even the VC won't be, because the VC, the bots can even be in there, and we won't even know it's a bot talking to us.
That's a good idea.
I love flat Earth.
Yeah, you won't be able to tell. It'll look like a person in a room.
Hello, fellow flat earthers.
Yeah, well, I mean, when they fix that, because another thing we have to fix, you know how we sometimes naturally stutter, and we'll say the wrong thing and we'll stutter? That right there, what I just did. If they can do that, then we will be tricked into thinking it's real.
Yeah, I think to fool the masses we're already seeing that that's very easy to do. Now, it's a matter of, can they fool like you and I? You know what I mean? So now I'm
right.
I'm not perfect. I've been fooled before, so
I use the intelligence to witness what it looks like if you were to set off nuclear warheads on Earth constantly, nonstop, forever. And I've watched like the dome be destroyed, like the sky be destroyed, whatever you want to call it, either a dome or the atmosphere, whatever the fuck. I watched that thing be destroyed by nuclear warheads, and it looked so real. And I'm like, holy crap, this is probably what it would look like. Yeah, I've seen the end of the world, guys. It's crazy.
Doctor Who.
You see this giant hole open up, and it's like light on the edges of it as it's ripping apart, and like everything, like it's like the oxygen and hydrogen get ignited, like up high. It's so weird. course, that's just a guess from a robot, but you know. Those other things, they can create a lot of other really cool art things though too. You can, especially with the golden ratio, it makes really beautiful stuff if you type in golden ratio into the input and then you type in other things related to just different shapes or natural events, like the way the thing, it'll create really beautiful art. I have like about 5 or 6 gigabytes of AI art that I made when that Stable Diffusion first hit. Kind of got addicted to it for a minute and I wouldn't stop making art. It's going to get to the point where, well, it already is actually. You can't trust anything. Anything. No matter what the video is, no matter what the claim is, anything that's portrayed, there's always the realm of possibility that it's some deep fake crap.
Yeah, they can deep fake anything these days.
I believe that the true form of the Neuralink and is slavery, but the true form of uploaded consciousness is even worse. The person's not there, because obviously when you die, you're dead. But that copied clone ends up becoming the intellectual property of the company that's hosting it on the server, and it doesn't own itself. And you can copy it and use it as a realistic NPC. They're going to sell people or dumbed down copies of real people for the next generation video games. To me, that's horrific. Absolutely horrific. Ooh, I got something else that's positive. What's up, bro? In order for you to die, right, every cell in your body has to stop living, right? That's the definition of death. Every cell in an organism's body must stop moving. There's cloned babies in petri dishes that are still alive and have been stuck in that cancerous state of cloning for decades. And if their soul is still attached to that petri dish, imagine the torment that it is experiencing right now. That occurred to me years ago, and I thought of it. I'm like, oh, crap. Like, damn. Like, they need to be freed. They need to be put out of their misery. Those science experiments need to be ended. To me, the soul is not up for debate. It's a fact. And a human in a petri dish is just as much slavery as sitting there exploiting a person. The reason why it's important to me and why I consider that to matter is because I believe an embryo is a person too. Sounds a bit extreme, but the soul's the soul regardless of where it is. I know some would say, well, that sounds so whatever. Why would God allow? There's a reason for the word abomination. There's a reason why that word is so wicked, because abominable things are the next level of they're as wicked as possible. Well, the lobby looks like it's on fire.
Abomination or abomination? I was just checking for
Abomination.
clarification. Oh, okay.
It could be an abomination too. Same thing, I guess.
It really sounds like an abomination to me. I really, I like that. Hope you're well, Ethan.
In this day and age, it definitely is an abomination because he did push so hard for people to be able to slay their babies even more. People don't realize where the matter goes. When you get an abortion, it doesn't go in the trash can. It's sold to a company, and the company dissects it down like a butcher shop and uses every part they can.
I've heard that before.
Let's keep it on flat, though. That's very, as we say, no hot button topics.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I have my limits because I've literally watched abortions and seen like a lot of conversations of people supporting them. The matter of fact way they've talked about it, and I'm not going to get into that because it gets so bad. I can't even. It's inexplicable, and I don't want to talk about it. But anybody who has the internet can search if they really want to know, and anybody who claims that they support abortion hasn't ever looked. That's all I can say. They've never looked, because if they did, they wouldn't support it. There's no way they could. So they choose to be willfully ignorant, and they don't want to know. And I don't blame them, because I wish that I didn't know some of the stuff I know, man. I wish I didn't. But yeah, you're right. Let's go back to Flat Earth. Where's that curve at? What the hell? All these people looking for curves, they're so attracted to curves, but they can't even find it. Oh, maybe that's why they're so... No. Speaking of, well, I guess this works on either way. I actually believe that there should be a kind of Antarctic super jail where people get exiled to. Like, instead of executing the politicians that have done all this wicked stuff, we should exile them. Like, let them be alive, but let them have to, like, live with what they've done. The only reason why I say that is they didn't kill Cain, they exiled him. Adam exiled Cain. They're like, that's kind of the way. If you're a believer in the way, then that would be the way. We don't kill the living, we exile them. We say, get away from us. And also, ice is really cool. It's a very good deterrent for people trying to escape.
Oh, that was the big quote unquote rumor that a lot of stuff was going down at Guantanamo Bay over the last few years, but we won't get into the rumors, of course.
Yeah, I don't like rumors because there's no substantial basis. There's no science to them. Let's save that for Sunday. Speculation Sunday. I need to do a dragnet and collect a bunch of information that I don't have, I've lost, or I haven't seen in a while. I know you guys have it. Somebody does.
I was just gonna say for Speculation Sunday, one of the things I heard, the ball. Did you hear that speculation?
Which one? I don't know. I might have been here when it happened. I'm not sure. I come in and out sometimes because I have to go do other things, so I'll miss parts of the conversation.
Oh no, I'm being silly. The speculation that we're on a ball versus it being flat.
I didn't go to sleep much. I didn't sleep much last night, so I'm kind of half here. Oh, dude, I didn't even drink a coffee this morning. Duh. No wonder I'm dragging. Need to put some juice in the damn tank.
Speaking of coffee, that's a great idea.
It's funny that I heard your kid in the background right when you said that go, yeah, it's what it sounded like anyway. That's a great idea. Yeah.
Literally making coffee right now as we speak. Too funny. Just put the cup in the maker. And crunch goes the pot.
Jabba, 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 jabba. Like on the Door to the Jungle where he eats the coffee beans.
Yeah.
Kids these days will have no idea how funny 90s movies were. Some of them maybe. Most of them won't, because they'll never watch them. Maybe I'm just nostalgic. This has to do with Flat Earth, but not. I firmly believe that 9/11 was the big bang of conspiracy theories. When that happened, an explosion happened on the internet where everybody started researching and questioning everything, and it was all directly as a result of Bush did 9/11, and 9/11 was an inside job. And then from there, everybody just started searching everything. Like the modern FE movement was born out of that.
Yeah, we saw the same triggered responses for that narrative as we do for the flat Earth. I see Mickey just joined.
I'm trying. Hey, how do you do that actually? Because I was really trying to get like a soundboard working, and the one I got didn't work. It was crap.
Well, I wish I could mail it to you. I wish I could send it over to you, software-wise, but
buy it.
Good morning, people.
What's up, Flat Earth? Good morning, Flat Earth. Let's go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live.
Yo,
Here
it's
with me,
11:11.
K96, and I have my friends Flat Earther, and we're gonna have a debate coming soon.
Let's get ready to rumble.
11 minutes past the 11th hour Eastern. Welcome, folks. Hope all is well with everybody. Yo, Biggie, welcome.
it's a bit of hype for the morning. I'm not that hyped up yet.
Not that hyped?
I haven't. I mean, you know what? Let me go make my coffee and.
I was getting up.
Yeah,
I got up 2 hours ago and I was like, shit, I'm gonna go back to bed. So I did, and I woke up and I'm like, hell yeah.
Nice. You seem fresh.
Let's go.
It's a slow day for me.
Hey, Creation Bear, I think I found a way to do the thing I was wanting to do. It just occurred to me that VLC is awesome, and there's probably a plugin that I can use that as a soundboard. If I figure out how to do it, I'll teach the rest of you guys to do it, but I'm not going to give that information to anybody else.
All right. Well, this town may or may not be big enough for the both of us, but we'll see about that. I'm just kidding. But no.
There's only room for one soundboard person. You guys gonna have a showdown at the OK Corral or something?
Yeah, I'll put my sheriff badge on the line.
I'll make sure I don't overlap your gunfire.
That's all right. Justin has some good ones that I don't have, and Clay even has some great ones that I don't have either. So all are welcome.
Last night, I sat there editing a bunch of stuff from Portal because some of the stuff GLaDOS says is hilarious, and some of the stuff Cave Johnson says is funny. Like, who's ready to make some science? I think I think the one, the soundbite of Robin Williams as the genie saying that great minds think for themselves.
Great quote. I often come up with a lot of ideas, but most of them take a lot of effort to execute. But it would be so cool if we did. I'm always thinking of events for the VC. So when you like watch Sports Center, they'll kind of give you a lineup of the day. All right, at 3:00 we're going to be talking about this. Yeah, so it'd be funny to kind of put together like an agenda for the day.
Like a schedule.
Yeah.
I was actually for something similar to that it would be cool to start a Discord server that operates more like a cable channel, and we always have videos playing. So people can go on there and just kind of watch TV if they want to, but it's all like awakened things of the truth.
Interesting.
I still like your
It'd be pretty
idea.
easy to set up a legit.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I still like your idea, Ethergrass, about the CAPTCHA. That was an interesting idea.
Yeah, using a CAPTCHA on people who refuse to get into VC to make sure they're not bots. These days, we never know if some of these responses are just automatic responses from some like nerd who decided that they were going to plug together some scripts.
Yeah, but where is the edge? What happens if you walk straight?
Yeah, half the responses that come from level noobs sound like they're coming from a bot.
What is on the underside of the flat Earth?
Of course, that's obviously just their programming speaking, because they are literally turned into human bots, but still.
Yeah, and then you have like mock mode, where they come in here and ask, "Hey, I heard the Earth was a donut."
I gotta take this. I gotta say this though, bro. All of us were NPCs at one point until we chose to log out. Until we were called to log out, and then we answered that call to log out and be players.
The crazy thing about this place is that we're always going to challenge that part of like the way you think, and I always talk about critical thinking in here. But it's important because when someone doesn't know how to think for themselves, because that's usually what I try to get them to do when they're in here. Not about like just regurgitating something that they've said, but like even the Lost, right? Because you're trying to think, oh, what is the purpose of being in here anyway? Is it to rail against the globe? Of course not. It's to make somebody realize that they don't know, that they haven't been using their own, the most important muscle in their brain or their mind, their body is their brain. So, I mean, if you think about it like that, what purpose, right? Because it's easy to mock just the other side because it's ridiculous. It really is. It's harder, though, to bring somebody from that side over here. And that is not really like the thing that you want to do. Like, it's not you're going to be here until they're convinced. But what you're going to do is you're going to make sure that they're well equipped. You bring them to the door. They have to walk through it. So that's what you want to do. Show them the door.
Like you can lead them to water.
But see, that's the most difficult mission for you, right? Because you think that's easy. Oh, that's easy. I just bring them to the door. Well, on the way there, yeah, they don't want to. Plus, it's you can't lead a horse to water, like that whole saying. You can't lead a horse to water, but you can't, or you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink, or you can lead a person to knowledge, but you can't make them think. So there's a saying though with that, because of that. On the way there to the place where you want to bring them, what happens is they start becoming rebellious, and then you get into like, all right, keep your secrets. Like, CBU. No, you get upset about it, right? So he's like, you know what? Screw you, man. In that case, your globe sucks, and then
I love have to constantly. Well, not that we have to, but I love that we constantly remind each other, yo, don't take it personally. Put your ego aside. Don't take it personally, because you were once them.
Yeah. Okay, the hardest thing, that's what I said, man. Because like, yeah, like I know I went over the thing, and maybe it's like beating a dead horse. But yesterday's example was something like on the way of that, right? The guy came in here, and we have rules. The rules were set up for the reason to protect us, right? Because we're not going to have people in here spinning our wheels about some trollish things. But if the guy's coming in here and he's saying, the Earth's a donut, and then we're just like, all right, you're a dumbass, and send him on his way, packing. Oh well, that was
And
you know.
I like how you handled that because we actually and I even helped you. I tried to help you by giving him real scholarly stuff, like where they took it seriously, and he wouldn't even try though. Like that was the worst part because I was disappointed because I wanted him to try.
Exactly. You want, yeah, this people, because it's the mob mentality, right? They're coming in here, their friends gas them up, they're all juiced up coming in here, they're ready to talk about how stupid this is, and then you offer them something different, and even though they're coming in here with that mindset, you're gonna turn it around and give them like, hey, look, check it out, right? You can drop the act, you can come in here, think about things, or you have an option. You can squander that opportunity and act like a jerk, and then off you go, right?
If they come in here and they're like, "You're stupid," and you respond by saying, "Well, I think that you're probably pretty smart, and I'd like to talk so that you don't think that I'm dumb automatically."
That's exactly it. When you take it on the chin, like it's like, oh, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna excuse you from here immediately. Like I think we're not doing due diligence.
As somebody who's been doing this for like a decade, please don't punch down. We're giants at this point. That's like punching an ant or like hitting a kid. Like, please don't punch down.
Yeah,
we're so comfortable with what we know. We know so much that we can crush that. Don't punch down.
It's easy to anyway. It's like, yeah, I and it's kind of like what I'm like these. I would say the trolls in YouTube live chat. I kind of feel bad for those guys because they always come in there like I feel bad, but at the same time, it's like you don't have to be mocking, but because you come in here every day and that's what you choose to do, now I'm going to expose you guys to the light. I'm going to show you why it's not good to do what you're doing every single day. It's like a question of theirs and mock us.
Another thing is this. I made a post about this in the lobby. Brain is an organic computer, so it can only project with what is programmed upon it. It cannot think outside of itself. So if somebody comes in insulting or making assumptions, they're actually psychologically projecting. That it's their own insecurities being manifested. So instead of taking it personally, you need to look at it like they're talking about themselves.
Yeah, it's the lost, man. Yeah, these guys are the lost. Even the most staunch anti-flat earther, they're lost. And
so if they come an idiot, it's because they feel like an idiot.
Yeah. And what do they usually say when they're in here? I'm too stupid anyways. Like they always say that about themselves. I'm not smart enough.
Or they'll say, I don't know. I don't know. And then it's like, of course
I'm not
you
a
don't
scientist.
know. Yeah. And it's like you're born, and I know that babies are born scientists. I've had 4 of them, and I've watched them be little scientists exploring and learning about reality and just figuring it out.
Exactly.
Everyone's a scientist.
Curiosity, my friend, and like not asking the question. When people come in here, it's like you feel like they don't even want to speak. It's like, just tell me, man, what do you think the Earth is? Like, it's like, it's cool. It's cool. I'm just here to listen. It's cool. And it's like, man, why can't you just say like what you think the Earth is? Like, from my perspective, I can tell you, and I might not be you can say things like, I might not be a flat earther, I might not be a globe earther, but I can tell you what I can see. Like, people are afraid to even speak on what they know. Like, it's
99.
They might be a little bit more keen or aware because they were gassed up, like you said, Miggy, right? Then they get here and maybe they sense that this place isn't what they were told it was. So maybe they sense like, I need to be quiet right now because I don't really, go ahead, Kiwi.
You know, the thing is a stupid question saying, you'd be like, well, where's the curve? Oh, you're stupid. Wait, what? So there's no such thing as a stupid question except for that one, huh?
Yeah, it's weird, but like imagine in a classroom setting of your teacher, when you would ask a question, would mock the hell out of you. You're a freaking idiot. Why don't you shut up? Like, go back where you came from. Like, imagine a teacher being that way. Even if the student was rambunctious. Hey, what about a globe Earth? And hollering from the back, and the teacher knows what's right. And then the teacher,
hey, teacher, can you help me with my homework? And then the teacher's like, no, you're stupid. If you can't do it by yourself, you're dumb.
Oh, you don't understand it. Oh, you don't understand how to do it. Yeah, let me shame you into not asking any more questions. Well done, teacher. Teach by shaming. No, thank you.
Exactly. It's like negative reinforcement does not work. What the hell?
Yeah. And so you want to do something. Again, I've always said that the server has rules meant to protect all of us, and there's limits, right? They break those limits when they start saying, "Oh, what about the Earth being a toilet? I think it's a toilet." And the Trolldar is like, "Bing, bing, 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 bing," and so you're just like, "All right, time to get you out of here."
Dino Earth pissed. I think the Earth's shaped like a raptor.
Yeah, and then you know what people aren't ready to hear is somebody saying, "Okay, give me some evidence for why it's a raptor."
I can actually.
And then you start. It's your opportunity. This is your one chance, right? You got this one moment in time to speak to this person. You have an open, like his ears or her ears are open, so you can at least say something that could come across to them as logical. And if you're gonna send them packing right afterwards. The next things that they say that are gonna like put them in the worst way, right, in this server, would be the thing that they're gonna think about. Because they're gonna come back and say, "Well, they have little dinosaur eggs or something," just something real trollish.
Laugh at it. We laugh at it, take it as the joke it is, and they say, "But let's talk about it for real now. That's a funny joke. Okay, we get okay, funny joke. Haha. All right." And accept it in good stride, and they say, "All right." But scientifically speaking, how could you actually do that, though? Really, think about it, man. Let's be serious. So, it's just a joke. So, all right, let's talk about stuff for real. But if you start off like being pissed off that they tried to tell a joke, then they're just gonna be like, "Well, they have no sense of humor."
Yeah, and also,
actually, I wanted to comment on that if I could, because we do see that from time to time, right? Someone comes in and they make a good joke. There's nothing wrong with that, right? We sit here and joke from time to time, but yeah, it's a case by case thing, right? So I don't know. The donut thing is not original. Yeah, it's, like
that's understood, but like being gassed up,
and that guy he didn't even come in saying that. He had been asking like, "Oh, where's the edge?" Blah blah blah, the regular questions, and he goes, "Oh, what? You know what? I think it's a donut." It's like, okay, dude, we've heard enough from you, dude. But yeah, if you want to be funny, make a joke. We've heard those before,
Yeah, but the thing about it is, like, everybody, usually in the lobby, they're all juiced when they come in here. So if they were already saying something and they come in here saying something else, like they were already saying the Earth's
in the VC. I mean, in the VC.
Well, yeah,
a lot of them dating. There's like a handful of 3, sometimes 10, and they've got a group of friends. Like, we're gonna go in here, and they're talking to each other. Some of them in the same room, or they got another chat going right in the background. They're on VC. That's why they won't get in this VC. They're on VC with each other while they're railing into the text chats.
Yeah, what you show them is that something they don't expect. They expect you the moment they say that Earth's a donut for you to mute them and kick them. That's everybody does. And the more you do it, the more it's you think it's the opposite, right? Like, well, you're gonna allow them to say what they think and then come at an intellectual form. There, you just like, okay, donut ban, donut ban, and like the next guy in here
doing exactly what you're doing, and then you hunt down the ringleader.
But I think the moment that you open it up and then you start exposing that it's all nonsensical, right? It doesn't matter what they say. You're exposing them to the light, and then at least you give that person a moment in time to reflect. So they're gonna at least take that with them as they leave or as you ban them or whatever.
Yeah, like there's still ban. My bad, dude. Go ahead. My bad.
I was going to say, what about in the framework where you've got somebody like that? They came here to troll, but you're in some way you're able to diffuse them by not giving them what they expect and what they want. So, look at basically what I'm getting at here. You got some guy who comes in here and says, Earth's a donut. As compared to somebody like Bob who comes in and says, Earth is the moon. You're like, I think there's a different approach for those two people. One of them, you shut their mic off and kick them out. The other one, you follow them down their spiral and maybe reach the bottom and then build them back up to be a member of the community.
Yeah,
can I say something, man? There's a guy here on this server. He's actually an old friend of mine. His screen name's A Person. And one thing that he said to me when I was on that other server as like a mod there were some people in the chat, and this guy came in, and he was just in there, like basically doing that belligerent stuff, not listening, not caring, just being an ass. And he actually, like, seriously, like, you know, asked him some questions as a person. Like, sat there and just started talking to him like an actual person. And started asking questions like, why are you actually here, though? And why is it funny to you to come in here and be disruptive? And do, like, started literally just being real with him as, like, a big brother talking to a little brother. And that was one of the most impactful things that happened as I was learning how to moderate and stuff. He wasn't even a mod there. He was just being himself. And the way that he went about that, just being a human about it, being a person, being a man about it, like, you treat them like a person first. They're there to joke. You are not a person to them. You are entertainment. Your digital thing disconnects. So if you start humanizing yourself to them, then they're willing to listen.
Oh yeah, big time.
That's it.
Yeah, and a lot. Go ahead, sir.
No, I was just gonna say that's the reason why these things were set up in the rules and stuff like that. And so I understand that. I was part of the reason why these rules are the way they are. We've set this server up. All of us came to the conclusion that we need to at least put some parameters. We understand the parameters, but it's not, the parameters are there to keep guidelines going so that we can use them and say, look, you've already crossed the line, but I'm going to talk to you about why you shouldn't be doing this. So they're there. It's not for us to just be Johnny Robot Cop, you know, like, it's for us to actually use them, so to give them a guideline. So we don't do this in the server. You have the opportunity to change your ways. You know, you can be, and you start to, like Aether was saying, you start to humanize the person. They then in turn start to think, that's crazy. I came in here to, like, really make fun of these guys, but it just seems like now I have a chance to talk to them, like, as if it's not just entertainment. Like, so at least there's a little glimmer, and they could take that moment or they could squander it. Like, and that's the thing. You don't want that to be the case. But if you shut them down right away, that's no better than just any other shit show, you know, like, where you just, okay, shut up. Okay, shut up. You know, it's like,
yeah, I don't think that's what happened, Miggy. I hope you're not trying to represent me in that way, because I don't see it that way.
No, listen,
but I would just add the perspective of, say, like, you know, a troll when you see one. If someone comes to your door and are trying to either pull a prank on you or sell you a product, it's not you letting them just go on and on and on and on and on. I mean, what is that? At some point, you realize, all right, this is not going anywhere. We're done here.
You don't want to vacuum. You don't want to vacuum. Like, I'm not buying your vacuum. You can take your little Kirby thing and go scoot on somewhere.
Yeah, those are your science guys.
Your roommate's like, "Dog, give him a chance, man. Like, give him a chance." It's like
those are your Bob the Science guys. Listen, let me just make my point here. Those are your Bob the Science guys, right? Those are your I could name them, right? Gem Pandas, like, I don't know, Dean that came in here. Those are those guys. The ones you're referring to, that's them. These guys, they might have popped in the server like today, and they might have been spinning your wheels in lobby or live stream text chat, whatever, and then they come in here. And these guys are new, so you have to differentiate who you're speaking to. You can't just, like, automatically say that's the same kind of guy, because you haven't given them a chance. Once you do, then I would agree. Of course, those guys, but they're not. So if you haven't given them a chance yet, and you've already written them off, like, that's the problem. Not the fact that you understand that, yeah, they're just like globe salesmen. Then that's different, because those guys there, those are the ones who I'd say, like, yeah, you have to, like, keep exposing them, because they're not going to be for the of maybe possibly thinking that
look.
At the end of the day, I think I was right about the kid, but you did give him a chance. But it also set off like 3 or 4 other guys who started talking about Donut Earth too. So.
Oh yeah, I think you were right, but you were right for the wrong reasons, if that makes sense.
If we're believers, right, in the eternal soul, and imagine if the reason why we don't believe in killing is because if somebody's wicked, you kill and you send them straight to hell, whereas we're going to live eternally. So why would we choose to send somebody to hell when they have a chance to actually repent and live forever? So it's the same thing applies here, right? If your knee-jerk reaction is to boot somebody right out the door, then we're sending them back into hell instead of trying to pull them out of the fire.
Yeah, that's kind of how I see it too.
With CB, I think he was right, but he was right. He wasn't. The guy wasn't a troll because he said Donut Earth. He's a troll because they had been melting down in lobby for days. They've had a group together. You know, like, they're in another VC. They've got no interest in ever doing anything other than making a bunch of noise until they get kicked, and then think they've won the internet.
These guys are different. I would separate them from the the more established anti-flat earther. The more established one has like agendas. These guys, these guys are
those ones. There's some that are questioning it because they truly believe it. And it's like they're fanboys and they know the lore, and they're not going to let it go so easily. So they want, but they're intelligent and respectful enough. They just want to honestly talk about it and debate and discuss and be like, I'm intelligent enough to collect all this lore. Explain to me why all my lore is wrong.
Hey, just think about it. Like, just think about the bad kids in school. Like, there's bad kids in school, but they're super intelligent. They're in a bad way, and they're gassed up by their peers. So that I'm saying though, like you can think that you're right by sending that kid and suspending him from school, or if you're a teacher that could actually work with that person, because it's a hard mission. It isn't easy, to do that, to cross them over to the other line where you're challenging them. And like Aether was saying, that you got one chance to do it. So you can feel like what you did was okay, and anybody can, because people in this server have been doing this for a while now that have the mute and the ban button. They've been doing this for, it's not just CB, it's anyone else, everybody else. Anyone who feels, I used to do it, all right? I'm guilty of that myself. So that's why I'm telling you from experience, I would do the same thing. In the beginning of this, I was like, no, shut up, dude, you're stupid. And I was chopping heads off because I felt, I'm righteous, man. I feel like I have all the right. It's in the rules. I can say that. I can do that because, and then I was like, I'm gonna burn it all down, and I was that way. Anyway, I feel.
I don't think that's a correct representation of me, or at least what happened in the situation yesterday.
No,
well,
it's just
somebody. Listen, just forget that, right?
It's a case by case situation. You guys know what a troll when you see one, right? We don't.
I think we
not everyone needs to be saved. Okay.
I think we can identify that. That's easy to see, right?
And we did.
But
even you were like frustrated with him, like, dude, I gave you a chance, and you're still trolling.
Stop. That should perish. That none should perish. That none should perish. He's not willing that none should perish. That none.
We give everyone a chance.
You tell him twice and kick the dust off your feet. So yeah, they should get 2 chances at least, but then gone. But still.
But if someone's at your door trying to sell you some horse doo-doo, you don't pull up a chair and tell them to come inside.
I mean, if I have a garden, I might need some horse doo-doo.
Well, that's true. That's true.
You should say use globe salesman, TB. That would be more effective. Nobody wants that. But yeah. I mean, that's these guys that come in here are always like they hear them out at least a little bit and then educate them, and then of course if they keep continuing, they're gone. But I don't entertain.
I think you recognize that. I'm not saying I was right for muting him. I'm just saying I was right that he was a troll. You guys recognize that just like I did. So.
Oh, he was a troll, dude. Like, I mean, there's no contention on the idea of that the guy was in here, what his intentions were. Yeah.
There was just one of my favorite YouTube channels went live yesterday. He usually does live police chases, but this one was a court hearing, something going on in California, and a bunch of people were in the courtroom in the, I don't know what you call it, but like the stands with mirrors and lights like flashing into the the panel members. So what did they do? Hey, well, can you stop that? Okay, you're not stopping, you're out. Okay, you're out. It was kind of interesting to see, but people there to be in the panel, ask questions, you're welcome. But if you're there to clearly disrupt, you have mirrors, you're flashing lights into the panel members, you're gone. That's actually what happened yesterday.
He said what I was the live stream chat. I just posted
I don't know if that was.
Yeah.
He said Donut Earth, and he was like, "Oh, muted." So yeah, I don't know if that was he. That's the first time I heard him. So maybe if he was.
No, he had spoke before that. That's what I'm saying. He had spoke before that with just regular NPC questions.
I didn't know.
Oh, you know what? By the way,
it was the first time I heard him. So like, you know what? Like maybe he was here earlier and he was like being that way. But when I heard him, like the first time I heard, he even said Donut Earth. So I didn't know he was speaking before.
Yeah, that was his 180. Oh, you know what? Actually, guys, I changed my mind. I'm gonna say it's a Donut Earth. Like, okay, well, no one's ever said that before. Let's hear what you have to say, buddy. But
yeah, I just think that's You got to think about it. Yeah, you could feel that way at the moment, but you have to turn this around, man. Like, it doesn't matter who it is. Like, just turn it around and like make them realize that they have to know where they're at. They don't know that. They think they're just an internet. Discord is meant for gamers, so they're just gonna come in here and meet. Yeah,
They also don't think that Discord didn't exist like a couple years ago or something, as though that anybody our age wasn't their age a couple years ago when Discord was freaking made. Like, it's weird. Like, they'll act if you've been here the whole time that you're old and you shouldn't be on Discord. Like, dude, this is our territory, though. You are in our house.
Yeah.
It's only 99.99999% ours.
I love that, Kiwi. Just think about it that way. It's only 9.9999999. Wait a minute. Are you standing up right now? Yeah. Are you sure of that? No.
Apparently, gravity is holding me down right now in my seat. That's the scary part.
Yeah. And then you provide evidence that gravity is holding you down to your seat. And then they come up like, well, you have to bend and warp.
If a man in a wheelchair is defending himself from bullies, is he standing up for himself?
I feel like that should be on one of those memes where a dinosaur is scratching his chin.
Like the philosophical raptor.
Yeah,
Velociraptor. Yeah, Velociraptor.
Yeah,
a Velociraptor or a
Yeah, it's a meme.
You put philosophy on the meme. It's a whole. I'm gonna post it now. I should make that a meme now.
I can't even say it. It's so good. A philosophical raptor.
Yeah, Velociraptor.
Yeah,
a Velociraptor. I love it. Well done. You had me giggling there for a while. Thank you for that.
There's another one like if money, it's like the saying that money grows on trees, but something about a tree actually makes the paper that prints money. I don't know how it goes. It's like something like that, but money literally grows on trees because you have to print the money made from the tree fibers, like the
one where oil makes plastic makes plastic dinosaurs. Like, dinosaurs are made from dinosaurs.
That's funny. I like it.
Yeah, I like that. Where they kind of have fun with the process, right, of fossilizing hydrocarbons or whatnot. You know.
So Kiwi, you're a mod in the Tartaria server, right?
A host, but yeah, that's
a host.
That's a host. Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, you got all kinds of wild guys that are in there right now.
Oh, tons.
How did it go with Craig and him trying to talk to the rest of the panel? Because I think Saint Pierre.
Shane.
Yeah. Shane. He brought, like, now he's what's his face? Craig is like running around. You know, now he's got content for his channel.
It's just a massive flex because they're over there just banning and muting flat earthers at record numbers.
Oh, really?
I mean, yeah, like they gave Mr. Giggles, the big fucker, moderator. Yeah, the moderator perms.
Gracious, you know, that's like good luck to you guys.
Yeah, that's how the server got burnt down once, like because the globalists got all triggered and just deleted it. Negator's a mod leader, like a head mod. He can make mods and take mods away. He just at one point he just made every globalist a mod and took the mods away from all the flat earthers.
Damn.
Yeah, I was a complete. Oh, go ahead.
I don't know. I didn't know Big Fucker was a mod in there or something. And then Negator?
Negator too, yeah. I was like, who does that? This guy is on the verge of tears every time he's talking to a flat earther. And you want to give him the mute button? This guy needs to be institutionalized. You know, he needs a cry pillow. He doesn't need a mod button.
They'd be so giddy if one of us popped in there. We were like, oh, this is my time to shine.
Oh, yeah. It's just a constant flex.
See, that's the at the end of the day, the goal of the server is to provide an attractive platform for everybody to come in and just have a conversation. Whatever you're pulling for it from whatever you're doing, like Craig and his movement, it is what it is.
Yeah, but Craig's version is fight the flat Earth. That's not a conversation. That's warfare. That's combat. He's not looking to hear you or listen to you. He's looking to destroy you. So why would you make somebody a mod, someone with the power, who, if your goal of the server is to have a conversation, make everybody mod or no one mod. Just have at it and let it be a no holds bar. Like you just walk into any community center or any sort of like bar or social gathering.
What I was in the same vein, man, you would say like, don't give anybody mod, just don't ban anybody, just let them be in there talking and like just whatever they say is whatever. It's kind of like what you akin the YouTube live stream text chat to be.
Oh
like
yeah, that's so wild.
Like anything goes, kind of. It's a rumpus room. Let's put it that way. It's a rumpus room. Rumpus room. Put whatever's in there. Just doesn't really matter what you say. Just say whatever you say. There's no guideline. There's no standard for like adhering to something. That's why there is no globe earther on our panel at all here. And there never will be. There will only be people of the critical thinking mind in here. Because nobody that thinks that the earth is a globe is a critical thinker. That's all rhetoric. Everything. It's just you believe something that you've been told because of mainstream. And that's all there is to it. So nobody from that mindset will ever hold mod position here or a mute button. Never, ever, ever.
It just doesn't work because their worldview is built on control.
Discriminating. How?
It's built on control. Their mindset is to control the way you think or what you think. Michelle Fowler straight up said it right from her mouth. It says, NASA is there. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying it's so easy to see, Crit. Like what you're saying is it's obvious, because of like what these characters you're naming, like Michelle Fowler and that. Like it's easy. You see that the way they say things, and then Stardust and like all this other crazy junk. It's like, how are you going to say all these things and expect followers of people to come after you and just be like, yeah, that's great. I like the way you're saying that. Like, yeah, but how does it relate to reality? Where do you see any of that happen? Like, there's nothing that relates to what your physical known reality to be. There's just a bunch of like ideas people conjure up and then pass it off to the next human. And then they sound ridiculous, spewing the same rhetoric the other person was saying. And at the end of the day, that's what you're left with, right? So nobody who's holding these positions will ever hold any office here. And it just never will be. Only critical thinking minds are able to. That's it.
But what if
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say that the conversation with respects to what you actually observe and what you're putting forth as a conversation piece still has to make sense. But yeah, I do hear what you're saying with respects to holding the mute button yet observing a globe model. It is an interesting place to be from their standpoint, because how do you hold that up while you preach a globe structure?
It's true. It's true that it's a different platform, and I think it has its use case for whatever you guys want to use it for. But as far as like what we would consider intellectual discussion, I think it will not be that same forum. I think what it does hold is a debate style, tactical. Like you got Group A who holds this idea of like what they think the Earth is. Group B has another one, and maybe Group C has another one, and then you get them into like each one individually. Like you get a concave Earth mod, a globe Earth mod, and you got like these factions. And that way, I think that's but for us, it's basically the truth and not in here anyway. So that other forum is built more of like, you can have any kind of faction, just have like a group of people who think like you do. And then you can have a mod on there, and then if you don't like what somebody else is saying, you can just, kick them out of the server because you want each faction to feel like they're important. Here, it's different. The truth is important.
And the truth is that there isn't anything else other than what we see the earth to be. So therefore, it's not like we're going to allow any other school of thought, because there's no other school of thought other than what we know our reality or known existence, like that we can see in our realm. That's what we're going to hold, the standard that we'll uphold here. So that's why that forum might have its use case for whatever you guys want to use it for. But as far as like intellectual discussion, I think we're not going to lead somebody into the knowledge of the truth. We're going to just more or less understand how to debate in that forum. So it might have its use case for whatever you guys are using it for. And maybe some guys want to grow big on channels with debate style tactics and stuff. Maybe that's the way they want to go. But either way, there's, something people go over there for anyways. It's like watching a train wreck. You just can't get your eyes off of it, right? So you want to know what Craig is saying, and you want to know what, what's his name? The guy that drinks tab out of a can of water. What's his name?
Nick Looney Tune.
Looney Tune. That guy. Hey, you want to hear what kind of stuff they're saying, not that you just like want to hear them out, because you don't. You're just like, dude, I already heard what you have to say. You have your channel and you have videos and stuff. I don't need to come in there and listen to you debate on things that you're just like a fanboy of. Because they're just fanboys of the lore. That's it. They love the lore. And some of them really love to talk about it and thinking that it's fantastic, to tell other people how much they love the lore. And why don't other people love the lore like they do? That's what they're telling you. Because it's just a story, right? The globe earth. It's a story. And in the story has different variations to it, where you ask somebody, how did this all happen to begin? What was the first starting point to all of this? And one person might say, well, it rained and rained on the rocks. And then from that came a single cell organism and blah, 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 blah. And some other guy might say, well, you know what? That theory was disproven. It's like, how are you going to disprove a story? Like, that's idiot. That's ridiculous, man. How are you going to say that story is incorrect and yours is right? Like, why? Why would I? They're both stories. Like, there's no relation to reality. That I can't piece it together and say, oh, that's great. That's something to think about. No, it's not. It's stupidity. No one can verify none of the things you just said. And then that's not a place for intellectual discussion. You can't. No one's going to sit here and spin your wheels on like how something millions and millions of years ago happened, because you can't verify millions of years ago. So there isn't a machine that can carbon date you down to whatever time frame a long time ago. That's not possible. That's all just, hearsay, guesses,
I'm not gonna lie to you. One of the things that I hope for is one of these days that you come by that place, maybe set something up with Craig and have somebody like yourself talk with a sophist like him to put him in his place.
Yeah, he actually we got into a discussion, Kiwi, like it was a few years ago. The time when we had the arena here, actually, as a matter of fact, he wanted to have some content for his channel, and he was actually talking with me in the DMs, in the back of the DMs, kind of like on setting something up, and he was respectful for the most part, setting it up. Like, he wanted to see how it was going to go. He wanted this and that, and so it wasn't. He's a totally different person, like in the DMs versus like how he is like when he's on his channel. So. Have you ever seen the sheepdog and the coyote, like in the cartoon with Bugs Bunny? Like the sheepdog, like and the coyote would be walking to like punch in, and they were like talking to each other, like, hey, what's going on? Like, hello, Sam. And the other goes, they're just saying whatever. And then when they punch in, it's like they're like the sheepdog's on duty, and then the coyote would go and try to steal the sheep, and he'd get beat up by the sheepdog. But like it's all like it's theater, man. That's what it is. It's theater. Because I don't think that they're in it for, what I mean? Like, they don't want to really be fully into the glow. I think they find it like as an entertainment. They find it more like, they just side with this other group because it feels like everybody's in on it. So why don't they have to be in? Like, they're not in it for truth. They're just in it for numbers. And I think he gets supported by people that
shout them out and give them some money on the channel. So I think more it's a cash cow for them. So for sure they're gonna be, if they could turn a profit for this, you know, how many of us have turned a profit from what we're doing here? You know, think about that. Like, and you know, even if that is the case, it's not a lot either. Even if you're like somebody who has a channel and you're getting some profits from people who are like, hey, you know what, I want to donate to this guy because it's great. You know, like I like to hear him. That's fine, but they're not rich beyond all means. They're not driving Lambos or whatever. Like these guys are just like struggling to make it like a job. These other guys, oh man, they're getting money thrown at them, you know, for saying ridiculous things because that's the globe agenda. That's what, you know, people are made professors. My goodness, they got ranking in academia, in actual school. They're getting paid for it. Like they're getting paid to teach you about this ridiculousness. So yeah, people are getting paid for this, literally, in school, to teach you that the earth is a globe. So there are people that are paid. And some of them aren't actors. They really believe that the earth is a globe. They've been taught that. So they're going to go ahead and teach it too, because it sounds like, you know, curriculum. I got to teach it. So, but when is enough, you know? When are you going to stop, if you're somebody who's like that, to say like, wait a minute, you know, what I'm doing is perpetuating evil. This is bad. I'm not giving the person something to think about. I'm telling them what to think. No, this is where you live. This is in the exact place in the universe where you are. This is who you are. I'm going to define who you are within the context of this universe. And here you go. That's what you are and where you are. You're just like a insignificant portion of the universe. In the grand scheme of things, you're really nothing at all. So you can consider yourself as nothing. So yeah, the lore does have something of like fanboys that would be in here for just money. I mean, how many of us, right? I think we all aspire to be astronauts and, you know, kinds of people that want to look up at the night sky and think that the universe is big and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's no different than those guys. But yeah, going back to the point, it's like there is no place for that kind of thing here. And they usually, when they were in here, they shortly found out that this isn't the place. They think it is. They think it's another shit show, another you know, debate place. And they come in there, well, I'm going to debate the globe Earth. No, you're not. There isn't, sadly to say, a debate. There is no debate. The Earth isn't what you think it is, and I don't care. Line up everything you think the Earth is, back to back, and I'm gonna knock it down like dominoes, each and every one, and tell you that nope, it's not that. Find evidence for it. Nope, it's not that. Where's the evidence? No, it's not that, and I can keep going. But the thing is, when you make them realize that it's only what we perceive it to be, wow, that's a shocker, isn't it? Because you're using your five senses to see what the Earth is. You're not using ideas of another guy. That guy said it's a curved shape, and even if I don't see it, that's what it is. Yeah, okay. What does that guy say? Well, he said it's concave. It's like going like a bowl. Yeah, okay. Do we see that? No. Okay, well, we do with this one video. Like, and then you're like, okay, measure that curvature. Go ahead. Give me some measurements. How do you measure that curving up or curving down? Or you think it's a simulation or whatever? Let's bring out the evidence bit. And you say you see something from your airplane window and the Earth's curving. Okay, that's great. I'm sitting next to you and I don't see that. So now what? We're just gonna tell the next guy, what do you think the Earth is? Can you see out the window? What does it look like to you? Well, you know, it looks like a simulation. And you know, it was just like people's ideas are what they are. It doesn't matter. That's not objective truth. Objective truth, we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts. What does it measure? All right, let's check it out. Let's put some numbers to the test. That's what math is for. It's not just for saying, you know, if you got 2 ice cream cones and I take them away, you know, how many do you have? Like, you don't have negative numbers. Like, so you can't use math that way. You can't hand me the number 2. You know, there's nothing like that. But you can, however, use it to describe things and then use it in a way that reality is useful, right?
How big is your table? Well, it's this long. Like you can measure things. So that's what it's useful for. But going back to this, like that's why it isn't a debate. It's easy for us to see. So when they come in here, it's like, yeah, good, just go ahead and lay it to me. What do you think? Blah, 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 blah. Okay. How does blah, 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 blah measure whatever you say it is? Because that's what we're doing here. Intellectual forum. Remember that. Number one. The next generation critical thing begins right here.
I was just going to say, don't forget, most of us came into this trying to disprove flat Earth. That's an interesting point. Most of us came here not to reaffirm some model, whatever it is. No, we thought it was the stupidest thing ever, and that's it. We're gonna show it to them. We're gonna stick it to these flat earthers. Most people get into flat Earth like that, and I can tell you after 5 years, maybe more, of me looking into what you've realised is
one of the things
they've built a framework across the board, whether it be language, whether it be mathematics, for us to understand something, and so we can explain a thing, or we can, like quantum jumps or something like that. The point is it what's actually happening? No, not at all.
No,
but it's a way of understanding it. So
I was thinking of like what Ether was saying earlier. I like how we're all giants, and it's the opposite viewpoint for the people coming in with all the lore that they bring, because it's lore. Everything, it doesn't matter what you think the Earth is, whatever it is that it is, like you think in your mind that it is, it's lore. It's all just like a fantastical story. So whatever that is, like they think they're the giants in the scenario. Well, I got academia behind me. I got every scientist on Earth knows that the Earth is a globe. They think they're the giants, and we're just like these little itty bitty, little tiny things. But when they step into the ring with us, they see what they're up against, and they're scared. After a while, when they're in here, you start to see them pull back and double down, and like, oh, well, shoot. I thought the Earth was 100%, and it's not. Like, well, that's weird. No, so they're really breaking down, and they don't understand how to deal with that. And we like to see that. We like to see that breaking down process, right? And some will just go right into the cog-dis mode and just rail against it, like, freaking flat Earth is so idiotic. And that's great, right? Because, you get in your feelings, and that's what's going to happen. But you can take a moment where it starts to transition and where you don't know anything, where you standing on 10 toes coming in here, you felt all great about it, like you're just going to rail against it. And, and then you start to realize you don't know anything. And then once at the end of it, you're just like, man, I'm left with like nothing. Like, what did the globe give me? But just like, 30 years of like, I don't know, fantasy stories about like what planets do and, how we can travel to the stars and like all this stuff. And then if you hope for that person to have like that, the penny drop, or that moment where they're just like, oh crap, like I didn't know that. Like I've been screwed for a while, like now that I've been thinking this. And all along, everybody has their five senses all along, so they can view the Earth and see it and for what it naturally is. And there's no, ideas on top of that, what it's doing outside of that. Like mostly people are like, yeah, I can agree with what our five senses are seeing, but what's happening outside of that? Is it a simulation? Is it this? And then you're like, man, you don't have to go that way, because if it was anything else, you would know it. It doesn't have to be like, well, what if the Earth we're on the back of a turtle, or what if the Earth is bigger and it's actually a globe? Or you don't have to go that way. There's no extra outside of that. That's what the globe has made you used to, that something outside of your senses is happening. So you have to rely on that thing that you don't know. So that's that little tiny percentage you got to leave room for. No, because if you didn't know it at all. It doesn't exist right now. No, I tell people this. Can you think of something that hasn't existed before and that you put into existence today? No, something that you thought of has already existed in some way, shape, or form. You relate to it as something that existed. So something that you don't know about wouldn't be able to be thought up in your mind because you don't know, right? So that's easy. But I think for most people, we're taught to think
outside of our perception, what we clearly see with our five senses. There's something happening outside of that, and which that's what confuses you, right? And on top of that, put some philosophy, sprinkle some of that up there, where you can't know anything 100% sure. And then you got a really confused person, because now the guy doesn't even know if the thing that's being taught to him, right, that he's been told that the earth is actually real. Well, I can only know that to be 99.99999% true. Wonderful. Now you can't even know, you don't know even know if you're up or down, sideways or forward. You don't know anything anymore. You lost touch with reality, and now you're in a state of confusion. And I think that's what most people are. They're really confused when they come in here. So what we're trying to do is we're walking them through, okay, now we're going to the next step, follow me. And they get lost even with that, because they're like, no, what about the moon and the sun? And how does the earth, and they ask the most ridiculous things because their mind can't fathom that their concept of what reality is something that they actually know it to be, like what they perceive it to be. So they start to spiral, and we see that happening. But it's because the mind is trying to latch on to something that's real to them. And we just hope for the best, hopefully that they can come in here and not spiral. Just you try to be like one of those therapy doctors. Just stay with me. Don't don't go. Don't leave. Because you see the mind kind of just like wanting to leave, just wanting to exit. But it's a difficult thing, my friends. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well said. Because they a couple days ago, they basically had that Fight to Flat Earth Craig just mute Witsit, and then once they muted Witsit, they just went on a spiral about Witsit, about everything everything about him, like his hairstyle, his facial hair. They just went on and on and on. And none of the flat earthers, Shane included, or Kiwi or whatever, who do have mod perms, none of them stepped up to even address the spiraling that was going on.
Holy crap, Crit. I wasn't even there to witness what happened. But
no, I'm not calling you out. I'm saying that there wasn't anyone there to stop it.
You're naming me and stuff, bro.
Let me take it back, right? Other people in the same position of you who might have or might not have been there didn't do anything either. So then Craig makes a video about it, like flat earthers destroyed in their own space.
Oh.
Then Jeremy comes out and says it was a bad showing for flat earth. It shows a defeat, like a loss. Because now you've got this idea that somehow in your own platform, you just end up with egg on your face because flat earthers are so stupid.
Okay,
they can't even manage your own space.
Sorry. Crit, sorry, man, but this is going from a standpoint of becoming like a white knighting type situation here, right? Because Jeremy and again, I don't want to turn this into a shit slinging competition or anything like that, okay? But at the end of the day, from a standpoint of being able to just sit in a place and have a conversation with people and it not be a competition. What has happened with that? Can I not sit down and just have a rational or whatever type of conversation with somebody, however that goes, it goes, but each man being responsible for his own understanding, whether you're an audience member, you're a flat earth globe or whatever, but it is a standpoint of just having a conversation without having to be defended? Crit, I really think this is where we really need to reassess the aspect of the internet, man, because, brother, like talking about a bad showing for flat earth, I'm not about this. This is wow.
No, I'm saying I would disagree with what Jeremy had said. His take was quite wrong. That this wasn't that had Craig muting Witsit on that 24/7 Tatardi server had nothing to do with flat Earth. That was not a flat Earth. That was not a discussion event. That was a man baby flexing perms for basically internet clickbait. And that is something he will never be able to explain on his heliocentric model. Because he should be able to say, hey, there's a whole world out there. There's flat Asgard. There's like Thor and Guardians of the Galaxy. There should be enough space for a Witsit on that platform. But what they want to do is control people and make it seem like they've won the internet. They're trying to win the internet They're not trying to actually, the real win would be him figuring out what Whitsitt was talking about and then and reach some level of understanding. Like a rising tide would lift all boats. It's like, hey, Whitsitt, I disagree with you, but at least he would know what he's disagreeing with. If he would not even be able to tell you what Whitsitt even said. Wouldn't even be able to say, here's a transcript. Highlight the section that Whitsitt said. He wouldn't even be able to do it. All he did was waited for Whitsitt to say something, freaked out over it, not even understanding what it was, and then tried to do some victory dance like he won the internet for the day.
Yeah, we would say this, and I would say this kind of like in, I would take a neutral position, but I would say that, Crit, that server has its like function for whatever function they wanted to use it for. But I would say that for intellectual discussion, people would set foot in here for honesty, for holding the standard for what we want and to see the betterment of the truth to be promoted. I would say that this would be the place for that. I wouldn't say that it's just a place for discussion. I think it's a place for intellectual discussion. It's a place for where people can actually arrive to truth. I think that that's what this is for. That has another function, however, whatever they want to use it for. And people that go there take on that, like that role of being in that server. So it shouldn't come as a surprise. Now that Crit, it shouldn't come as a surprise when you go in there.
I'm already banned. I got banned the second day.
Well, no, I know, but I'm saying like for other people that go in there, like other flat earthers that want to go there, and if they want to use it for whatever they want, like in that, whatever they feel that it's there for, then I think that function serves their purpose of being there. But if you see that is not the place where you want to have those discussions, then go somewhere where I think you feel that that's being upheld. Because
the marketplace of free ideas. They price themselves off. Because the same thing that happened to Whitsitt on Nathan Oakley's show, where he's talking about the ether and talking about all these different ideas, and they just shut his mic off. I go, how is that any different than how the anti-flat earthers treat flat Earth? You basically, what you see there is that horseshoe effect, or that left and right wing, that you've got people just acting ridiculous over content they can't even tell you what it is.
And some people call it hyper empiricism, right?
Yeah.
For that to be it's rigid. It's like, okay, you just said ether. All right, now we've done this before, and it's caused a lot of division within this community because a lot of people would say, okay, now give me a cup of ether, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like get down to bolts where we're going to talk about what it actually is. If it's something that's viable, then valid hypothesis, and like you're going to have to go through the whole idea of running it through the scientific method. And there's a lot of things involved there that it doesn't pass, so that it's not going to be something that at the end of the day we're going to settle on, because it's something that we can all agree that is happening. And there's maybe things that can lean towards what an idea for that could be, right? Because obviously, like the idea would be, well, there's something instead of nothing. Now, what is that something? If that we're going to call it anything, we can call it ether, or you know what I mean? Like somebody could go that way, and then have some people think about what that thing could be. And that's a whole other subject. But in this server, it gets, because you can have the hyper empiricist in here. You can, because the thing is, you demand evidence, right? And that's fine. Because if that's the case, then their mind's going to be built on the physical, natural world that we live in. It can be examined. And definitely we can know some things, right? There's not stuff left up to like, well, who knows, right? Like, no, you're going to know, because we can run this through the scientific method, and there's a way to understand natural phenomena that you look out into the world and see. You can put to the test, and you can can falsify it, and then understand, know what it can and cannot do, the limitations of it, and you can study it, right? And there's things that you can't do that with. So just like the sun, the moon, the stars. But and so you have the hyper empiricist that can sit in this forum, because it's highly intellectual to actually scrutinize something until the point where you can actually see if it actually passes the smell test, right, so to speak. But that's you need that. You can't have the hyper empiricist out of this forum. It can't just be something where, well, you know what, this would be kind of interesting to think because there isn't anything, or there is something, and then if there is something, then what could that something be, and so on and so forth. So you have, there needs to be checks and balances within our group as well. I mean, if you know what I mean, that's important.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think one of those checks and balances need not be a globalist fundamental mute button. Like Craig.
I can see what you mean, but like that's really high on your burners right now, because you can see for you, and like other people can too. Like it doesn't matter. We don't go to like Craig's forum, like whatever forum he, like his Discord or whatever. Like that's a like cesspool. You don't want to go in there. But like I can agree with you, like having those guys, because they just want to mock. It's because they don't have, so they don't have truth, right? They're not standing on it. We already know that they're not standing on truth. So if you step in a forum where somebody like them actually has that power, they're not going to allow civil discussion, or at least challenging the idea with another rebuttal. It sounds really cool. It might be elaborate, but it's going to be a rebuttal to what they just said. It's a dig on who you are as a character, in an intellectual forum. They're gonna make fun of you as what do you do for a job, and like on, and have everybody have like a really good belly laugh, at that. We understand that. We know that that's their goal, their aim, and it's nonsense. Nobody wants to entertain that. But if they want to come in here and provide some evidence for what reality is presenting itself to us as, then we're game. But they're not in it. I mean, obviously, right? If they were in it for that, they would be able to present like McLooney Tune kind of goes away about it in a way where it's a bit more of a, not just a shit show. I mean, it might be a train wreck when you get down to the nuts and bolts, but on the onset, it sounds like he's presenting something, and you can at least address what he's presenting. And I mean, we say it swings from the most cordial presenter to the most like ridiculous. And the one who would be the most ridiculous presenter would be someone like Dave Farina. These names of the people that we call out are the ones that are there because they're trying to mock instead of actually educate. Their idea of educating is mock anybody who thinks outside of what they're presenting, as in what their presentation is the gold standard for knowing anything. Like you should only know this, right? And so anything else, including flat Earth, is the most ridiculous thing ever. It's like, that's not a way to get somebody to be curious about a topic. You have to allow them to think about what it is, and then think, could it be anything else? Think about it, and then the person's mind is free to like, let me explore and see if it could be anything else other than what you just said. And if it is, then I'm going to challenge it, right? But they don't allow that. They're like, no, this is what the universe is. If you don't get with this, you're an idiot. 8 inches per mile squared was never said by anyone. And anybody who says that it is a con man. Like that's Dave Farina's own quotes. That's what he says, right?
Yeah, you don't see the curvature from the ground level. There's another weird one.
Well,
quote mining that guy is just glorious because he's added so much content to Flat Earth. He's not even talking to you anymore. He's doing some sort of an internal monologue with you in front of him.
Yeah. Which is kind of crazy because it's like a crazy man, telling you things, and you just like you don't want to listen to the crazy man. Just want to let him rattle off, and every time it's useful to say something like, "Oh, check out what Dave said." Like this guy's crazy, but he's not.
I did that the other day with a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying he's not useful in intellectual debate. Like he can't hold his own. He just mocks you, like what we did with Dave, and that was clear to me. It was once he started doing that, I was like, I know your playbook, man. You're not in it for the discussion. You're just waiting for your opportunity to say, nope, you're an idiot. That's great. That's great that you feel that way you got in your feelings and you started telling us about how you feel, about how he made you feel when he said something that made you upset. Aw, poor little baby. Like that to me is like, is that what you want from an audience? For them to look at you and be like, oh, dude's in his feelings, man. Like he really hates this guy. Who cares? I don't give a rat's behind that you feel that way about this guy. Tell me how he's wrong. You're not doing that. You're just mocking the guy. Like that's all you got. They're one trick ponies, bro. That's it. They just want to mock you because you think something different, but they don't want to tell you how the guy is wrong.
Kind of what happened to them in the Nebula sense is that they were out there, they're atheists, okay? So they were out there debating theists like the last 6 years or, going back at the beginnings of YouTube and Google Hangouts. They were out there debating theism versus anti-theism, creation versus evolution, and they just got curb stomped. Like everywhere they went in life, they just got beat down. They got ridiculed. They learned they really had no idea about these topics whatsoever. So they also found out that they were fringe. The atheism, the third wave atheism, atheism itself is fringe, and third wave is like an even fringe version of atheism itself. So they decided that what can they do to remain relevant is they wanted to find a group of people that they could mock themselves and kind of feel better about them. And for some reason, they attributed Flat Earther as some sort of religious movement. So they came after Flat Earth with that, 2016 with, back-to-back hit pieces on The Guardian calling Flat Earth a religious online cult. And they're still stuck there. It's like 6 years later. Like, snap out of it, okay? This isn't 2016 anymore. Whatever you think you were on about, you need to catch up because you are just in a downward spiral and you haven't been able to even come up for a breath.
So they're putting it in the same camp for obvious reasons on their part, right? Because they think they're holding on to truth, and the truth is because every scientist in the world knows the Earth's a globe. So to them, it's empirical evidence that the Earth is a globe. You don't have to look into it. The guys who come in here are pretty relaxed. They're just like, yeah, dude, what do you want me to show you? I mean, obviously everybody knows that the Earth's a globe. So why aren't you thinking that? What is this little cult that you guys have going on here that you think the Earth is flat? Like that, to them, they're standing on truth. So when they're looking at you, they're like, you guys, what is this, some kind of religious movement? Like, what is this? So they don't know. And then when they actually start to hear about it, right? And because even in the beginning of the movement, the way they were putting us, they would always come in here and say, so how many of you guys are religious? Like they would ask that question alongside them asking other questions about the shape of the Earth. Has no relation to it, but obviously was something to them. And so it was to them kind of wondering, why are religious people in this ideology, right? And so you kind of get into that with them. It's like, yeah, but many different religions are part of it. So it was written in many holy texts, not just the Christian Bible. So there was many other texts that it was spoken of that people can relate to, like the Quran and the other texts that have been out there. But there's other texts actually correspond with what we're saying. And not only that, ancient cultures do as well. Like we got a lot more behind us than you do, where you start to say, well, what does the globe have? Honestly. Well, we got predictions. So there were predictions being done by the solar cycle a long time ago. People were looking up at the night sky and they saw these defined patterns. They already had that. Globe not needed, right? So we have all of that. So what are you really left with when it comes to like, what did the globe bring to the table? What did they have to offer? Nothing. They have a story. It's lore, and people love the lore because at some point we're going to be like Star Trek in a Starship Enterprise, roaming around the stars and going beyond where no man has gone before, whatever, right? And that's fantastic, and that's a great idea, right? When then you stop to think about it, what does it take to become an astronaut? Well, the right stuff is you're going to have to drink your own urine and eat your own feces. And on top of that, you'd be sleeping in a place where it feels like you're in a buoyancy chamber, where you like those guys hallucinate after so many amount of time of being in there. Imagine trying to go to sleep in an environment like that, where you never feel the pressure of the rest of your pillow on your bed. Imagine just floating and floating and floating. You'd go insane. It would drive somebody mad. Your vestibular system will be totally out of whack. And that's what it used on this earth. Like, no, if you're sideways, if you're up. And imagine if that thing was all disoriented all the time. Like the vomit comet, Imagine if you were going like on a roller coaster ride, and the experience that you have, like going over that hump of the roller coaster, and that feeling you feel in your stomach, the butterflies. Imagine having that all the time. That's fun, huh? So that's the right stuff right there. Being somebody that has the ability to endure all of that, no, thank you, right? And that's just not to mention the other ideas of trying to roam around the stars. Like these, they don't make it sound wonderful, like everybody's signing up for it, but the lore does. The lore makes it sound amazing, because our minds are riddled with like how fantastic it would be to be somebody who's partaking in that. Because you see, what are those movies that show you like how cool it would be if you travel along the stars and then colonize a planet, and it's all just, they gas you up with this information. You do, and you're so giddy about it. You just want to become a part of a fanboy or fangirl of this lore, and that's all it is. Because when it comes down to it, they don't have anything in known reality to compare it to. There isn't anything. So there isn't anything other than what we know in reality and known existence in our realm. This is all we have, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. There isn't anything more out there, except for the idea, right? The lore that it is that they put in your head. And that's the truth. That's all there is to it. Like, we don't have what they're claiming that they are telling you we have, None of that exists. So it exists in your mind, however, but not in reality.
Yeah, they ain't going nowhere. There's no rocket ship. There's no colony ship. Like they're like Bill Nye. There's no place to go.
Where
you cannot leave the Earth. Even your imagination can't leave. Like earlier today, today's the 50th anniversary of Apollo 17. Globalists won't even take the day to reflect on that. The real hardcore anti-flat earther, they're going to spiral today anyway. They won't think about like Pearl Harbor. They won't think about the end of manned spaceflight 50 years ago. None of it. They're just going to trigger again. So they can't even take their imagination out there. How's they going to get their body out there?
Could you think about the idea of Mars? Right? Go ahead. Somebody.
You were saying about exploring space and being pioneers and stuff. They have these fantasies of these fantastical journeys that they think they would likely do, but I guarantee you they wouldn't even explore terrains on the Earth, right? Like, none of these people would go to Antarctica and trek through it to discover the true nature of the Earth or anything.
I was just going to go there, man. Yeah, that's it. Dude, I was saying, okay, think about this. They want to colonize Mars, right? They want this idea, right? This fantasy. They want to do all of these things. And it's like, man, what have you done for the Earth? Okay, so you're saying that the Earth is a shit show, and you want to go make Mars a shit show now. So what are you doing? Because guess what? I know what people haven't looked into is that the supposed astronauts that went to the moon, guess what they left on the moon? Dookie, vomit, urine. They left it all on the moon. Thank you very much. 96 bags of trash are sitting there, according to the story. So, okay, let's go and trash the planet Mars now, right? So the idea is to wherever we go, we're just going to go ahead and prop our feet up and just like make it as bad as we can everywhere we go. So, yeah, even if that was the case, the lore about it, it's not like these fun and game things, right? It's like, okay, so on top of drinking urine, eating feces, and like it's bad as it sounds, right? But to get to somewhere, you're gonna have to do what it takes, right? You get the right stuff, you're gonna do what it takes. So you reach that place, and then that place doesn't want you. It's a harsh environment. You have to build something to live inside of. Of course, it's gonna be a dome. What else can it be? So you have to build a dome bio environment for your whatever to grow. And then the life support systems, you may or may not have them. They might work, they might not. You could die. And so it's like nothing about it sounds appealing. You're going to struggle to live. And my friends, this place is adapted so that you can do such a thing as live on this place. And so like all you have to do here is make things better right here. Don't have to go to somewhere else once man, this place is being trashed. We got to get off this rock. Like,
To whom standards? Who said that? Why are we trying to leave this place? Doesn't this place have everything that we need to survive? Like, it's so beautiful. Like, I think what happens is they got your mind so set on looking up at the stars and think you're going to live amongst them instead of like trying to make the best place possible here. And you know what I'm saying? Advancing in things here. Why is the focus so shifted? Because if they got your mind up there in the clouds, they're going to fiddle around in here and just say, don't worry about it. It's all going to hell in the handbasket anyways. You don't, this place,
Dude, listen to, and if they,
your point, looking to become more material things. So I think we got to go elsewhere to get it.
I don't know if I was breaking up.
He came in a little broken, but I think Adam said that there's enough resources here that trying to go out there and get anything, even if it's true, it's just not possible. Because it'd be cheaper to always do it like right here instead of out there. Is that where you're going with, Adam?
Yeah, dude.
I said it was it's a materialistic viewpoint. Instead of searching within yourself to find more, they want to go elsewhere to find more.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. Mentally,
yeah,
not
dude.
physically.
Check this out. The metaverse might be the only place where Mars actually quote unquote exists, and by the point where they're like, yeah, we're gonna take you to Mars. Sorry, there was a fire alarm here, but we're good. They're testing it. Anyway, we're gonna take you to Mars, but they plug you into a chair and you think you're in a spaceship. You know, you do a little Total Recall thing, and you know what I mean. They plug you into the reality that seems to be Mars, whereas because they can't go to Mars, right? So they got to keep you here. So Mars is going to be here, whether it's in your mind, the metaverse, deep underground. I don't know, man. But yeah, I just wonder what they're going to tell people they're taking them. Or I'm sorry, I wonder where they're really going to take them when they tell them they're taking them to Mars.
Hey, check this out. I got to share this here. So earlier I was going on about globalist mods over there on Tartaria. I got a message from somebody who just told me Ed Freeze is a moderator there.
Oh, he's a pile of shit person.
I know. I was like, you're bullshitting. Then they sent me a screenshot, and sure enough, wow. Ed Freeze is a moderator. He's moderating Flat Earthers. Think about that.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to advocate, but I will say that whatever that server is being used for, it's useful for that function. But like I said, if you want to, because people will go there. I mean, Crit, that's just the nature of the beast. People will go there and they will have a discussion, and that's what will happen. Obviously,
they'll go there to clown on Flat Earthers when they got a bunch of globalist moderators who shut your mic off halfway through a thought. And they can't even tell you why they muted you. They just muted you because, whatever. And then the Flat Earth moderators won't do anything about it. They'll just bend over and cuck.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say just to the credit of anybody that's in that server or whatever. Yeah, I would just say
I get it. You're trying to be diplomatic, but would you go there?
No.
Okay.
Well, listen. I went there because I had a few friends that were in there, but I'm not in there for the reason, let's go fight Craig, the Flat Earth guy. I don't care for that, dude. Like to be honest, I already know what he's all about. I know what Dave Farina is all about. Ed Freeze, all these guys, Big Fokker, everyone, all those guys. I know what they're all about. They don't want to be helped. They want to make a mockery of Flat Earth. So they're making it a mission. They're not just your average Joe who's gassed up by their peers to come in here and poke fun at Flat Earth. That's not these guys. Oh no. These guys are on another level. Their mission every morning they wake up in the morning is to make a fool out of you in the best way they can possible. And if you allow them the opportunity, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. So if you're in their playground, all my friends, you're just like, they're just gonna. What did you say? Okay, shut up. You're muted. That's what they want, just to mock you. They don't want to hear intellectual discussion. It's not what they're about. But you can, if you go there,
get your reps in.
Get your reps in.
Get some reps in, bro. It's fun over there because, at least for me, because it's like. I can go there and get some anger out at the trolls, And then, that's what they're there for. So we play a game together, right? You go over there and play a game with the trolls, and that's fine. As long as you don't take it personally, just have fun, and then it's fine, because you know what? They're not going to take it personally. They came here to make it personal for you because it's fun for them to do that. So just go play a little bit of game, go volley back and forth, and then come back to the real conversation where we're sitting now.
Yeah, this is intellectual discussion.
It's like a Call of Duty lobby, huh?
Listen, we always...
It's like a Call of Duty lobby over there.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
What we do here, whenever we get into a speculation topic, we'll always preface it. And it's important that we preface the conversation with that. Guys, this is a speculation topic or thing that we're in. To always make it sure and known that when we're speaking about anything that's speculation, it's not going to adhere to what we are saying the Earth actually is. This is more like what I think it is and it can be. So it's always going to be prefaced that way, but it's always going to be known to the audience. The audience isn't going to be kind of like, whoa, that's weird. Why is Flat Earther saying that? But we're saying that because, hey, we can speculate too. What is the moon? Well, this is what it looks like to me. What it actually is, who knows, right? Nobody knows. So, people can have those thoughts. It's healthy, right? But it's also not healthy to think that's all it is. What your speculation is. That's what's not healthy. So, but your beliefs are your beliefs. I don't know what you think beyond what you can in this realm, what the Earth is. But it's interesting to hear what you might have to think about it. But it's not like essential, for a critical thinker. It's just that's what you carry as a belief. So what? It's not shouldn't trigger people. Although, like thinking the Earth outside of it being what we see it to be, like maybe in a bowl or, who knows? There's many more thoughts outside of your perception, I would say.
I wanted to say one more thing about that materialistic viewpoint about going to other planets and searching for fulfillment and contentment. I guarantee if you ask a Buddhist monk or a shaman or someone spiritually enlightened, if they wanted to go to another planet and suffer, they would definitely tell you they were just fine right where they were at. Like I said, you can search within yourself to find that stuff. You don't have to trek across the supposed universe.
Yeah, but that's not what is being known to us today. Today we're on a clock. We got 12 years or less now? Probably a couple years ago there was 12 years. We don't know how many years do we got. There's like a doomsday clock going on right now, and we got X amount of time before the planet like implodes or explodes or whatever like is going to. Or we're gonna run out of stuff, guys. We're running out of stuff. If we don't turn back, and you hear this kind of like this ominous kind of warning from these guys, like, guys, man, what are we doing to the planet? We're destroying it. Like, my goodness, we only got 10 more years left. That's all. That's it. And it's like, why, dudes? Why are you putting this doom and gloom on us when we go outside? Everybody, it's about the people, right? Who are making things bad for themselves? The people. Why? Because they are corrupt. The people are corrupt. They want to do what they want to do. They want to eat what they want to eat. It's like they want to follow things that they want to follow. So why don't you make the things that you're talking about right now different for the person so they have something better to look to? I mean, if that's the case, if it's bad now, then give them an alternative. Give them something else to think about. I don't know. It's just this, and that's what it is, right? It's all doom and gloom. Killer asteroids are going to hit Earth, and thank goodness we got DART mission that's going to send a probe out there to divert the asteroid. It's like all these near-death scenarios with like cataclysmic events that are going to take place in our future. It's like doom and gloom with the globe. Every which way you go, it's a dying rock. We got to figure a way to get off of this planet. So we got to colonize Mars. We got to do it, guys. It's what it is.
Yeah, we gotta mine those asteroids so we can buy $300 pairs of Nikes and shit, man. Like I said, the materialism side of it just is creating the corruption. And yeah, you're right, man. Those movies, I can't remember which ones, but like every 2 minutes there's some type of catastrophe that they're trying to avoid. And, you're on the edge of your seat for 2 hours with all the things that could go wrong in space.
Yeah, and then signing up for the mission to be on that, it's like, yeah, maybe no. It's like you see every instance or every scenario about space travel, it being perilous, and it's like, well, we're moving forward in advancement, and so the best thing to do is now that we trash this place because it's like it's a dying rock, we're exhausting all the resources. All right, well, just like a locust, once you consume everything here, let's go and do that over there so that we can start for a fresh, a brand new planet, brand new everything. Let's go, destroy that place. And then let's see how many other, so the idea behind us going from place to place is so that we can just destroy every place we've been. It's like you feel like one of those punk rockers back in the 80s would go in a hotel and just like trash it. Like, 'cause that's all we're good for. It's like, why aren't we good for repairing the place where we're at? How come we can't bring these ideas? Like, why is it always got to be like we're beyond redeemable? Let's take the beyond redeemables and go colonize somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Like the thought behind it. Like, do you guys actually hear what you're saying when you're trying to tell us that?
Maybe they sell it as a new beginning, a chance for us to become better if we start anew. But we all see the dark undertones of that, which is exactly what you're saying. We hear that and we see that pretty picture, but the other side of our mind is telling us like, man, that's going to be a shit show again.
Yeah, listen. You're taking the same irredeemable people, the ones who don't know how to treat a planet the right way, and sitting them on another one. It's like, okay, guys. Okay, now that we're on the new planet, everybody play nice. Right? Like they're talking like no one's gonna give a care if they don't care here. What makes you think they're gonna care over there? They're gonna be like, yeah, shut up. Like let's beer cans everywhere. Like who? No one. That's the problem. You're not fixing the problem. You're just putting a band-aid on it. If that's the idea, traveling to another planet, colonizing it, it's stupid. Oh, and the ones that go there are the ones that really want to make it work. They're just like, they're against all odds. They're going to make life happen. Okay, once they made it all life happen, everything, and then you send the irredeemable ones to go live there, then like, hey, thanks for the place, man. Honey, where's my beer? Like, they're not going to care. So you did all that hard work. You labored. You built a sustainable ecosystem. Now people can live on Mars. But the ones that live there, they're not living in an enlightened scenario here. It's the same type of human that you're just bringing onto a new place. So it doesn't matter where you take the people. It's the people that are actually responsible for the place that they're in. So if they're not being responsible here, what makes you think they're going to be responsible over there? And it doesn't matter if they're a scientist or somebody who's further in education. They're still a dirty, rotten human going to another place. It doesn't matter what. Well, he's a professor. Who cares, man? He has his dirty socks everywhere and his dirty underwear. He doesn't care. So that's the thing. Like, they don't.
And who knows what type of people? Sorry.
They don't think about the psychology behind
people they would be after that journey. Sorry to cut you off. No. I just want to say, think about what type of people they would be. Suffering means of travel in the conditions you said, which I believe you would.
You robot real bad for everybody.
And all right.
Hey, you're roboting at him.
That sucks, man. Should I repeat it, or y'all just carry on?
I'd like to hear it. I don't know what you said something relevant.
I said, like you were saying, by the travel. Think about what type of people they would be by the time they got there.
Yeah.
After going batshit crazy from the conditions that you described, right? Like they wouldn't be the same people, even if they left here.
You're breaking up.
It would be terrible.
Yeah, but
I get what you're saying. Are you guys talking about like if people were to travel a long time and then use a bunch of limited resources to get there?
No, not only that, man. Like, yeah, but exactly what you're saying. Either.
Remember that rat utopia experiment? That would happen to humans.
Well, just think about it, man. Because the psychology behind it is far beyond the measure of human limits. So limits like on what you can sustain as far as like before you go batshit crazy.
Like you would be way beyond those limits by the time you'd reach the planet and then start to colonize it. You'd be going berserk by the time you're on the way over there. So forget like this whole idea, like everybody, because they what's the word I'm looking for? What do they do in the movies? They try to make it sound like in every scenario, there's a cataclysmic event's going to happen to Earth, and the protagonists are we're saving the Earth, man. Get on this ship. This is the Ark. We're going somewhere, and so the idea is we're going to be traveling somewhere together. What do they usually do? They take all the paintings and they take all the good stuff, and we only want the scientists, and we only want the ones who are contributing to society, which are the ones engineers and the builders, and all the rest of the common folk. Sorry about your luck, kind of thing. And so, and so they're taking the most precious, valuable things, and that's how the world views it as, right? And so they're taking the most precious, valuable things on a ship and go and supplant them on another place. And once they do that, oh man, we got a utopian society, because guess what? Everybody's going to be appreciative. They're going to be like, now we're on this new rock. It's time to rebuild. It's time to... but I guarantee you that whole fantasy of how they're making it sound is nothing to what the mainstream rhetoric is telling you. They're like, man, guess what? There might be space travel, but even if that was the case, it would be hard to do. And you know what? Like, it might come down to where you're gonna have to eat your own feces, guys. Like, it's just you're gonna have to do what it takes to survive. Like, and so they don't beautify it, and they're kind of proud in that they're not doing that, because they're selling it as like, this is a tough thing to do, man. If you're gonna do this, you gotta be one who really digs their heels in and it's, goes to work. So I mean, it's all of that, right? And thinking about how difficult it would be just to get there. But once you're there, there ain't no coming back, my friends. There isn't like, okay, we don't like it here, let's go back home. No, you're stuck there. You got to make it work. So now you're going to have to be in a place that doesn't want you. And the life support systems are the only thing that's going to keep you alive, because that place doesn't have the same things that this place does, which is you can't walk outside your door and just take a deep breath. It's not going to happen over there. You got a lot of other different things to fight against. So on the fact that life support systems are all that's keeping you alive, you know what I mean? The way they kind of like put this whole story and how it really is, it's miserable. So you're going to be in misery the whole time. And now keeping a human mind in that state, just on the psychology aspect alone, I'm not going about if it's possible or not possible, but just putting the mind to that rigorous gauntlet of like how it's supposed to react and act during this whole entire debacle is going to put so much stress on a human that their mind, even if they were a sane person, will become insane, because it's too much to bear, and they don't have another a way to kind of reset and refocus. You won't have that. Well, there isn't like, if you're everywhere you go and you run out of food, you're starting to run out of oxygen, the mind will start to spiral. It's just like it's running out of its existence. So it will start to like go into defense mode. It will start to fend for itself. And so these things, like psychology behind it, doesn't get really talked about because they fantasize it to everyone. Oh, it would be beautiful. We'd have colonies, and you can have your own biodome. Imagine all the plants you can grow. Like, and they try to make it sound so appealing to people, but the psychology behind it, really, it's terrible. It's like it's like something of a nightmare. Like, you wouldn't want that to be the case. And so it's like the idea that, like, well, billionaires will be traveling to Mars, and no, they won't. They wouldn't want to sign up for some crap like that. I mean, if anything, they just want to go down with the ship here. Why would they go travel and die out somewhere else? Where we're struggling to live, and their psyche could be something at risk too. That hasn't been talked about a lot as far as the aspect of these guys' fantasy in here.
What's crazy about all that is that Hollywood actually does do a good job of portraying it just like that. One of my old favorite movies, I think it was called Event Horizon, where Tommy Lee Jones goes crazy on the ship, starts killing everybody, right? It's a horror flick. And what you're describing is horror. And one thing that's never jived with me is that they say it's a one-way trip to Mars. You can't come back. And, like, that's under the pretense that they're going to stop making advancements on the Earth. and nobody's going to figure out how to fly up there in 15 years or 10 years, hopefully, and come and get me if I was to go. Like, what, Moore's law alone should propel the technology to that point.
Well,
like, I don't think it's a one-way trip if unless something terrible happens down here.
Well, think about it like this: like
speaking figuratively, you know.
On the way over there, things could happen, right? So there's a lot of gambling, there's a lot of rolling the dice, heading over there, right? According to the red, I'm just going based on where. So there's a lot of things that could go wrong, right? Because you're dependent on a lot of the systems that keep people alive just to get there. On the fact that it's still a long way, so it's not like just across the street. It's a struggle just to get there, right? However you get there. So you manage to finally get there. Now, once you're there, the idea to get back, if you needed, okay, we didn't like it here. We spent like a month, 2 months, 3 months, a year, half a year, whatever, and it's just not working. Let's get on the ship and let's go back. Well, you don't have the resources that you did on Earth on another place like that. So they don't have the same things that you would to build and repair, and much less they don't have it here. How are they going to have it somewhere where it's void of that? So the kind of things that they would need, right, is to kind of like reset, refuel, kind of like build back up the things they need so that they can make another travel. But like if they make a successful, trip there, like the idea, the psychology behind it is what I'm talking about. And like the whole idea is nonsensical anyway. But just the psychology behind it is like everybody would be under so much stress at all times. There wouldn't be a time for the mind to like, okay, I put my hard work in, my 10 hours. I'm just going to go ahead and relax and kind of just meditate. That isn't going to happen for the mind. It's always going to be on edge all the time. And there can be only so much that a mind can actually take after that to where a person just starts going crazy. Like this not
all for the rest of your life.
You know you're heading for an inevitable death. But go ahead. That's it.
This is the psychology. I would go about the psychology because it's important. I don't think that really. It's the idea of it can it be possible or not is usually what they come in here and talk about. I'm more of like, yeah, but what is that going to put the mind under? Because like I already said, you're taking the people from Earth, the same ones that just trashed this planet, and you're going to go take them. Okay, guys, get on the boat, get on the ship. Let's go travel to another place. And then they're just like, thanks, bud. And then, based upon the smarter scientists, the ones who really want to make it work, once they get you there and they set everything up and you bring the degenerates that are going to go live there, they're going to be like, hey, let's party. Like they're not going to care. What are you doing? Like, you're just making another place they're going to trash? Because, I mean, obviously the moon landing people, they already trashed the moon. They left their bags of vomit, poop, and urine there. They admittedly said that. So they're trashing places already, according to them. They're doing it. They already did it to the moon. They're going to keep trashing it. So, like, getting away from the fact that they're going to keep trashing.
That's how Amish people see us. They see us as those people.
I emphasize that point more because they like to talk about how fantastical it would be to do such a thing. I'm like, you guys are... You talk about the people here, the ones who you're claiming are destroying Earth, and the ones whom you would probably say, like Thanos, it's better if we just get rid of 50%, so the other 50% can have a better life. That's exactly how you would probably think, because you think getting off this place and going to another one would be better. So for you, snapping your fingers and getting rid of 50% of the people, everybody could kick their feet up and live a nice, comfy life because you got 50% of less people polluting and eating and doing all these other things. So to you, that would make sense. These guys are just like Thanos, man. They want to snap their fingers and get rid of 50% of the people if they could. So just like the elitists, right? The agendas that get pushed on us are to get rid of us. They want you to have bad health. They want you to have bad mental health. And they want you to have bad spirituality. So you're not connected to the earth. Mind, body, and soul. They want to destroy all three so that you don't have any chance in hell to come back and live a good life here on earth and thrive. And the foundation for flat earth is so that you can get connected right back into where you were supposed to be in the first place with good mind, good intellect, right? To understand you have good common sense. You can be a critical thinker. body. You understand nutrition. You know what the body needs, right? You know exactly how to go about like giving it what it needs to sustain itself at the most efficient.
I say you fight back every day in every way you can as a whole. Spit in their face.
Yeah, with
Do it.
spirituality,
Body and spirit, all of it. Do it. You know, push it right back against the system like that every day, every chance you get.
yeah, and with spirituality,
That's how you catch a vibe right there.
with spirituality, man, check it out. You get connected back to the earth because you understand everything is here is meant for you. You're the reason. Like it seems like everything revolves. The people here that they live on this earth, the food they eat, the experiences that they have. We talk about the sixth sense, which is the spirit, like being able to feel like empathy and love and all these things. Like that is something that is immeasurable. You can't use something to kind of get a metric on it. But like the same time, you go through life and you get the most out of it when you're mostly connected and understanding that this is precious, this place we are. And like so, it doesn't take the fact that like you're living on an infinite number of universes and worlds and exoplanets and all that other garbage. It's like this place is special because there isn't anything like that around. So there should be the actual value put on this place and not on rocket ships going to Narnia. Like, and that's the thing behind what we're talking about here. It's a reality.
Miggy, I want to say something. What's up?
What's up, bro?
Yeah, I just want to say something about this because the Mars thing is just it's just ridiculous. All right. Oh, the idea is we got to leave for Mars because, like you were saying, because we trashed Earth.
Yeah.
So we're going to terraform Mars and go there. Well, why wouldn't we just terraform Earth? Right? If we can change the entire environment of Mars, why can't we change the entire environment here?
Exactly.
Why would you go anywhere? The whole idea is just so stupid on its face. It's just dumb.
I wish I could be a speaker on one of those panels, man, because I think because of the fact, though, like they fantasize space travel and what is it, the sayings that people have. There's even movie lines that have like these little quotes where people are like, dude, that's so deep. Like when somebody's like, well, why do we go to the moon? Because we choose to go to the moon because it's not easy, it's hard. Like famous guy that said that. But
one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Took like a team of PR people to make that line.
Exactly.
Fantasize destroying the Earth too. They want it destroyed.
Yeah, they want to get rid of 50% of the population. Like freaking. Okay, so you know what? That movie had a little bit of truth in it because everybody that wants to snap their fingers and make the world a better place, they could do it by getting rid of half of the people, so that the other half can enjoy life to its fullest.
Thanos snaps his fingers and the audience goes wild, clapping their hands. Yay, Thanos!
Yeah, exactly, dude. I'm telling you, like the mentality behind it is that if they could, they would. And so the elitists are like, guys, we're helping you out, like take the helping hand. Know that we're preventing more babies by doing the Planned Parenthood thingy. Now, I won't go too far into that. Like there's so many agendas that are pushed on you right now, my friend. And so depopulation is a great agenda to get that done.
It's already happening. It's happening now.
Listen, that's the Thanos. That's the Thanos snap right there. The Thanos snap is.
Hold on, Megan. What Indio said should be all that you got to say. But there's so many people with so many papers in front of them, so many people paid to fight against everything, that we should be standing for. And they have to do their little job, right? That's what we're up against, man. It's the system.
By definition, selfish people are autistic. Look up the etymology of the word autism. Look it up. By definition, selfish people, all of them, are autistic.
And Miggy, this whole thing about outer space, it's the perfect money laundering system. It's the perfect death system. It's the perfect control system because you can't have global warming without a globe. And it's the perfect way to kill God, perfect way to kill Genesis 1. So they accomplish 4 things easily by telling young people, by lying to young people in first grade that they can go to outer space someday if they just dream and imagine it enough. It's the perfect system to destroy the human soul.
Well, you know what? They even fantasize it when you're a kid, don't they? Because I tell you what, when you ask a kid, hey, what do you want to be when you grow up? They say, I want to be a fireman. I want to be a policeman. I want to be an astronaut. Like they say those things when you're a kid. Why do they say that when they're kids? Because that's what the fantasy that they're sold. When they're kids, they're told that these things are things to aspire to be. You want to aspire to be someone who goes beyond where no man has gone before, and that kind of thing. So people, whoa, like that's awesome. I want to be that.
Work for the government. What the hell's wrong with you kids?
in the early 1970s, when Andy Griffith, Mayberry RFD, went color, they went color, and Barney Fife left, and they brought a new sheriff in. They had Opie getting a job at a grocery store, and they had Andy Taylor and the barber guy Floyd and Goober sitting down and going, well, Andy, you must be very proud of your boy. He might be an astronaut someday. I hear that's a really big thing now. You wanting to become an astronaut. This was like 1970, 1971 on the Andy Griffith Show, pushing the outer space monkey religion on us.
Yeah, there was a big push, man. The propaganda in the media. So like David Bowie and his what is it called? A song he made, Major Tom or whatever it is. What is it? Space something or other. That came out the same year as Apollo.
Ground Control to Major Tom?
Yeah, that one. Came out the same year as Apollo. It came out in like July. So like it wasn't just like, oh, we're going to the moon. It was in the media and in music and art and TVs and magazines and everywhere. It was a massive media campaign.
That 2001 Odyssey, and everybody's like, how did they take the moon landing? Dude, 2001: A Space Odyssey came out the year before.
The publicity campaign was so prolific that they even sent Buzz Aldrin and the other astronauts to Iceland to convince our people, like our government. We took pictures of them, we showed them in our papers, and like our country felt like we're also helping NASA and them and America getting to the moon. So like it was a really big operation that like you wouldn't really need if you're just trying to prove it or just trying to do it for your own country.
I gotta head out, bros. I'll talk to y'all later. Peace out. Stay blessed. Watch out for zombies.
Yeah, and they also had like some sort of tour bus. I don't know if it was before. I can't remember if it was before or after. But like they had like an Apollo NASA tour bus that went around the United States, and it had like a fake Apollo lander and just a bunch of other crap with it. Like it's crazy what they did. It is just insane. And who paid for all that?
The American taxpayer is my guess.
Yeah, who pays for it now is you have the taxpayers and you have printed money because they can print whatever they want to. The sad thing about I was in the Trump cult for 51 months, and nobody and people who are still in the Trump cult don't care that during his 4 years in office, the puppet, the clown, that the federal debt went from 20 trillion to 27 trillion in 4 years, and he was supposed to be a conservative. And in 4 years, $7 trillion. You got to borrow it or you got to print it. And so their side has all the printed money, taxpayer money on the side, and we have Discord and maybe and a few people on YouTube doing their thing and some memes. And so we are outgunned. It's not even funny how much we're outgunned, but it's nice to know that there are people like you and other people that are out there who actually know what's going down.
the idea that they could fake the moon landings with video is just because if you look at it, it's so bad. Like, what do you mean they can't fake this? Like, are you kidding me?
Hey, India, what year that whatever you said NASA was doing some kind of tour across the country? What year was that?
Yeah, it was like, I don't know if it was right after Apollo or right before. I'm talking about Apollo 11.
Oh, because this is back in the 70s. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it was a long. I mean, Apollo is a bunch of missions, so it's like it you know, it's extended. It's not like it only happened in 1 year.
Weird. That's like how you produce a movie. That's the exact same type of marketing campaign like movies.
I have a book about it here somewhere. I'd have to find it. I've shown people pictures. So they got all sort like the quote unquote the books about how Apollo was made for TV, how our entire thing was made for TV. And it's not even a conspiracy theory book. It's just like a regular book of people that believe people went to the moon, but they went out and they made a book about how it was marketed.
Wow. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's hilarious or not.
Well, you know, the whole thing about propaganda is that you get them young, you repeat the lie often, and you ridicule the opposition. I don't know how many people here have had family members tell them to get off the echo chamber of social media. I've had my youngest daughter tell me to get off the echo chamber. I've had a brother-in-law who's also taken the 4 jabby jabs to get off the internet. But they don't realize something. They've been in the echo chamber since age 5. They've been in the echo chamber since they first went to school, if not sooner. They don't understand that we've opened our minds and that we're no longer going to be part of the echo chamber that we've been in since age 5. And they don't know that. They don't know that. They don't realize it. It's really sickening. And I just don't know what to do about it. You just can't. You just got to move on and try to talk to other people and plant seeds and move on.
Anyone who got, poked 4 times and is saying other people are in an echo chamber is delusional.
That's outrageous.
Like, where did he? The thing is, okay, so what possessed him to go get 4 jabs? Did he just come up with the idea on his own? Of course not, right? He was in an echo chamber, and that echo chamber was beating at him, and he was like, I can't take it anymore. I just got to get my jabs.
If you talk to people who are on social media pushing this outer space monkey religion, outer space and all that stuff, if you actually get them to admit what they do outside their life and what their belief system is, they are right down the road with the narrative of the TV. They've been told if they're 50 or if they're under 50, 3 times. If they're over 50, 4 times in the United States. And they will tell you that they've done it because they've been told to do it. They don't know why, but they've been told to do it. So these people read from the people that we talk to on social media. They have a script. They are told that they cannot give in on Southern Star Trails. They cannot give in on sunsets, and they cannot give on the moon. They cannot give in. Even if we present an excellent presentation on those 3 things, they are told, do not ever give in to a flurf or to a flat earther. Do not. It's blasphemy if they do. So you can win an argument on those 3 things, but they'll never tell you, because to concede to a flat earther is blasphemy to these globe people on social media. It's so obvious.
They won't concede anything. They won't even concede when you can prove out of their own textbook that they're factually wrong. They still won't concede. They'll just start insulting you.
Well,
it's crazy, man. It's craziness. Say something like, I don't know. What did Vogler say? That's dumb. That they're always wrong about.
The Glober will tell you that in the vacuum of outer space, 10 to the negative 17 torr, that their rockets can push off of nothing. That's what they tell you. It is the most ludicrous thing that something inside the rocket pushes
got to open mic.
inside the rocket, and they can propel themselves into outer space. The rocket can push off of itself in the vacuum of outer space. It is the most ludicrous violation of Newton's third law of motion, and they can't admit it, because if they did, they can't go to outer space.
Oh, there's a lot of things
Yeah,
they can't admit.
I was going to say earlier that that's what's there's this red-haired female scientist, quote unquote, on YouTube.
Is that Michelle Fowler?
No, I think she's Dutch or something. I'm not sure. But
talking about
Becky,
right?
Like, you know what? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. And she does the best job that I've seen of, if like I had to put myself back in the mental state of, before I was into politics or anything. And I realized if I'd have listened to her, she coaxed me into believing that I don't even have to listen to flat earthers by telling me that, like, because she's not trying to say, oh, they're nasty, they're vile. So she's appealing to this warm, fuzzy, they're not non-scientific. It's just, somewhere along the line they got lost. And this is why we need to do better with our scientific language to educate them. So a reasonable person would go,
We need to educate them better. We should start putting them in camps, and then because that's what she's really saying, right? Oh, they're not buying what we're selling, so we need to do a better job at educating them. No, we know what you're saying. It's not that we don't comprehend. We understand exactly what you're saying. What you're saying is a bunch of BS.
Yeah, and do they know that or not? Can't tell. Fucking good.
Because that's what they try to pretend, like we just don't comprehend what they're saying, or we don't understand. No, we understand perfectly well.
Here's the next thing they're backing off of now, because we're on to them.
Oh, hold on, Waterworld.
Go ahead.
You know who Mick West is?
Nick West? I know.
Yeah. He's like a debunker. He's like a chemtrail debunker, flat earth debunker. Debunks everything. He's been on Joe Rogan. He came on here one time. He came in this live stream. We got a recording. He's internet famous, let's put it that way. And we asked him, because he was, just saying so much stuff, but like on your point, we asked him, is there anything the government says that you don't believe? He couldn't even say like one thing. Yeah, all he could say was, sure, the government lies. But he couldn't name one specific example, because he'd have to go out there, right? And then he would get ridiculed by the team, right? He'd be off the team, because the team says everything that comes out on a government press release is the absolute 100% truth. And if he contradicts any official narrative, then he's off the team. So he can say generally that the government lies, but when you ask for a specific example, he can't do that.
Right. No one does that. Usually when people say the government lies, they're okay with saying that, because the inundation of the media has allowed them to think in this skewed way where when they say government, what they mean is the other side. It's never the government structure itself that anyone's ever, well, not ever, we're challenging it, but that's the thing. No one in here who we asked that question to has actually given any conspiracy that wasn't, already accepted in the mainstream. Like, they've never done it, ever, as far as I know.
Well, when they say the government lies, they're thinking George Bush said no new taxes, and then he raised taxes.
Yeah,
that's what they're thinking of. Yeah.
I remember that. I remember watching the Republican National. This is how old I am. I remember watching the Republican National Convention in 1988, and George Bush was the second coming of Ronald Reagan, and he had to prove himself that he was. So he got up there and go, read my lips, none new taxes. And I was sitting in Rockford, Illinois in October of 1990. And Bush was there, and he was saying, well, we have to compromise with the Democrats because we need to, get this budget passed. So we're going to have to increase taxes. And I'm going, and I voted for this clown, and I voted for every clown until 2020, and I didn't vote for clowns in 2020. And I was raised that Republicans good, righteous, and Democrats bad, evil, and they're all evil. They're all bad. And if anybody votes today, they're a fool. And we just move on from there.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie Killing Him Softly with Brad Pitt?
Yeah, I think so.
So, like, the last scene, he said, he's like trying to screw the guy. The guy's a hitman. He's trying to pay him less money. And Obama's like giving a speech on the TV, and this guy that's trying to screw him is like, we're all in this together, blah, 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 blah. And Brad Pitt's like, no, we're not. America's a fucking business. Pay me my fucking money. That's all it is. It's a business. And the people that are politicians, they're not out there for the public good. They're there to make some corporate entity or even an individual person more wealthy by turning the dials of government and unleveling the playing field in their favor. That's all it is. That's all the government is. It's just a way to frickin' suck resources or give people unfair competitive advantages over everybody else. It's the only purpose.
It was never, ever we the people. It was we, the white guys that are sitting inside this hall in Philadelphia, and our future generations. Our kids, or our grandkids.
Independence Hall. Do you know? You know who owned Independence Hall?
Oh, I don't know. You know. Go ahead.
King George.
Oh, King George. Okay, makes sense.
He owned Independence Hall while they were in it, debating the Constitution.
Isn't that hilarious? And it's just fascinating that as we the white guys, the black man didn't get a chance to vote in federal elections till 1870. Then they gave us 1875. They gave us the red shirts, which was a paramilitary group of white guys to keep the black person down, and that morphed into the KKK, and that morphed into Planned Parenthood with Margaret Sanger and Bill Gates the first. And then that morphed into women getting the chance to vote in 1920, 140 freaking years after We the People were signed. It's just the most ludicrous. I tell you what, if you ever think that America was ever great since 1776, and you come and say it in front of me on social media or in person, you're going to get it in the face intellectually back at you. That is the biggest amount of crap that America was ever great. That America was never great. America was formed for white guys to get rich. You have 725 billionaires in the United States of America. 7 or 9 of them, depending on what you read, are black. 2 of them are in business. The rest are in entertainment. So white guys say, you entertain me, black person, and I'll make you rich. You have 1% of the American population, of the American billionaires that are black. 2 are in business. The rest entertain whitey. Prove me wrong. You come back at me that America was ever great, and you're going to hear an earful from me, because that's the biggest psyop in the history of the world. America the Great. That's a bunch of baloney.
Even when billionaires try to deal on our side, like Byron Allen, you have all these fake politicians coming out to go against a person who's actually trying to fight for something as a billionaire. Like, you can't win no matter what you do.
Well, no billionaires on our side. I'm sorry.
No, you can't become a billionaire unless you sell your product to the government. It's impossible. There isn't enough revenue from the general population in retail to make $1 billion. You have to, in some capacity, sell to the government in some way.
Yeah, Byron Allen, he owns the Weather Channel, and he does you know,
It-
various
it-
things.
if
I
you
don't know.
made if you made if you made $5,000 a day since supposedly Christopher Columbus came to America in 1492, which I don't believe he did, but if you made $5,000 a day since in the last 500 years, that would still not make $1 billion.
Yeah, and we're approaching a trillionaire, which is $1 million. So you can hit a $1 million lottery ticket every day for 1 million days in a row. That would be $1 trillion.
Here's the next
These are
thing.
ungodly sums of money. Like it's like I think about it, like it just makes me like cringe, man. Gross. It's totally just gross.
Oh, it's all paper. I mean, it's all paper money. It's not.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all stock market money, and so that's
Yeah,
where
yeah. I know it's like it's the bullshit freaking fiat bullshit, but most people take it, right? Because the collective faith in the currency. So I mean,
It's the cult nature. That's the issue. Like looking at this whole Kyrie Irving thing, because I always wonder. Well, I mean, geez, I know the world is dumb, but like there has to be more to it.
hold on,
And
Elias, I'm gonna show you a meme. Yeah, just keep talking. I'm gonna show you a meme. It's hilarious.
All right. As I begin to think about the position of the celebrity or even the billionaire, it's like number one, Indio's right. You can't be rich without tying yourself to this evil entity, whatever it is, like because it's something called paying dues, and everybody in the entertainment industry has to quote unquote pay dues. Like if you listen to John Witherspoon about Friday, all of the actors that was in Friday that went on to blow up, they were all unknown at that time. Megan Good was unknown. Lisa Ray was unknown. Chris Tucker was unknown. These were a bunch of unknowns, and that's why they got paid $5,000. Okay, you work extremely hard. You're going to get paid a little now, but eventually it's going to pay off. Now, when will it pay off? Perhaps when you're ready to play the real game. Perhaps when you're ready to fuck over your fellow man. Perhaps when you've gotten a taste of the good life, which is probably the biggest drug there is. Well, it comes with drugs and everything you can afford, right? So it's like, in order to become successful, it's almost like, well, you're going to be paying dues until you do this thing that we want. And then if you go against that, well, we'll just take everything from you. And that's how it works. Nobody in power is in power. I haven't seen anyone is in power to change the system, is what I mean.
I think Trump wanted to change the system, but I think that he was too emotional, and like they used him. They were like, "We're going to find somebody that's very reactionary, and then whenever we want him to do something, we'll just say, oh, you can't do that,' and then he'll do it like an idiot, right?" Oh, you can't pay everybody to stay home.
And then once you make a mistake, guess what? It's too late. Why? Because honestly, most of us are negligent and lazy. You know what I'm saying? So just like somebody could do something because of a religious leader that's not even in the Bible, the same could go for a president who's like, well, I got all these people coming in and out. Like I run the world, and so I don't have time to look over everything. And this is where you become the scapegoat, especially if you're not willing to play ball. So they don't have you do all types of shit that you don't understand. this report came out about George Bush about how look, here's proof that he lied, and that was damn, and that was the the premise that they were rolling with. But to me, it looked like, oh, men had no fucking idea what was actually happening. That's how it came off to me. But
During Trump's 4 years in office, they spent, the federal government spent approximately $18 trillion. Of that $18 trillion, they printed or borrowed or taxed $11 trillion of it. In other words, not taxed. They borrowed or printed $7 trillion of it. So, in other words, approximately 40% of what the Trump and the people spent in his 4 years of office was borrowed or printed. Now, if I made $100,000 a year, but I could spend $180,000 a year and not have to worry about paying it back, I could have a pretty good life, and I could go and say, hey, I'm doing okay, and I could say those were good times. And so people look back at the Trump years and they go, well, those are pretty good times. Well, guess what? They spent 40% more than they took in taxes. They borrowed it and printed it to make you feel like it was a really good time. I'm sorry, folks. I was a Trump apologist defender for 51 months. You couldn't say anything about my orange idol that I wouldn't come back at you with. Oh, he's doing the best he can. Let Trump be Trump. Blah, 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 blah. You know what? The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. My mind was blind. I am now awake. I am more awake every day. Trump is just as evil as Biden and Fauci. They all have the same Jesuit education. He is as evil as anybody that you see on TV. Prove me wrong.
Yeah,
you don't get in a position like that. You don't get president unless you're evil.
Hold on. I'm not gonna defend Trump, but you can't take all these as like black and white either or.
That's what I'm trying to say. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. He's just as evil as your next door neighbor at 5 years old, or your little brother at 10 years old. There's a point in time where I probably don't want to put up a mirror to myself. We've all done something irredeemable. Which is why the Bible talks about, dude, let it fucking go. You want to become a better person? Just do it. You want to have faith? Just have faith. Just drop all that shit in the past and go ahead and anyway. So it's also, I don't see I just see them as having more money. So from our vantage point, we just see them as evil. They're no different than us.
They're the exact same as us.
We would be just as negligent. I guarantee it. No difference.
Absolutely.
I don't think I would drone a wedding party. I'm sorry. I'm above that.
No, there's some people that won't go. Like I've never killed anyone, raped anyone. I've never done.
Let me interject for a second. I know way more poor, petty criminals and there's way more of them than there are corrupt politicians. Because whether you're at the lowest end or the highest end, we all share that same thing, is that a certain portion of us are just wicked by nature. Period. I mean, I've met the most evil people I've met have been down on my level. If they had power, they'd do the same thing. And some of the good people, if I know them, and if they had power, they'd be who they are. So
I've seen people on my level do things which just have blown my mind. And the thing that scares me about it is they don't even know they did anything wrong.
Right.
They're so smoked, dude. Like, You don't have a conscience, bro. Like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, I'm serious. Like, evil permeates all of humanity, whether you're an elite or you're at the very bottom.
But then again, like, we try to do things to like kind of give it this kind of spectrum, like where we're on the lower end. Like, I've always thought about like the narrative of slavery, because one, a lot of people say, oh, you know, would have never happened to us, would have never happened to me, fuck out of here. And they always say things like, why didn't the rest of the world do anything, yada, yada, yada. Don't we all use batteries? Ain't nobody crying for the fucking kid slaves that are making these batteries that we use in our phones and computers to talk right now.
Yeah, all of us use
We're
iPhones.
not doing shit. You know what I mean? We're not doing jack squat. We're just as complicit in all the evil going on as everybody else.
Well, the difference between the top people and the people that Meme is talking about is, you have to think about it as like their tools aren't as strong, right? So say you have a crowd of people and some person's riding a pony and just charges into the crowd of people. He's going to hurt some people. But if someone's on a Clydesdale and charges in, they're going to slaughter everybody, right? Yeah. So because their devices are just more powerful. But it's the same underlying evil, heart that's doing it.
Yeah. Right. Like, there's plenty of people. There's plenty of people who were fans of Trump who are not a Trump cultist. So, and as I don't blame the cult leaders or people who have a cult of personality for creating cults. I blame the people who create a cult, because cults are born from the bottom up. It's people controlling each other.
Yeah, it isn't from top down. You're right. It's usually people that form these organizations, and the leader has nothing to do with it. Like, it's people they want to have this, cult mentality.
Yeah, people are looking for something. They hear something, and so they use their own perspective and their own feelings, and they project that onto an individual or a group or a party, and that becomes their identity. And when that identity fails them, they repudiate it vehemently and then move up to the next one.
It's the all or nothing fallacy. It's either
fallacy. Yes.
Yeah, it's an all or nothing fallacy, and I think people fall into those camps because they're like, well, I was a part of this like supposed Trump group, and now I've seen the light. And you can fall in all or nothing fallacy. Whereas, like, there is some things about what he's doing that people really like.
Like
but
what?
How many?
Like what?
Hey, how many pedophile?
Maggie,
how many pedophile?
Like what? Like what, Maggie? Like what?
54 pedophile rings were broken up by his Justice Department.
How do you know that wasn't done before by other administrations?
Because it was 3 years into his.
How do you know it wasn't done by other administrations?
Because they did a comparative analysis. It wasn't happening before.
They? Who is they?
They, people who do comparative analysis.
Okay. So because pedophilia was just found by the Trump administration, nobody ever did anything about it before?
It wasn't just found. That's not what I'm saying, though. That's not what I'm talking about.
Here you go, Maggie. Here you go. All or nothing, Maggie. All or nothing fallacy.
You're committing the all or nothing fallacy. You're committing the all or nothing fallacy.
Maggie, there are people who are Trump supporters that will never admit they are in the cult because they don't want to. You know what's interesting about me is
can you slow down so I can get in? So I can get in edgewise.
That's the all or nothing. You're doing the all or nothing fallacy.
I admit it.
Yo, bro, I don't listen. Everybody can hear me until.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Y'all are trying to fight the mic. Bro, like Meme just said, you committed the all or nothing fallacy. We're trying to move conversation along by saying people do good things and bad things, all the way from the top to the bottom. You're the one trying to say, what is Trump? Well, you asked, what has Trump ever done as good? Insinuating that he's all bad. Like, we don't have to say he's all bad to recognize the bad shit he did. Like, that's
no one is all bad or all good, dude.
What we're trying to do is break people's listen, these fallacies are bad for us. Begging the question, and now I've realized the all or nothing fallacy. These are the things that break us down as a civilization. And the ugly thing is that you didn't realize that you just did the thing we just laid out.
Nobody is all bad or all good. Nobody that ever freaking existed, except maybe Jesus. But everybody else, they have parts of them are bad, parts of them are good. So an example of this in the Bible, at least, is Moses, right? He got drunk and naked, so that was like his sin, right? But before that, before he did that bad act, he was, all good. But everybody does something bad eventually and hurts somebody. Whether it's intentional or unintentional is irrelevant. It happens. Nobody's perfect.
It's human nature.
Moses was at the top of the mountain chatting it up with God, and the moment he got to the bottom, he broke the stone tablet in anger.
Okay.
Yeah, and the people at the bottom, right? While Moses was up there, they were building a freaking golden calf. Like, what the fuck? Like,
Trump spent 40% more than they took in. Trump gave us Operation Warp Speed. Trump said it was safe and effective. Trump encouraged the booster. Trump gave us Space Force $25 billion a year for not going into outer space.
How did Trump encourage the booster? His booster wasn't out when he was
president. My goodness gracious. Are you living under a rock?
Did he do that? He wasn't in office.
Did you not see the Bill O'Reilly interview with Trump, just a little while ago? I don't know if he was still in office, just out of office. When Bill O'Reilly said, "I've taken my booster," you look at Trump and
I want to ask something. I want to ask something.
Oh my goodness! Okay. Are you living under a rock?
Look, I don't listen. I haven't watched Bill O'Reilly in a decade.
Are you living under a rock?
No. Hey, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me
not
say
a rock, but I'm not stuck in Bill O'Reilly's dick either.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Hey! Let me say something. They did a poll, and don't ask me who they is, because we all know who it is. It's a redundant question. They did a poll of Trump supporters, and something like 84% of them wouldn't take the jab, despite him saying, take the jab.
65% of Republicans have taken the jab at least twice. 65%.
I didn't say that. I asked you a question. 65%
of Republicans. The majority of those people will be with Trump supporters.
Why are you talking? I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you not to give
I asked you a question.
Don't give me gibberish.
I didn't give you gibberish. I asked you a question. I said, why is that?
84% didn't take the shot, but even though 65% of Republicans...
I'm not talking about Republicans, am I? I'm not talking about Republicans. I'm not talking about Republicans. I'm not talking about Republicans.
It's people like him, like my friend Glenn Paginetti, that's a millionaire, that they're on this hate train for Trump. I'm
on the truth train.
No, you're on a hate train.
No, you're on a hate train.
Don't straw man.
Listen. We all share the same sentiments as you, but you're just cherry picking. That's the difference.
Don't straw man me. Don't straw
man. Okay, I'm muting you. I'm muting you for a minute. I'm muting you so I can get a word in here. Okay. 84% of Trump supporters didn't take the jab when asked. The problem that you're seeing is that those are all Republicans. They're not. A lot of Trump supporters are Democrats, Libertarians, and Republicans. So you're trying intentionally, and independents. They do not identify as Republicans. So why is it that the absolute vast majority of Trump supporters don't take the jab? Well, he goes out and says, go ahead, take the jab. Yeah, it's a good idea. I just want you to answer that.
75% of people over 18 in the United States have taken at least 2 jabs.
That's not what I asked you.
Your math is not
No,
Right.
your
It's
math
different.
is not
Your
right.
math is not right. You
Oh my
can't
God.
get Trump supporters.
Could I just ban you
84%
if you don't answer
and
me? Could I just
75%
ban
of
you?
the
Because you're
population
starting to annoy me. You're actually starting to annoy me.
Hey, I'm sorry if the truth.
You get to stay muted. Holy shit. I have never met someone so obstreperous.
Yes, you have, bro. Come on, man.
That is the most. Yeah, but this is what I was talking about. Someone cults themselves, puts themselves into a make-believe cult that doesn't actually exist. And when they get out, they vehemently oppose the cult.
That's kind of normal, bro. I mean, to swing one way once you realize you've been deceived, and to swing the opposite way, maybe
No, but
sometimes
this is-
too far.
This is what I was talking about last night when I say people deceive themselves, is that people put themselves into cults because there are plenty of Trump fans who were not Trump cultists, right? We can all agree with that. Therefore, it was not a black and white situation. There was a hardcore group of people who were Trump cultists. But if they weren't Trump cultists, they'd make some other cult somewhere else. That's what I'm saying. These personality types, they just annoy me. And this is what this guy's done. He's so mad that his projected idealism of Trump didn't pan out that now he's opposed. I never had projected idealism of Trump. That's how you get cults. And that's why I say cults are built from the ground up.
I don't think anybody in this room has love for Trump. I think we were arguing over who hated Trump the least or the most. It's kind of a nonsensical argument. I don't think any of us.
I'm not even arguing about. It's not about the subject. It's not even about Trump. It's about logic.
Okay, Meme. I'm going to be honest with you. When you have the power to mute me and not mute yourself, that is Nazism.
I have the power to mute myself
as a Nazi.
Oh no!
Well, no, I just muted you because you're concern trolling, and that's against our rules.
Yeah, I've been called a Nazi so many times, it's ridiculous. You're complimenting me at this point. Usually, if you get called a Nazi, you've done something right. Nazi is the most pure ad hominem there is. What was Godwin's law?
World. People get afraid when you start pointing out that it's not the other, that it's a little bit of everybody around you and you yourself, because that was really the main point, and he derailed the conversation.
Being hyper focused on Trump for whatever reason, getting called out.
Right, when Trump's not even the issue. Trump is just a guy with $9 billion in assets, not even $9 billion, just $9 billion in assets. He's just some guy in the end. Maybe he was sincere, maybe he wasn't. I don't know. I don't really care, though. My frustration is when logic is not applied equally everywhere. Like, I don't even get it. Like, how can you function in life and accomplish anything if you're not applying, like, standards of 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, X equals Y. Why can't we just be rational?
There's a lot of truth when you say people actually make the person who they are. It's not the person who is what they are, like making themselves that to be.
Right.
They deified him, and whoever, could do that. You can do whatever you want. This is your life, your experience. So if you've done that, and then now you see, like, maybe you see the wrong that they were doing, then it becomes like the all or nothing fallacy. That's why I said a lot of people. It's just a logical way of looking at things, right? You can do that with Trump was an example of that, but there's many other things you can do that with. So
it's like this too. You think Trump knew any of them existed? You think Trump knew the name of a single Trump cultist, as we call them? These guys who are, do you think he knew any of them personally or recruited them personally? No, it's because the cult was a cult of them. It was not a cult of him.
Yep.
He was just their idol. And so they coalesced as a group to worship their idol, but he didn't make himself into an idol.
People did.
He didn't tell them to make him into an idol. It's on the people who did it. Just like it's not on Trump for saying take the jab. It's on the people for taking the jab, isn't it?
It is.
That's why in all situations, I blame the public. I blame the proletariat. I blame the masses.
They begged for it, Meme. I know you already know.
Yeah,
But
they did.
begged for it. Why? Because they fell for the propaganda like this guy. Because he gave skewed statistics. It's like, wait a minute. Like, because what the Democrats do, I don't even want to say whoever is taking his kind of narrative up is only hyper focusing on quote unquote Republicans, and they're attaching the most vile Republicans to Trump and Trump to the most vile Republicans, and that's what they want people like him to see and people like him to focus on. And it's like, yeah, in a vacuum, I guess, okay, he did X, Y, Z. Okay, yeah, sure, nobody is denying that. So why are you upset when we're saying, yeah, there's more to life? Come on, there's more to life.
Elijah, what's the problem with that? Whenever people get into these camps, is that these camps that are made, they're fabricated to say that since you were there, now the opposing side is this, so you should rail against your brother for thinking this. So then you're coming at your brother on some fabricated idea that they're completely wrong, and you're going to say hateful things, and you're going to get all up in your feelings about it. And it's like, it's all of it is just because you made it what it was in the first place.
When you guys have the power,
Hold on, guys. I unmuted him. Let's let him respond.
When you guys have the power, either as mods or gold, to mute somebody and then talk about them while they're muted.
I'm letting you respond now.
When you
to get our point.
Meme, I'm talking and you're
Bro, I can mute you again. You're gonna get it right. You're gonna get it right. This is not your house. I'm not a mod or a gold. I'm not a mod or a gold. Listen, this is not your house. This is not your house. This is not your house. Repeat it. This is not your house.
When somebody can
this is my house.
When
Stop.
somebody can mute me and talk about me when I'm muted, that is the greatest form of Nazism, period.
Really?
Every one of you should be ashamed.
Can you move on from your feelings, please?
Ashamed for muting me and then talking about me. And then strawmanning me.
It's the worst
you have
form of
strawmanned
Waterworld, you're sinking, bro.
Mickey, you have
Did I
strawmanned me
invade
3 times
Poland or
in
did
the
I
last
invade
couple
your
days.
mama?
You guys should be ashamed of yourself. Every single one of you should be ashamed of yourself.
Excuse yourself from this forum, then. Don't be here. Excuse yourself from this forum.
Yes.
Pretty
much,
dude. Water. You need to take a break. You need to take a break.
I voiced my opinion, and you guys can't take it. You guys can't take it. And then
your opinion's fine as childlike.
About me.
I get that you're in your feelings. You need to take a break.
You guys are the worst. You guys.
Now we're the worst.
How long this is going to continue?
Yeah,
I had to beat him, man.
You need to take a break.
This is like childlike. Like seriously, no human being is all bad or all good. Thinking they are is childlike cartoon thinking.
Right. All or nothing. So, like I've told people when they come here, this is an intellectual forum. We're going to talk critically. It doesn't matter who you are, what side. Just because your name has flat earth, it doesn't mean that you're away from critical thinking and how we should be approaching topics. Like, that is not above you. So anybody in here has the ability to be scrutinized on what they say. And if you're falling in the camp of all or nothing fallacy, and if you're thinking like that and you get corrected on it and you don't like it now, that's not us. Like, it's you dealing with the issue. It's because you can't reconcile the fact that you were committing this fallacy and now you know what I mean? Like, that gets pointed out. It doesn't matter just because you have flat earth tag on your name. That's not going to excuse you from the idea that you can also say wrong things, you know?
Apparently, flat earthers don't know that. They think that, if they're not allowed to continue to monologue the same tape over and over, like they'll present a premise and you'll say, nah, I don't get down with that. I don't know.
Hey, keep in
they'll
mind,
just repeat it again, and it's like it's them.
I just want to remind everybody, I've probably banned more flat earthers than I have globe earthers. I just want to remind everybody of that.
Yeah, but like the whole
Waterworld,
thing is like,
you were muted though. I want to tell Waterworld why he's muted, because you're in your emotions, dude. You're not thinking clearly. You're very emotional about this. I can understand. You know who hurt you, guilted lover of Trump. Sorry, but everything Trump did in office wasn't bad. Okay, so was he bad when he got on Marine One and saluted the soldiers? Was that bad too? Did everything he did was bad? That's silly thinking, man. You know it's silly. And the fact you can't admit it just shows that you're too emotionally invested and you're not thinking clearly. So you're muted. Just take a breath, calm down. You're not the only old person here. Might be a little bit older than me, but I doubt you're the most senior member.
Why are we droning on about this?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
We're moving on.
Yeah, let's move on from freaking goddamn gay ass politics.
Yeah,
it's funny that he thought you were a Trump supporter, meme. He has no clue.
Gregory,
Yeah,
I'm going to put Gregory.
But that's what I'm trying to point out.
Let me real quick. I'm sorry, Elijah. The reason why we were speaking about this right now and you saying let's move on is because it was relevant. It's something that just happened before you entered the room, and you probably didn't know what was happening. So it's relevant to the topic. But we are going to move on, and we've done this many times, so it was just relevant. That's all. The only reason why we're talking about it. Sorry, Elijah.
Yeah, I mean, because I want to talk about. I don't really want to talk about it. It's things like that is why people in our position can't reason with everyone else. And then inside of their paradigm, they're arguing with the side that thinks that they are the other side. On top of us trying to point out to them, hey, you're being played for a fool. And it's like, it's not just politics. It's like relationships. It's everything. If you don't denounce a certain thing in a specific way that they were taught by the inundation of the media to denounce something or approve of something, all of a sudden you're some character of some evil thing that you really aren't. And it makes it impossible for you to communicate with some. It's like, I don't think this guy heard a single word coming out of our mouths other than the word Trump. Like, how do we fix that? With that's a global problem.
Well, yeah, it comes with a person actually being reasonable and being able to carry on a thought to okay, I could have fallen into the category, or just realize the fact that could be something he was thinking, and just I think more often than not, it's ego and pride that kind of gets stung, and it's just like, yeah, I'm not doing that, so you guys are wrong. So
well, see, this is one reason I try not to hate the elites. I do. I try not to hate them. I actively try not to hate them, because in the end, I know what would I do if I was in that position? What would any of us do if we had that much power? And I don't know. I couldn't answer the question.
They would do more sin without the Holy Spirit.
You know what I
Loving
do?
them as
It's gonna
yourself, be
hold my
merciful.
beer. They ain't got nothing on me. I do 10 times worse.
Yeah, I already know that if I was in the same position as them, I may actually do some of the things they're doing. I may.
Or at the very least, you would make worse mistakes. Because that's the main thing. Like,
that's
people
hard
that
to
are
believe.
ignorant. People that are ignorant. Like, you can sign some shit that you probably stayed up all night even though you were supposed to go to sleep for the national address or whatever. Like, you know, now yo, by the way, sign this real quick. Like, you don't know what's going on. That's us in our everyday lives. That's entertainers when they're signing contracts. We do shit. And then when it comes to a point where, damn, feeding my family is kind of in jeopardy, not just that, but my freedom, my livelihood, and everything I've worked for as a human being up until this point is in jeopardy. Because of a mistake you already made. This is where the rubber meets the road, and it's like, well, are you going to be Christ-like in this moment? Or are you going to take the handout from the person or the people or the system that is fucking everybody else over? Chances are you're going to say, well, damn, I made a mistake and I deserve not to be completely buried. I'm probably going to do this thing. It's probably going to be fucked up, but fuck it. I think that's what most of us do.
They don't need to worry about meeting someone else's deadline, notwithstanding the devil, of course. But, you know, as long as you don't have the Holy Spirit to regenerate your heart and transform your mind, yes, you're going to continue to do sin. The more power one has, the more comfortable and lax they become when trying to discipline themselves.
There's another thing I think a lot of us are forgetting is that a lot of these people who are in the, you know, who are controlling the cogs of power, a lot of them were born into it, and they're 10 generations born into it, and they're born and they're brought up, and then they're given this machine that's just a bunch of levers and blinking lights and spinning gears, and they don't know what the hell is going on. They're just doing what they know how to do.
And they also need to be born again.
I know, but that's kind of beside the point.
No, that's directly relevant to your point. They were born in this situation according to the flesh, in the midst of this wicked world, in the midst of this specific particular situation, being in this tyrant dynasty.
Yes, but that's like the future. That's speculation of what should happen, not what is currently happening. Right? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the current, not a projected ideal.
Yeah, right? I'm talking about the current also.
I'm not. I'm not talking about them getting born again, because that's an ideal that you can achieve. I'm talking about what we have right now and why we shouldn't hate them.
No, I think you missed the sentence. I'm saying along the lines of what you mentioned, it is also presently the case at present that they need to be born again and come out of that.
Could be the case, but I think Mimas is saying that, like, just like a person who's born into wealth, they're given like certain inheritances, and so with the inheritance, like the former was probably treating it in a way where they were managing the money, but the latter is actually like handling it like the splurging, and they don't know what to do with all that the power and the wealth. They're just trying to like manage what they have, and there may be some bad ideas of how they're managing it, but like at the same time, what you're saying has relevance in, like, of course they're depraved, but they don't know they're depraved. Not only that, they're above the rest because they're managing the people. So it's like, who's going to counsel me? Like, who's going to tell me that I'm depraved? If there's nobody that's above my pay grade, I'm at the highest level. Like, I'm the one actually pulling the levers. So
yeah,
you know what?
I understand that. I agree.
And they don't know. They don't know how the machine was built. They don't know how the machine was designed. They don't know what the machine exactly is for. They're just there to do a job, and that's their.
So we're talking about agendas, right? Like, how many cataclysmic agendas are there that people talk about, and they don't like one is true, right? Which cataclysm is true? No one knows. Like, they probably are confused with that as well. Like, they're probably like, well, hell, like one of these got to stick, you know? Like, it you know, who knows which one's that one's going to be? But like, that's the thing about with these, because if it was one of these types of cataclysmic agendas, it would just be that one, and it would be the overarching, you know, one. And there's not. There's just many, right?
They're hedging their bets. They're hedging their bets on which one it might be, because the elite are like us. They know something's coming. They got a feeling something's coming. They don't know what it is, and they don't know when it is. And the real big conspiracy is that there is no plan. There isn't.
They're not the omnipotent and omniscient God who is sovereign above all history. They have to operate according to their finite, creaturely, sensual nature, and so
That's what
one in the course of action will fail, another will fail. This one may work a little bit, another one may fail, etc.
Yeah, that's the problem I have with a lot of the truth community is they actually assign a level of godhood that is unbelievable to the elite, as if they literally have the power of omniscience and omnipotence and just all-seeing, all-knowing. They can see you when you're driving down your dirt road to your house, and they know what you're thinking, and they can control your mind. And they can't.
Yeah, I was just watching a movie. I was just watching a movie called Troll, by the way. It's on Netflix. Watching. Yo, there's 150-foot rock-made elemental beast that rose from the mountains in Norway somewhere, and the government couldn't figure out where the fuck it was for like a day. Like, I thought y'all had satellites and shit. Remember all that Independence Day and everything? They don't even use that shit anymore. But I feel y'all's point. I even go as far as the people that say, oh, they're manipulating the weather and doing this and doing that. Or they have a farmer's almanac and the weather is quite predictable just like everything else, and people are too dumb to realize they don't pay attention.
Just like any other institution, the person or persons at the very top of the hierarchy is not omniscient of everything that is happening. They have sub-levels in the hierarchy to deal with other particular issues all the way down to the bottom. They don't know everything. They just deal with the macroscopic issues.
Right. That's why you shouldn't. That's why living in fear is stupid.
I can hear you, Elijah.
Oh, my bad.
Go ahead, man.
I was hot micing. Sorry, y'all.
They're doing a function, right? They're performing at whatever they were inherited to do, at the highest level. And then, whatever that is, it's because of all these different types of agendas that are being pushed onto us. And we're dealing with the repercussions of dealing with those agendas, right? Like you get truth movements where people are like, no, I'm not for that and so forth. But then people are saying here, they get ascribed a level of godhood of some kind of omniscient way of looking at like the world, and like they're micromanaging every little detail. They don't know. They're just trying to like all these agendas, see the problem, reaction, solution from each one, and it's like everybody's a guinea pig. They test every time you go through an agenda. They're seeing how effective it is. What are the repercussions and all that stuff. And they're getting better at what they're doing, but it's just like they're trying things out. Because if obviously something was super effective, they would do that one thing, and then that'd be it. It'd be like the one agenda, and it would. But they got plenty. There's so many, and they say we're gonna die. Different things.
These human. I'm sorry. These human tyrant dynasties being in the second level, just below the top tier level in the kingdom of darkness, the devil himself. They are also, like me mentioned earlier, born into the situation, needing to be born again. And then you also mentioned the fact is that as they execute this way of life and all the very, it's very unlikely that they will humble themselves to the exhortation and advice of some other person whom is not in their position and heed the gospel. But it has happened before for example, John Todd, research John Todd. And then that is a tremendous instance where a real significant change can actually occur. So even with the tyrant, we must remain merciful and diligent and prepared to do a good thing, however small it may seem at the moment.
Do you know what it says in the word, Gregory? You're supposed to pray for those people in power.
Yeah.
And it's kind of counter to some people say those types, because of some people like Trump, and they have agendas and whatever. But like if say
let's start out of here.
Oh, someone said something.
No,
hello.
Elijah had open mic and it. So I muted.
Yeah, beeping.
I just heard the beautiful sounds of New York City.
Sorry.
Mickey.
Hey guys, it's kind of like in Ghostbusters.
I didn't hear. Give me $1.
When they gotta go take Vigo out of the place at the end, out of the art place, and they take the Statue of Liberty to go sing a bunch of real positive, loving things at the building, and the evil disintegrates and disappears because they're singing a positive, happy, loving song. That's what we got to do with the evil. Just love them to death, guys.
Don't resist evil with evil. Resist evil with good.
Hey, you know,
like
hey,
Shaw said.
just remember, the elite, in a really weird, twisted way, love us in their own way. It's not a good
they
way.
perceive themselves. Yeah,
They perceive
Falsely.
themselves. Yeah, they see themselves as these rulers who are condescending down to uplift savage humanity. In a way, in their own way, they love us. It's a toxic love, but it is.
it's a love falsely so called, as they falsely perceive themselves to be doing, which they really are not.
Yeah, a lot of them probably think that they're doing good too. I'm just saying.
Everyone, with whatever they do, they are thinking, at the very least, they believe it is good, including those who look to evil and say, "Be thou my good."
Yeah. Sure. Absolutely. I 100% agree with that.
And that's the superlative of evil. Also, I was talking to my mother earlier, a couple of days ago, about this. People think that the superlative of evil is to be as malicious and ravenous and monstrous in your face and overt as possible. No, that's not the case. That's the worst way to accomplish an evil end. That'll maximize the
best way is to be
likelihood
good.
of failing, right? The
The best way
superlative
is
of
to-
evil is to seem as good as possible, but not really
Right.
being good.
Angel of
Counterfeit
light.
good.
Angel of light.
Angel of light. That's it.
Yes.
You got it, Megan.
Yes.
So deception happens when it's subtle. It's the most subtle thing possible, and you don't recognize that it's happening. It's like the frog getting cooked in water. It'll jump out of that boiling water, but it slowly gets turned up the temperature. It won't know that it's being cooked. So you use the idea like people don't know that the subtleness of deception happens on the daily basis. And then we fall for those things, like becoming a part of a specific cult or rail against your neighbor for some reason that they have a different ideology because of the fact that you've fallen into this camp. And then you start to have like, well, that guy is against me. No, he's not. He's against you. The same thing you're against is these fabricated agendas that you made. No one said all these things. You did.
When someone is trying to deceive you,
that we're
Go ahead,
trying
Elijah.
to. I think the problem. I think my problem. I don't know about everybody else. Is thinking that I can be of the world and make it a better place. Though you can do good things, yeah, that'll make things better. Like, but okay, coming in. What I'm trying to get at is the people, like it's not just a small group making everyone else do wrong because of their position in life. People are choosing to be where they are indefinitely.
That's correct.
When they can choose to change. It's like, okay, so there were gatekeepers in the music industry, right? And who was it? The girl from Danity Kane. One of the girls from Danity Kane, that group that was on Diddy's, one of Diddy's shows, right? The P Diddy shows. She was talking about how it used to be where, you had to be really talented. I don't believe that, but the one part she did speak about was true, which was you had to actually perform like when people said perform. Like it doesn't matter if you was in somebody's living room, executive office. If they're like, all right, let me see what you got. You're doing that. Like things have changed. There's no excuse of a gatekeeper in that sense anymore. Yeah, the gatekeeper is now YouTube, but again, we can blame YouTube and we can blame TikTok, but the creators themselves form the identity of these platforms. They're the ones accepting the parameters of the platforms and giving it its power. You can walk away at any time. You don't have to be of that. but in mass we choose. So now you have this wave of TikTok music, and anybody can be famous. Quite literally, like if you wanted to be famous and broke probably, but famous still, you could in these days. You could have a viral hit that's going to get you notoriety, whether it be a funny video or anything like this. That's very easy today. If you focus for like 2 years of your life, th- actually, you could probably accomplish anything. Actually, with 2 years of your life, if you were really focused and you weren't like mentally impaired. And to be honest, you could probably literally legit do anything. But none of us have that kind of willpower. That's why a lot of us fail. But the thing is, who are the creators gonna cry about now? Like they've literally, in some ways, killed the old guard of the entertainment industry.
The old guard.
And they're still dealing with the same issues because it's within us. That's why. So
the tyrant class is on. Yeah, go ahead.
So my point is, do we continue to be of the world, or do we finally realize, damn, I really do have to fall away and live as righteous as I possibly can? And unfortunately, that doesn't include the world that I live in.
The tyrant class is completely impotent, so as long as the subjects rebel against the tyrant class. The tyrants are only as effective if the subjects who they tyrannize and oppress still acquiesce in what people call a Stockholm Syndrome-like relationship with them. Everyone who does evil, everyone does what they do out of the issues of their heart, said Lord Yahushua. If evil, then evil is in that heart, whether it be the tyrant or the poor, abjectly impoverished person. I've had to mention that several times, especially also when contemplating the issue, because we learn about the diabolical conspiracies that the tyrant humans and their subordinate governors execute under the will of the devil in one way or another, with one degree of knowledge or another, to one level of success or failure of another. You learn these things, and then you almost, according to the lust of the flesh, you fall into this kind of misanthropic attitude. You kind of fall into this hatred of man, especially the tyrants, and you're just consumed with the flame of indignation, rather than realizing all those humans whom are not children of the Holy Heavenly Father in the name of Lord Yahushua are all against the Lord Yahushua, and those who are against Lord Yahushua are for the devil.
Yeah,
whether you be the greatest or the least.
I was going to try to make that point by saying this. We were talking earlier, I think it was in here, and I made a point about this individualism thing, where it's like they're teaching us that we all can be individuals and accept everyone no matter what, and not criticize people no matter what, so that we can come together. But it's allowing us to divide ourselves and do exactly the opposite of what they claimed they wanted the outcome to be. And basically all that is, in other words, is people looking to their own authority because men said they could, versus looking to the authority. Yeah, what?
Yeah, for the sake of tolerance, you have to compromise truth.
Well, for the sake of, when you say tolerance, you referring to just a solidarity, right? For the sake of solidarity, if you want to unite, then you're going to eliminate everything that separates you in one way or another. Either you're just going to fallaciously hand wave and eschew them and just ignore and plug your ears to the problem, or you're going to resolve the problem, thus eliminating the problem and uniting the truth.
Well, I'll
But they
give
don't
you
want
an
to do that.
a guy came in here and he said, well, what we do on our server is that we suspend our belief. I think you were here, Gregory. We suspend our beliefs on whatever we think that the earth is in order for us to kind of like hear each other out. And I told him that that's not what we do. It's not about suspending it. It's like, I can hear you out. I don't have to suspend what I know, but I can hear you out at the same time. And if I can go through what you said is not true, I will point it out to you. Or if you don't have any evidence for what you're presenting, that can be also pointed out. But it doesn't have to be of us suspending each other's beliefs or what we understand to be true. If you have something that's true, then where's the evidence for it? So it's always, it's not. And so his idea was to get along, we need to just get rid of what we have so that we can make way for this other thought coming in. And that's not the way it should be.
Yeah, two things. I mean, suspending our beliefs or just tossing our beliefs over our shoulder is not what is required to resolve the issue. Number two, when you do that, not only does it not solve the issue, it makes the issue worse. If you toss out every belief you have over your shoulder, or at least every belief you have concerning these controversial matters, then you have just regressed in the effort to gain knowledge, rather than progressed in the effort to gain knowledge, so that we can all have the same knowledge, so that we can do the truth for our well-being according to that knowledge.
I think that one thing will fix all of these issues. All of them. It's the focus on fallacious reasoning. And the reason that I say this is because every time someone says something incorrect or incomplete meaning I can't determine whether what they're saying is true or not. When I say, hey, do you know that the formulation of the words that you just used is labeled a particular fallacy, and it's a fallacy because of these reasons? They just want to argue. The guy that was just in here, who's a flat earther, just wanted to argue.
Right.
Why? So it's like, if a person could step back, no, tres, block, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's going to be on this side. You see, all right, let me go on mute, guys.
To complete, speaking of incomplete sentences, to complete what he was saying, it is, I agree, beneficial, of course, to address specifically and cogently the fallacies that are committed when we have a discussion. But we all know from our own experience, and more so from the Holy Writ, that no matter how well we articulate, no matter what argument we say and how well we say it, how many times we say the argument, the other person remains in the invincible ignorance fallacy, or the fallacy of pig-headedness. That is to say, stubbornness, hard-hearted, won't accept, acknowledge, and adhere to that argument, and how it was said well, and how many times it was said plentiful, still won't submit, still won't concede, because they're behaving according to their sinful nature. And we cannot change their sinful nature. Only the God can.
Yeah, mostly it's because some people here want to defend certain points, and there's not enough time to like look into why their reasoning is illogical. So when you start really going more like why what you said was not actually something that would follow logic, then it starts to like become that's the topic and not the topic of what the topic is with. So that becomes even like you're addressing the problem. The issue isn't that the Earth is not a globe; it's that you think it's a globe. So that's the problem. The problem is what you identify the Earth to be because you've been told a story. So, and we have to talk about that, like because we're not addressing that issue, then we're going to skip over the part where you're just going to be like, "Oh, the Earth's flat. That's wonderful." No, it's not. And we're never going to.
You know what, Miggy?
Why you understand what? Yeah.
Let me post these screenshots. This just happened just recently in another server. Along the very lines you just mentioned, talking with some other user who believes the ACP, as I call it, and this is what happened. 3, 2, 1, and there we go.
Are you
so there's these screenshots. Yeah, it's in live stream voice text. There's these screenshots of me going back and forth with this user called Nick the Prick. And the username is just very befitting the way he was such a raging bigot just with his thumbs on the keyboard.
I'm reading, that's why I'm silent.
And then this other user, Dr. Davinsky, peppering the dialogue with his worthless cavils.
Yeah, I could see more or less his position. I don't know fully the conversation you guys were in, but he's very dug in on his understanding of what he thinks is the truth. But there seemed to be a slight dig on you as well. It wasn't just at what you said, it was a dig on you, which shows it. I think furthermore exposes the ignorance of the person. When they're taking a dig on you or they're mocking you in some way, it's showing the ignorance of the person. They can't address what you said. They have to dig on you because to make a fool out of you is the more of the aim that they want to do, so they can make it sound like what you're saying on top of what you look like as a character. You look ridiculous.
Some people really believe that.
We need a TikTok channel, a YouTube, whatever the fuck it is in these days. Like, because people also believe, yeah, and it's true. Yeah, people get shadow banned, but I think really people just suck. I think people who
Yes, Elijah.
Just because you create content and do it every day doesn't mean
you're good.
It doesn't mean you know what it means to grow a channel. No, there are people that, my bad, let me say it this way. There are people that suck, but they know how to grow a channel. You know what I mean? Like, people don't know how to get eyeballs. And unfortunately, that's going to cost currency that doesn't just include fiat. I mean, that doesn't include just time. It includes the paper as well. And a host of other things, relationships, certain things, and doing the right things at the right time. Like this is why most artists fail, and why some of the ones that suck, I've been watching these TikTok famous people, the ones that are successful. And I'm like, this person is literally retarded, but they're consistent at what they do, though. Yeah. And I'm like, how? And I'm like, if I had the same work ethic that they did, the world would probably be 0.0000001% better. You know what I'm saying? Like,
these idiots you speak of. These idiots on TikTok that you speak of, are they making like just trivial, vain entertainment content, or is it some kind of intellectual content?
Some of them are trying to be intellectual.
It doesn't even matter. Yep, that's what I was going to. Some of them are trying to be intellectual, but they fall short. Well, I mean, some of them are pretty good, and some of them absolutely suck. It's a whole spectrum.
It's because consistency is what wins. Nothing else. Consistency wins.
Yeah, being on somebody's face all the time starts to create the algorithm to make you as a buzz. You're putting a lot of content out. Algorithm recognizes that, and then you're in everybody's face, and then everybody's like, you become a name that everybody knows, and that's how it builds. It's just being a good content creator. I don't think it has more to do with like the type of content. It's just putting it out there, like Meme was saying, consistently. And the more you push out there, the more the algorithm picks it up. Viewed. It all works that way. But
now this is what happens. This is what happens, right? So you get recognized not just by your peers, but by the matrix, by the system itself. You see, so like, you know how people say, "Oh, I got a street buzz." That's real. Now, if you worked harder and saved your money and used your own power and your own currency to spread your message, then instead of just being famous in your hood, you could be famous in the tri-state. You could be famous in multiple states. All you would have to do is go there and distribute yourself. We could do that. But at the point where we're about to blow up because people are recognizing us, this is when the system steps in and says, hey, we can do this thing for you. What they're telling you is they can do for you what you should have done, and then they can pay you back 10% for the work that you were going to do anyway. That's what happened. But
Yeah,
here's
that's
the
just
thing.
like what you were saying earlier. Like,
That's the
that's like
thing,
what you
though.
were saying.
But to do it yourself means you have the power over your own message. But to allow them to take you across the street, to allow them to distribute you instead, you're going to have to contractually agree to a few things. And this is where they get us when it comes to putting out a message, when it comes to our culture, when we're talking about theology. This is how they infiltrate us. When we actually garner some kind of notoriety at that moment, they notice too. They come in like they're our friends, offer us something, and we give away everything that we've worked hard for over to the devil. That's what happens. Because
Yet
people
another
want to
obstacle. Yeah, yet another obstacle that the enemies of the truth place before us, and so we have to struggle through it with the Holy Spirit.
it's so much cheaper to do it yourself. Like, it really is. You know how many millionaires people don't know?
DIY.
Because they work for
Right.
like just dumb hard. Like there's more of them than there are these famous entertainment. You know, there are people that have companies that have just either invested their time appropriately. These people don't get talked about. They're not even existent. Why? Because they think the world is full of shit too. They've noticed the same things we've noticed and decided, well, I'm going to do something about it. Now, this doesn't make them exempt from doing good or evil. It's up to them at that point.
This is what logicians call strategic logic.
When I was coming up, and I people told me I was very talented, and they told me, but you got to leave your peoples behind. This group you're in, it's a dub. It's a no. It's a nah for me. And I said, all right then. I said that many times.
Given a certain goal, one must attain or eliminate whatever person, people, place, or thing that is required to attain that end.
Problem is, a lot of people, you got the elites or the big content distributors. They reach their hand out to you. The other end of that is that there's a lot of people down on your level who don't want to see you succeed.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other end
Covetous.
of that. Yeah,
Unloving.
because they either don't want to lose their friend without them being drug along, or they just don't want you to be better than them. And
They
unfortunately,
don't want to feel the sting of seeing someone else prosper above them while they're stagnant, stuck where they are.
right. So sometimes the reason that we don't accept sometimes some portion of help is because the bizarro version of that person is down on our level, feeding us poison from the other direction. So in the end, you can only ever really do what is best for you.
Yeah, you don't want to. That what you just mentioned. When someone does that, they don't want to feel the sting of the indignation from the social group that they're leaving.
Right. I mean, if you want to be successful, it requires sacrifice, and sometimes it's the sacrifice of a pleasant life full of friends at the beginning.
Y'all are hitting all of the hurdles that I think all of us had to go through to get here. Because the moment that I said, I said to my friends, I didn't even think this was controversial. I mean, they always looked to me like, oh, that's the intellectual dude. And they liked it. It was attractive. There was a time where the faux intellectualist was like sexy, right? That was me, the fake intellectual.
Faux intellectualist.
Yeah, but there's a point where sexiness turns into worship, and that's kind of awkward.
Yeah.
But then I said, I don't know about this moon landing thing. And they all began to attack me and my character. And I said, oh, y'all are retarded. Fuck you then. I didn't say, oh, no, forget it. I don't believe in it. I was like, oh, shit, y'all are retarded. For real. Oh, no. What happened? That's
to put it into words, you committed one of the unwritten, unmentioned, unspoken heresies of the general public cult.
Basically.
And see, the problem there, again, it's a lot of times when people are attacking, it's not always their Agent Smith that's coming out in them. What it is, it's they're not free, and they don't want you to be free.
Misery loves company, right?
Yes. The bondwoman wants to enslave the free woman.
Right.
And that is unfortunately very real.
They will fight freedom to the death. It's like whatever freedom is, they've been taught not to like it. You know what I'm saying? Thinking for yourself. Like we're told, think for yourself, be in it, but really, the emotion or the command that goes behind it is like switch. So you have the think for yourself button, but when you press it, the label is really the mislabeling is you get what I'm saying? It's the label. The label says
they don't want you to be a free thinker. They don't want you to be a free thinker. They want you to think in a way that you can innovate within the system. Not a free thinker outside the system. They want you to be a free thinker in the system, which is just an innovator. It's not thinking of new ideas. It's thinking of new ways to employ the same system that you're in. That's what they mean when they say free thinking.
Mimus, I hope you catch it. I hope you recognize this when I phrase it this way. Rather than loving their neighbor as themselves, they oppose their neighbor as they oppose themselves.
Oh, hell yeah.
I forget the scripture, but yeah, that's... I know what you're talking about.
I was speaking to, well, it was me, AI, QE, and a bunch of others on like an open panel on QE's show. And we got to it because they were debating theology. And well, not theology, but biblical theology specifically. And we got to a point where in Hebrews it talks about 4 through 6, something about how did I forget? Like in this moment, a guy was basically saying that verse means those verses mean that no one can actually get into heaven because right down to the bottom of it, even this person was a disbeliever. And for me, when I figured out the complete context, I thought, no, what this portion of the scripture is good for is for me recognizing that I'm this person. I'm the person that this is talking about. I'm the example that they're making in the sense of, do I really believe what God said? Do I really believe his word? Do I really believe that Jesus died and every evil act that I do is forgiven? Because he said so. Because he's God, the God, the one, and his word is law. Do I actually believe that? Or do I wake up every morning like, damn, I hope I don't die today, because even though God said I'm good, I'm not good. Therefore, I think my own works can save myself. Like, this is something that I struggle with. And that's me being humble and saying, I don't know. But other people will take that emotion of not knowing and that feeling of not knowing, and they'll go against it. They'll go against themselves. They'll deny it. You know what I mean?
The doctrines of grace, in spite of being totally depraved.
Well, that's why you're always supposed to fear God.
Reverently and lovingly, right? In spite of being totally depraved, the unconditional election of the Lord, according to the limited atonement within his covenant, gives people irresistible grace so that they may be saints that persevere unto the end.
That word is important.
The hell was that?
Elijah, the way I phrased that last sentence, that's what John Calvin, the great reformer in the mid-16th century, then termed tulip. Which you just mentioned.
Explain.
The way I phrased that sentence, I said, in spite of our total depravity, tulip, T-U-L-I-P, right? Total depravity, unconditional election, limited atonement, irresistible grace, perseverance of the saints. And then I said, in spite of being totally depraved, the Lord's unconditional election, according to the covenant, accomplishing the limited atonement according to his covenant, granting us irresistible grace, makes us saints that persevere unto the end, unto everlasting life, beginning and completing the good work in you by the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
It is an utter travesty when we sit in these VCs and we recognize all the various evils that plague the whole world that we continually complain about every day in or outside of this VC, but rarely do we want to get down to the heart of the matter in trying to understand the evil itself, its origin, and what is the way of salvation from the evil in the situation that we are in.
But we actually have a VC for that.
Very good.
We really do. It's down in another room. So that when people come up against these walls, want to have these discussions, they move it down there, and they're pretty lively sometimes. But like me, I don't really complain about and I try and encourage others to not complain about the lie, to not complain about the evil, to not complain about the elite or anything like that. Because, it's a part of life. You can't change it. And
especially if you don't have a solution, if you're not trying to go down the investigation line onto the resolution to it.
Or if your solution is, let's get political,
Right.
Jordan Peterson right here will suffice when he says, clean your own room. Like, it's like, if everybody did that, then, I mean, for real, shit would be clean.
I would agree with that because that's consistent with what Lord Yahushua says, judge yourself lest you be judged.
Yeah. It's really that simple. If you were focusing on living a righteous life then you would never gain at the expense of your brother. You just wouldn't. There'd be no reason. You'd be all good. You wouldn't make the mistakes that would cost you and your family, that would put you in a situation where you would have to gain over your brother to catch
Right.
up. Or
You
to
wouldn't
sustain a life
violate.
that shouldn't be sustained in the first place.
Right. You wouldn't violate the royal, holy, spiritual law of love, which is the summation of the whole law.
And just what I was saying before, Gregory, the people at the top, who is to give them counsel? Because they're already up there. They're the highest form of like what we would say society would put somebody at. Well, how are they going to ever have somebody like yourself to tell them they're depraved? And for them to believe these, like they could tell you, man, I have everything. I have control over your life right now. I have power.
They don't even like
I have
how
money.
you sound.
I don't even need to hear you counsel me. If I want to, I can have like 100 counselors. Like, you know what I mean? Like this.
Yeah.
So they have no need for
They
it.
don't like how you sound. Like when I say they don't like how you sound, it's like when they don't like how the truth sounds. Everybody knows this. There are like many, quotables. Truth hurts. You can't handle the truth. The truth is mightier than the sword. Or is it the
Facts
pen?
don't care
Whatever.
about your feelings,
But
Truth is hate
even
speech
though
is
we
also
all
hate truth.
say these things, the majority of us actually aren't concerned with the practice of truth. If that,
The majority of humans, yeah.
it's so contradictory, which doesn't surprise me, because that's exactly what the whole and when people say, well, why would they lie about the earth? I think on one hand, like, but people think about it from an external reasoning, like, oh, it's because of land, it's because of this material, it's because of that material. No.
Yeah, carnal, materialistic thinking.
And my mom told me, and my friends reinforced that Santa was real. And then my dad told me, stop that silly shit. Santa ain't real. That's me buying you them gifts. That's your mother buying you them gifts. Look, once that happened, guess what? I have been lied to and hurt by the highest figure in my life at that time as a child.
Right.
And guess what? I have to eat that. I have to accept that. So that's my first training into acceptance of being betrayed by a lie and still going on to get along anyway. So with this whole heliocentric thing, I think what it really does is it allows people to live in contradiction. Like literally, we're talking about the word level. And the new housekeeping question is now, is there any evidence that level isn't horizontal? Because their claim is that level isn't horizontal. Well, what is the evidence of that? When you look to the dictionary, the level and horizontal are synonymous. There is only one cherry pick definition that they can choose from in Merriam-Webster down to like the third definition. And only in that one particular definition do they say level is having no parts higher than another, but also conforming to the curved surface of the ground or whatever it says. But that's a complete contradiction because the second part contradicts the first part. So you have a definition everywhere else of level that's synonymous with horizontal that isn't contradictory to our reality. Then you have this one that happens to be contradictory, and it's because of a reification fallacy of you believing in some ball that they said you live on.
As a person stuck in the ACP, especially as an unbeliever, I cannot live believing the true cosmos, which displays and clearly reveals the eternal power and godhead of the God whom I don't like and hate, because I want to live along in my sinful ways, rendering me without excuse. Now I have to live in an entire cosmos that is not the God's cosmos, that smiles in the face of my other fallacies and falsehoods that I cherish, because I had not a love for the truth. Now, we don't live in the cosmos the Lord made. No, we live in this godless, purposeless, valueless, moralless, worthless, aimless vacuum with a whole bunch of balls flying around in it. And these little creatures that seem to be alive, but not really, that seem to be thinking, but not really, that seem to be sentient, but not really, that just matter of motion with their teeth and nails red with blood. It's amazing how people will prefer that doctrine, that philosophical view of the world, but then continue to complain about the various evils that happen in this world, even though in such a world as they tell us, there is no evil, number one. And number two, if these things you evaluate as evil, which really aren't evil given your worldview, didn't happen, then you wouldn't be the latest and greatest stage in the Darwinian macroevolutionistic process. So you should be giving a round of applause. You should be giving a round of applause to the tyranny of the stronger and death. Death and suffering and bloodshed is the patron saint of those who are alive today. Let the ACP tell us. Let the academicians tell us. And they wonder why people suicide themselves in utter hopelessness, and why I vehemently abhor and revile and refute this vain philosophy, falsely called knowledge.
What's up, people? It's K96 again. I'm talking like I wasn't here before. Maggie, Effie Bad, Creation Beer. Everyone.
Hey, how you doing, K96? Real quick before I just had you. Hey, Mimas, are you gonna be off for the holidays? Are you gonna be off like well, maybe I should say, are you gonna be on Discord?
I'll be around.
Okay. Just anybody else that is gonna be, because like usually people get off of work and stuff. So if you're gonna be off, just to pop in there, kind of like it gets pretty lively when you get the people who have been here a while. And the reason I say this is because a lot of times, like, this whole server came about from the original people of what we've started. Like, the reason why we agree so much with each other is because we've had like a long time to actually kind of sharpen our swords against each other. So we're all like almost all of the same accord when it comes to certain truths. So we are. It's quite a thing to see when you see the work of everybody who's kind of made this place be what it is. Like, built this house, like Mimas was actually saying, this is the house that we built, and it was carefully and it's been lovingly put together. And we stand for truth, and it doesn't matter. Like, it's always relevant to kind of bring to the light anybody who's actually against that in any way. And so sometimes the correction comes easy, and sometimes it comes hard. So some people, it just depends how it's taken. But at the same time, we love this place because of what it has done for many people who've come in here. And it's a beacon of hope for others to come and listen to, like, maybe a voice of reason. So this is why we're actually putting it out there like that. We stand for the truth, and it's just, it doesn't matter what tag you have on your name. The only thing that matters is that if you stand for truth, and yes, this is your house too. But if you become somebody that's, you are railing against those who have created this place, that it becomes like you're mocking the very thing that we instituted here, which was like a gathering of people who care a lot for others, not to walk into the darkness and have no buffer against the agendas that are coming against them every day. So that's what we've, and I feel like at times people don't appreciate that, and they don't realize it's like spitting at your parents. Like it's like you don't care. You're gonna say what you're gonna say, and that's all there is to it. And it's this spiteful spirit that you have. It's just like it doesn't feel right. Not in accordance to somebody who wants to adhere to truth anyway. So to me, it's like it's still a journey, I would say, to kind of get this what it is. And I've been going over with a lot of people in here because we had a little debacle yesterday, and I know that CB's kind of tired of me saying this, but like it's the reason why this place was built the way it was. There's certain guidelines and things. We care for it because we want it to be the best place possible for everyone to come in here and not take us like the world sees us, right? The world looks at us and it automatically writes us off and says, you guys are freaking idiots. So we're going to show them, right, that it's not that. And we're going to, even better still, that this is the best place for intellectual discussion. Like you can't have a better intellectual discussion than the people who have made this their house. Elijah, Mimas, Gregory. Like if this is the place that you can have think about this. Where else can you go where people can even it doesn't matter if we talk about politics, we have politics, religion gets brought up, like other things. The hardest topics to discuss within this forum and still be able to have a civil discussion with somebody who disagrees with your position. That you won't, because it would all turn into a shit show everywhere you go. It would descend into just chaos. And so when it happens that it descends into chaos, we come together as the elders, I guess you could say, and we stand together against anybody who would disrupt that. It doesn't matter who you are. If you come against that, you're coming against all of us. So this is very dear to us. Like I just hope I put that out there as a kind of a reminder for everyone. It's like that is why we sometimes reiterate the fact our position in this place. It needs to be kind of known. It's like the people didn't just get the way they are, on a whim. This was earned. The respect that people have in here. And so I kind of want to make everybody feel like this is why it's your house too. Because you see it that way. This is I sound kind of corny when I say it, but it's a sacred place in an intellectual discussion to have. Once you lose that foothold, good luck to find a forum that's kind of like this to give you that opportunity to have it. So there I would say I don't know of any, but maybe you guys can tell me of one. Not like this though. Certainly not like this. But anyways, we appreciate everybody that comes here. So
well said.
Yeah.
Well said.
I agree. I was just thinking about how. Go ahead, Mean.
I was going to say, it took 400 years of collective knowledge to create the airplane that we have today. That's 400 years of knowledge and trial and error and attempts and failures until we got it right. And I'm not trying to compare it to that, but it's taken us 6 years to get this right. This didn't happen overnight. We didn't just set up the Discord and a bunch of people came here. This is reputation. This is diligence. This is a lot of team effort and teamwork.
Then you get to a point where you're a true Jedi master, right? Like, you first come, it's like Call of Duty, like you're a total noob. You know that you're walking around with the streets, but you kind of still don't know how, because you've been filled with so much information, you're like a tape recorder that's just pressing play. And when a person asks, some questions, you may not be able to answer it, and it's like you kind of go back to the basics and the fundamentals. Which there's a way to do that, but sometimes it's not as smooth transition between the person who's ignorant and us who's trying to shed a light on something that they might not have known. Then there are the people who think they're playing chess. But see, in chess, you don't get to just make moves and move the piece of the other player. Like, you have to deal with their move. You can't just make the move for them. Like, so there are people who do that. And then there are people who play the chess.
That's an excellent
where they're like,
analogy.
I know all of the possibilities. I know all of the outcomes of this game because I've been doing it so long. So I'm not afraid to let this person make whatever move they need to make because I know the call and response. I know what to do to respond to whatever move they make. Therefore, I don't have to stop them. I don't have to meet them with animosity. I just have to have patience to make it to the end of the game. And that's where I want all of us to be.
Elijah, you must be patient with yourself. You will soon master the ways of the truth with patience and perseverance.
There's always a time, after so much, perseverance and patience and, working with somebody that they just seem to be not at a great place to have any type of knowledge being brought forth to them. And, they would then start to rail against you. And at which point you can actually say, okay, we're done now because the floor has been given to you. The opportunity has been squandered. And now we are going to move past this conversation. So, there is times for that. Absolutely. There's
those who have ears but do not hear, those who have eyes but do not see, those who have a heart but do not have natural affection, those who have a mind seared with a hot iron.
And what you're supposed to do is just shake the dust off your feet and say, well, hopefully you can remember this moment where you had the point where you could have did something, but you didn't. So, and then that's, the hope that we have for it, because that's the thing, right? You want to bring that to everybody's mind is like, they walk in here like, oh, what's this, Discord, flat earth? What's going on here, man? You guys are crazy. And immediately you're just like, all right, this is the moment for that guy. 'Cause who knows?
Yeah, when I do that, I always go, everyone shut the fuck up. I'm taking this. Blood.
I was just thinking that earlier, Elijah. Yes.
And then I go, hey, my friend. Like, I get into this whole... I know you guys probably think this nigga is full of shit. Like, no, but that's the compassion I really feel. And it's just that I need to be that way because ultimately I care about everybody, but I also need to understand a bullshitter as quickly as possible. I need to know, thank you, that they're bullshitting. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So it's like, if it's somebody that can be helped, just because they're a troll, it doesn't mean that they can't be helped. So I talk to
Suffer
trolls.
fools as little as possible, be as effective in helping them.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm. Because if that troll, like how many times, Miggy, have we had trolls that allowed you to talk? Because once they allow you to talk, then you allow them to make mistakes. But here's the thing. There have been a lot of trolls that have made those mistakes, realized those mistakes, and have said, wow, I came in here thinking it was going to be one thing, but it was different. That's not the person you give up on. That's not the person you count on when they come in here. That's not that. Okay? Yes. There's a difference between that person and somebody who continuously cuts you off, like the guy that called me the N-word and all of that. Like, he was so cool, calm, and collected, but he was one of those smug-voiced young kids that he just he kind of overtalked me a little bit, but he also allowed me to get points across to the point where he did tie himself up in logical traps, and he got frustrated to the point where he stopped being responsive. And it was at that point where it was just like, well, I have to end the conversation now. But he didn't even want to end it. He wanted to straw man me and give me the position he had and take the position that I had. And then I said, okay, well, you're going to go that route. You're going to stay on mute. And I'll pay you, what did I say, $50, $20? How much was it? Whatever. I'll pay you if you can go ahead, go back into the live stream that's recorded, and find Where I said what you said I said.
It was $50, and he was too apathetic to even look. He was like, well, I mean, apathetic, but yeah, he just didn't even want to take the time to go rewind the live stream. So he's like, no, I don't even want. Even at the cost of maybe proving you wrong and getting $50, he's like, no, I don't even want to do that.
With that being mentioned, I must say this because this cannot be overemphasized. You have these debates, outside of cyberspace in these VCs, whatever, what have you, and the opponent reveals one of two basic attitudes that they hold. Either they truly do want to reason with you in a dialectical dialogue unto the truth, so that you may accept, acknowledge, and adhere your behavior to the truth, or they really don't, and they merely want to resist anything that they are detecting as truth, which they hate because their deeds are evil, which exposes them and it stings. That's one of two basic categories I cannot help. I don't just go out of my way to do it. I simply cannot help but be stuck in habitually evaluating an opponent that way. Sooner or later, I listen to them long enough, and they will demonstrate to me, you don't really want to reason about this, do you? I'll say it to them out loud. I'll mention them. Given the way that you are responding to me, or given your responses to me after I said all of what I just said, you're not indicating to me that you want to really reason and that you're interested in investigating this matter. You're demonstrating to me strongly that you just want to cavil against everything that I say. One of the many manifestations of the depravity of man that we have to be bothered with. So we have to have a sound and strategic, most strategic and effective approach to that person by the Holy Spirit.
It's the most annoying, and this is one of the first things I realized in life with dealing with women. My mom being the first woman. I remember a time I'll never forget. My mom started out with a premise that I didn't agree with, and I was like, literally, I'm looking in her eyes, and I'm saying, Mom, wait, I'm out. Mom, the thing you just said. Mom, hold on, Mom. I grabbed her hand, I looked at her straight, and I was like, Mom, she did not one time. She didn't even stutter. That entire time that I was trying to get her attention, she was looking me dead in the eyes and continued talking. Like, that's the kind of shit that was like, I would never do that. Like, if someone is saying, hold on, you're straw manning me, instead of continuing, I'm going to stop and I'm going to go, how? Now, usually when that happens in here, the person just gets you to stop talking by saying that you straw man them, and then they try to move on. Just by declaring, hey, you straw man me. But anyway, let me make this point. It's like, no, bitch. No. How did I straw man you? Because the only reason I stopped, my address to you, which was tailored to what you said, was because you said that I got something wrong. So go on. But it's like, these people just, I don't fucking know what it is. It's like their eyes, they're looking at you, but they're looking past you as they're like, I don't know. It's the weirdest behavior I've ever. That right there, I'll never understand it. The people need to power through what you're saying. Now, the dumbasses will think, well, Eli, you do the same thing.
The dumbasses. Yep.
They'll say, you do the same thing. You cut people off and blah, 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 blah. No. But when I cut people off, it's justified. Well, how could you say that?
Elijah, you sound like me so thoroughly, man. Stop being so similar to me.
So they'll say, no, you're doing the same thing. It's like, okay, well, let's take it on a case-by-case scenario. Give an example, and we'll justify it, and I'll apologize. Give an example where I'm in fallacy, or I'm straw manning, red hair, anything you claim to get me to stop saying what I'm saying. Whatever it is, just give me the example. You can't, but I can do the converse though.
I literally had a discussion with another brother in the Lord, a couple other brothers in the Lord, in another server not several months ago, but like 2 or 3 months ago, in the same exact kind of situation. Gregory, you're a hypocrite. You interrupt people. It's not the same. Why? Because when I interrupt them, like you just said about yourself, Elijah, when I'm interrupting them, they are defiantly repeating a fallacy or more in an obvious attempt to blast through what I'm saying rather than critically consider it and reason with me cooperatively in the conversation.
Yeah, there's a difference, like in a courtroom, if you're like, objection, that's hearsay, versus somebody being like, blah, 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 yeah.
Right.
Like, there's a big
Right.
difference there.
Hey, we got Saint Nick that's in here, so I'm gonna unmute him. Saint Nick, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, how's it going, man? Welcome to the
Not
24
bad.
Discord, man.
Cheers, mate. Cheers. I'm brand new to this. I've never had Discord before, so it's a little bit of a minefield.
Let me give you just a quick intro. That way you can
please.
Go into yours. So 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We do want to hear about what new people have to say. So including whether you think the Earth is a globe, if you're on
Definitely
the fence,
not.
or if you know the Earth is flat. Just go ahead and let us know what you think, and please tell us why you think that. Go ahead, Saint.
I do measurements every day. So I've got myself a P950 and a P1000. I've been doing it for about 3 years. I'm actively measuring the moonlight temperature as we speak. I've got about 4 thermometers outside because it's a full moon here in the UK. So I'm doing that. I'm going to make another video for that tonight.
What's
I've been
your
in it
YouTube
for a
channel?
while, basically. Say again?
What's your YouTube channel?
I haven't got one. I've basically just been collecting things. I will be putting it all online. I keep getting deleted from. I was doing Instagram. I've had 3 accounts deleted from there. So I moved on to TikTok in the last 3 weeks. I lasted about a week before they've banned me from going live. So I'm just fucking trying to get my information out there, really. So I've got a lot of, Zoom tests, everything, anything you can imagine that proves the level, Earth, the sun, the moon, the stars. I've been doing it for 3 years. So
All right.
I've
Well,
got
when you set up your YouTube channel,
stuff to share.
when you set up your YouTube channel, let us know and we'll post it.
I will do. Nice one. Cheers. Thank you. Yeah, I do have a YouTube channel. I posted stuff ages ago, but honestly, it just, I think I've only got about 60 views and it's been up for about 3 years. So it was a bit disheartening. So yeah, I just didn't bother. But I have got a lot of content that no one's seen and I'd love to share it.
Hey,
That's
why don't
why
you
I'm
post your last video? Post your YouTube channel here.
Hold on. Completely forgotten.
Guys. Yeah. I want to mention, like, earlier I was talking about, like, how, you can blow up on YouTube or TikTok or whatever.
Yeah.
That is, okay. Well, yes and no, because, again, you kind of can't, there can't be a stark contrast between what you're saying and whatever the current narrative officially is. And typically that's what we care about, is what the relevant current narrative. So technically, yeah, you would be shadow banned or straight taken off of the platform, because I was watching Admin preach and they were talking about how they had a video where trans people were being like critiqued for, like, people saying just because we don't like trans doesn't mean we're transphobic. Like,
yes.
That video was taken down. However, there are people sharing their clips. Thank you. And those clips stay up specifically because those people happen to be trans or gay. And it's like so arbitrary. This is so me saying you could blow up and blah 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 blah. Yeah, I don't know how I really don't know how you would do it. I guess the question is, well, how crafty are you? Are you smarter than the system? A lot of people are. That's why a lot of people are rich. That's why they beat the system. Like that. Here's the thing. Like I don't think you're gonna play by the rules and spit into the hand of the person that's feeding you, and still make it. You got to do it craftily. I don't know how that is, but I'm sure there's a way because people beat the system every day.
Ultimately, the Lord being sovereign over all history, number one, and number two, it's not quite necessary. It's better. It's better to blow up, as it were, than it is to be, rather obscure and having a relatively meager audience relative to the more prominent and popular YouTube uploaders. But if the purpose should be get the truth out there, whatever the quantity of viewers, at least one saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah, real quick. So if you don't know, we are being live streamed right now, St. Nick. So we have a live stream that's 24/7. So in case you want to know, I'm going to post a link to that. There's a few things about this. Discord is different from other platforms. We are the largest flat Earth Discord there ever is on this earth. Like as far as like intellectual debate, or conversation, you're gonna find that here is the place to have that. There isn't any Globe Earth or anybody that's outside of the truth holding office here within this group. And so you will always have like great content for you to come back to a place where truth is always being spoken of and the reality of our realm. We're not going to be just here spinning everybody's wheels on only speculation. We're going to be talking about the truth and like what can be known. So you do have a YouTube channel that's a 24/7 that's constantly always on that you can refer people to. And when you start posting things, like if you get into a discussion in here with somebody, like of the opposing side of any type of earth that they think that it is, live stream voice text is the place you're going to be posting it at. That's the text channel right above the voice channel that you're in right now.
Brilliant.
So just go
and
there.
If you're looking,
go ahead.
And if you're looking for criticism from your own side, this is the place to get it.
Happy days.
Or you can get called out to be a Nazi from somebody who's on the flat community.
Yeah.
As long as it's not an echo chamber, I don't mind.
It's not. It's definitely not an echo chamber. I just said maybe an hour ago, I have probably banned more flat earthers than globe earthers here.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, a lot of people just fall into, they'll just believe what anyone, whatever anyone's saying, So, but yeah, I'm just about to have my dinner. How do I mute myself on this?
There's a mute button, a mic button at the bottom left-hand corner. If you're on your phone, I think it's different, but on PC, you just tap. I think you just tap your thing, it'll pop up.
Flat Earthers especially, I know some of them hate me because I'm nice in general. I'm very mean when someone that I mean, keep it real. Like it's just because I know you guys versus talking about strangers. And it's like for people that I talk to every day, if you're going to commit a logical fallacy and be called out in a public place like this and be just so upset and unreasonable, can't find the better word, it's like I don't have any love in my heart for that because I'm trying to help. It's like I don't get and that's why I come at flat earthers more than anything, because I don't want them to go out there and experience the rejection that I did when I was committing logical fallacies to try to convey a point. Why was I committing logical fallacies? Because that's the way that this topic was set up. It's set up in a way where people think that flipping the burden of proof is okay. And for some reason, when they flip the burden of proof, we justify something that we had no business trying to justify, a reification fallacy. Because none of us have a model. None of us knows how shit works without having experienced it and, done something to manipulate any of the heavenly bodies or anything like that. Like we don't know
We don't have an exhaustive, comprehensive knowledge of the cosmos and its functions.
or reality and stuff. We don't even know what the fuck is happening when we're dreaming. So, I just the people just want to know everything, and it's like they get upset when they have a brain shot. Sorry, hold on. Unless can you guys hear me? Or is it too loud?
We can hear you a little bit.
Well, people get upset when they have like a brainchild that they focused on for weeks and weeks, months and months, and then you tell them, "Hey, that's not logically efficient." They get mad. It's like, I understand getting upset, but you should also be thankful. Because there are things that I've been pointed out that, all right, I got to mute it too loud.
Mm-hmm. When he comes back, I'll say this until he comes back. People people frequently, when we debate the opponent, which is promulgating what I call the ACP, the academic cosmic paradigm, they fall into this. I don't know if it has a name. I don't know if logicians have given this fallacy a name, but I just simply call it a false criterion, where if you, be it me or Elijah or whoever else is refuting the ACP, they think that if we cannot exhaustively answer to whatever inconsistent and arbitrary standard that they have in their heart when they ask their questions, if we can't answer all the questions to their liking, therefore our position is false and our refutation has failed. No. But it's like a superlative of a red herring. Like, you have the initial premise, and then Elijah, for instance, will articulate the refutation to that specific premise, to that specific argument, including the concluding premise. And then they'll rebut with 1,001 questions trying to inquire about the cosmic paradigm that he believes and claims to know and is arguing for. And if he doesn't answer every single question, then they are salivating at the mouth, then leap to the conclusion, therefore his refutation fails and his paradigm is false and ours is true. Now I can rest easy from the burden of being under scrutiny and reproach.
Right, which always refers back to the same guy that was the gentleman that was in here yesterday, and was talking about the idea that he was challenging flat Earth immediately when they were actually talking to him. Who was it? The guy that I was mentioning, SK Extreme or something? S Extreme?
Extremists.
Yeah, the guy that was in here with the his avatar had like a little elf hat or Santa hat. Anyway, he was talking about asking how the flat Earth was actually possible, and I think a red pill or pillbox was talking to him and defending. I think taking images, or he's a photographer of some kind, and he got into this thing with him, but he was on a defense point. And I've always told people in here, flat Earth is not a defense point. You're not supposed to be in here defending till you're blue in the face. It's a complete offense position. Like, they have to demonstrate how the globe is even possible. And they have to bring all the evidence for it. So it's complete offense. Once it switches over to where you're starting to defend points, then you're losing foothold with somebody, because it's easy, right? They can ask all the questions and easily hand wave it, making you look like a fool, which you don't need to. The defense position should be something it's not regulated to something that's obviously true, that's self-evident. When something's self-evident, you can't negate the fact that you're going to go around and say it's not that, because we all know it to be true. So that's the position people need to realize. When you start trying to win them over with images and things, they're like, well, this is how an image is taken. It's like, they're going to be like, yeah, so what? What camera did you use? What this and that? And so they're going to be asking you questions. You're going to be on the defense. At the moment you take that position, you're not going to gain any ground with these guys. And moreover, you're going to look like you're struggling to make a point. So it's not going to work. You have to expose their ignorance. Go ahead, Greg.
That's a good point to raise, Miggy, concerning a strategic logic in approaching the debate. Yeah.
Yeah, but I've said it in a way that was kind of easy to digest because it's often very subtle when they switch over to kind of talking about the globe, and then they just easily kind of like, well, okay, but that's not how it works on a flat Earth, right? And then if you take the bait right there, the switch happened. It's a bait and switch. So they baited you. Now you're switched over to another topic, and lo and behold, you're starting to defend flat Earth, and they haven't given the concession that they didn't understand about the globe. None of that was given. So now they're just moving into the territory of you being on the defense, and then they're gonna lay into you with 1,000,001 questions. How does the sun work? How is this possible? How do time zones work? Like, and you're just gonna be like defending, and they're gonna be like, that's silly. Well, good. After an hour, you trying to defend, you didn't get anywhere at all. You just made yourself look foolish because you were entertaining all these questions. So, which is I'm trying to bring that around because you don't notice that in a conversation how subtle the switch happens. But you have to be like really keen. I know Elijah is like he's got his feelers out. As soon as somebody switches or they skirt around what he said, he stops them, and that's why people will get upset, abruptly stopping them in the mid conversation. Like, no, wait a minute, I didn't say that. Why did you misrepresent? And so a lot of people are like, man,
allowing me to escape.
Say what he's got to say. Like they don't understand that those inconsistencies like their person has need to be pointed out. Like they can't just do that. It's important. I mean, especially in here. If you want to get down to the reason why people have these ideas, then you start to see the reason when it gets pointed out to them. Other than that, you think that that's the way a conversation is supposed to happen. You have to allow the person to say all these things. But if you don't stop it mid-form where they're actually talking about a topic they have no knowledge of, then you haven't done anything. You're just allowing them to say whatever thing.
Yeah, it devolves into a monologue and not a conversation. That is not conducive. It's not conducive
to reason unto the truth, and neither do they have the right to do so. A filibuster and scattergun you with 1,000 points. It's a very common tactic that both.
You cut up towards the end, Gregory.
My check.
Yeah, you're coming in.
Okay, there we go. Both the scattergunning tactic where the opponent just rattles off 1,001 points, and secondly, where the opponent wants to switch positions from being the questioned to the questioner, from the interrogated to the interrogator. And it's a very common tactic that you see in every area of life. Even children do this. Why did you steal, I'm talking to child A, why did you steal the cookies out of the cookie jar? Well, why did you steal the cookies out of the cookie jar?
Yeah. And the first person who takes it is the one that's going to be on the defense. So let's just say the guy throws something out. We have a panel of people who are pretty logical in their discussions. So you'll have a trigger moment for everybody in here to jump in the conversation and say, "Wait, I got an answer for that." Well, that's wonderful. I'm pretty sure you do. And what you're going to say is going to make a lot of sense to all of us here. But to that guy, it's not. Because he's going to just yeah, that's pretty dumb. And you're going to be like, no, but you're not listening to me. You have to hear me out. And then you go on because you think, man, this next moment is going to really change everything. It's going to be pivotal, guy. And then at the end of it, he's going to be like, yeah, that sounds pretty dumb. And then you realize, damn, why can't I get through this guy? Well, it's easy, my friend, because you didn't stop his ignorance in the first place, and you allowed him to get to a place where he's questioning you. And now you sound like you can't make any sense because he's not ready to listen. So this is the issue, right? Because we have a panel of people who are got the finger on the trigger. When they hear something triggering, they're gonna jump right in, and it'll go straight into where we're being questioned instead of him being the one trying to give us the answers. For the globe. So,
tactics, patience, temperance.
And it's an unfortunate annoyance that we have to be bothered with, but
it's necessary in our effort to maximize the fruitfulness of the dialogue. People are in the habit. Very rarely do you find a person that is a sophist. You're going to find them rather frequently in here, but in your everyday life, very rarely do you find a person that's a sophist, because most people don't even bother to think that hard. Most people just are retorting with this or that fallacy simply out of habit.
Right. They're just going to work.
Unpremeditated habit.
They're just going to work and coming home. They're not an active, like, they're not actively contributing to a debate forum. They're not trying to find out tactical ways of getting around the truth. They don't care. They're just like, whatever it is, you know, I'm just trying to make a living, man. So the average guy or whatever is just living life. And like these other guys who come in here with agendas to like really thwart the efforts of those talking about what we're saying in here. That's the sophist. Like, you're not really going to get, it's not very common. Obviously there are people out there, but it's like, they're just people living their day-to-day lives. Just like everybody else. You know, what you're going to get in here is people that love the lore. They love the freaking fantastic lore that's being spoken of. And they want to, you know, make it as real as they can in people's minds. So they're going to keep projecting that. No, you're wrong. Space is real. And like all this kind of stuff. Like, so they're just defending the lore. They're not actually knowing anything about the truth. And then to defend the lore, you know, you have to mock the opponent, just use dirty tactics. So, you know, obfuscate from the truth, red herring, you know, just continuously like get into logical fallacies just so that you don't allow the person to speak the truth, because the thing that you hold, the lore that you have in your mind, you want it to be true so much that at all costs, you'll thwart the efforts of anything that comes against it. It's what I see. It's just what I see. When people are holding on to their presupposition idea of what they think the earth is. And they're holding on so tightly like a teddy bear. No, and you're trying to take it away. And they're like, no, you're not taking my... And so they will say things to you, even to your character, and they'll get in their feelings and they'll be all mad about it. But at the end of the day, you already know what that is.
And when they react like that, when they resist any and all critique that is given against their premise, their concluding premise, or the whatever paradigm that they believe, that exposes at least one of their many religions. Mm-hmm. And these are the same people who will say out loud and think of themselves as being anti-religious or above religion, and they're not religious. That's impossible. It's impossible for humans to not be religious.
It's often like they would claim that, but it's not known in the fact that they think they got away from it all. When they're steeped in the most deepest, darkest like religion there ever was. You know, because it takes belief, doesn't it? To get to the point where you are seeing something that's outside of your known five senses, you're perceiving something that's not there. An earth that moves that doesn't move. An earth that curves that doesn't curve. Like, all these things are happening outside of something that they can't see or feel. So outside of the
foolish faithfulness to the paradigm.
You have to believe with all your heart and all your might, all your mind, your strength, everything, to believe in this religion. If not that, what you do is you suspend your critical thinking and hand it over to the authorities, right? Whoever's telling you, oh, that expert is, you know, he's pretty spot on with what he's saying. Spot on with what? He's spewing nonsense to you, and you're just believing his nonsensical ideas. When are you going to...
And not even handing it over to the other person, just tossing it away over your shoulder into the trash.
It's like when somebody tells you that the star is a sun and the sun is a star. I mean, these claims are outlandish. And then they were like, well, that makes sense. In what way, sir or ma'am? Like, how does that make any sense to you? When does a star look like a sun, and how does the sun look like a star? Compare them both. Please, somebody point that out if they have any logical, critical thinking skills, because it doesn't follow. The sun looks like a sun because we named it that, and what it looks like, and it doesn't look like a star. But even still, to say that it looks like that other thing, there's no correlation, none whatsoever. So you can't say that, like no one can. And yet the hoodwinking happens daily, and they say it makes sense, and I'm like, how? Even the stories that they tell you. You know how it's crazy. And so pointing out the ignorance and just getting to the root cause is most important. You know, taking down the journey of like what they think their reality really is. Well, you get to the guy who's been thoroughly hoodwinked. Well, we can't know anything to be 99.9999% sure anyway. Like, well, that's all we can actually know. Oh, really? That's interesting. Because when you actually are certain of something, you'll definitely tell me about it, right? For sure. Are you standing up right now? Yeah. Do you know that to be 100% true? No. Interesting. So that known reality in which you exist, you can't know that to be true. So everything's just whatever it is, right? There is no known reality. There's just, you know, whatever you perceive, subjective. It's malleable.
Along those lines, these are the same persons who so religiously and emphatically emphasize empiricism. But then when it comes down to just taking into account what we empirically experience commonly, let alone in any of these other rare special instances, they completely forsake it.
Indeed.
And that point that you made about knowledge, someone who has the audacity to fix their mouth and tell me that they have 99.9999999% confidence that they know what they know, that is a very elongated, redundant, ridiculous way of saying that they have something they call knowledge falsely.
Or they don't know. I would just refer to it as you don't know. Because I pointed out to them like, no, I didn't say I didn't know. I said I only know 99.99999. And I was like, yeah. In other words, you don't know.
You don't know. That is not knowledge.
They were like, it's not binary. I was like, yeah, it is. Okay, so tell me what the sun is. Like, tell me
what's the third option? You know, forsake the law of the excluded middle. What is the third option? You do know, you don't know. What's the third option?
What's the third option? Yeah. Please tell me, is it 99.9999% with that little sliver of chance? It could be something else. Okay, interesting. What is that other thing it could be? You know, like this.
You know, with any other thing in reality, when we calculate the percentage thereof, the battery in the phone is either fully charged or it isn't. 99.99999% charge is not fully charged.
Not fully charged, yeah. That's it.
I mean, God damn it. Yeah, this is why I get angry and cussing.
I'm more of like, but see, hang on, Greg, because this is what happens. Now, this type of, and I would call it like a mind virus, right? Because that's what it is. It latches onto whatever it touches. It has been brought over into FE community. Now, there's some people in FE that would say that very same thing. And the same way that we're talking about right now, that this guy with the globalist mind would say the same. The other guy would be like, well, you know, flat earth, 99.99999% sure. It's like, well, that's fine. Whatever. But as far as what you know right now, consistently with the realm that you exist in, is there any measured curvature? You know, you go through it. No. Okay. Is there a possibility that it is curving with that little sliver? And if you said yes, then you're not standing on truth, obviously. It either is.
Which is a superfluous metaphysical question. Is it possible for this concrete entity that we all live upon to have curvature of its surface? Well, you know, if the God wanted to make it that way, sure. He didn't. Therefore, it isn't.
That's what I'm, you know, and going into like what can be known and what cannot be known, right? Always into the realm of like either you know, and I say it's pretty redundant. You know what you know, you don't know what you don't know, right? How big is the earth in its entirety? We don't know. That's great because nobody does, right? And these ideas behind all of this coming forth with models and maps and globes and flat conceptions and all that is just reifying the knowledge that we don't know. We're just giving it some kind of idea which man has constructed because it's man's knowledge, right? It has nothing to do with what the creator had put forth. Nobody knows the parameters, right? We're just fumbling around trying to say that we're lofty in our thinking. Here you go, AE map. There, wonderful, isn't it? Check it out. Bird's eye view, top down of the Earth, complete in its entirety. Works well, doesn't it? No, it don't. How did you get that perspective? What was the verification of that? You know, like I would scrutinize it to the the point where somebody would at least think about it, if not capitulate and say like, I can't do this, man. This is like, you're right, but obviously it's true or not. Is it true that this is a right representation of the earth? Yes or no? And if you answer, it's like, well, 99.9999%. It's just not right. It's not what it is. And that's where we should leave it. But that's the point, though, right? So it don't matter what people conceive of the idea of what it can be. It either has to be or it isn't. And that's the only way.
This is what.
So
yes, this is what philosophers would call someone like Dr. John Frame a dialectical tension in their thinking. What are you talking about? One who is trying to fix their mouth to say, I'm 99.999% sure. That is an attempt to claim that they know without claiming that they know.
Right. I think it's an illogical.
They want to simultaneously hold the claim and be invincible from any critique from it without actually making the claim so as to carry the burden of proof and have to be obligated now to withstand scrutiny.
Right. That's what it is, Greg. That's the important bit, though, out of this whole discussion, is that they don't want to be held accountable for speaking on truth. Is it true, right? Like in a court case, is it true that the earth is a globe? Is it true? Now you're going to have to stand on all 10 toes, and you're going to tell me right now, like the way, Yeshua or God was telling Job, and he was like, gird your loins like a man, because I have some questions for you, and you better answer them. And so all the lines of questions that he gave him, he didn't know how to respond because there wasn't any response to it. You can't say something you don't know. You know what you know. You don't know what you don't know. And he didn't know any of the things that he was told. And neither do we.
Job didn't merely not answer the questions. He, with haste, clapped his hand over his mouth and humbled himself and said, who can reply back against Yahweh?
Who can reply? And here, oh, my friends, we got people that can reply. And that's what people are lining in droves in here. And I'm just like, no, you cannot reply. Tell me what the length and breadth of this earth is, and whatever concept you have, I'm going to throw it in the bin, because none of it relates to our known reality. Because I'm going to tell you this, and you better answer me. Where's the verification for this? Did you verify this thing? Yes or no?
And the indignation that comes in when you hear the likes of me or Miggy talk about this with such kinds of persons is because they are simply resisting the very simple and paramount effort to reason about this issue unto the truth. They are not cooperating with us in the effort of seeking truth. They are resisting us. It's a fight now. In my effort to seek the truth, you are now becoming an opponent, an adversary, being an obstacle, detrimentally affecting my effort to get to the truth for not only my sake, but also yours.
Yeah, I don't wish that upon like anybody in the truth community. I don't, but it is the nature of reality right at this moment. We got some people in here, the 99.999%ers. We got those who would lean on the azimuthal equidistant projections. We got those who would lean on such things. And my mind is that I would wish that we can at some point realize that when you really in your heart of hearts ask yourself, is this something that can be verified? Can I bring this forward in an intellectual discussion and say that this is something that can be used because it can be verified as such? And if the answer is no, then what you're bringing in is basically faulty logic. And then what you're going to provide something to them is the same thing that the globe provided to the people that learned about it. It's just a best guess at what you think this could be. It's nothing to do with what it actually is, and you're providing them a great way to look at that. You're showing them what you think it can be, and that's not useful in any way. You're just going to give, and what do you have? Debates on the azimuthal equidistant projection map against the globe. That's what you get. Out of that comes that. And out of that comes more ignorance, right? These all flight maps work on the flat earth. No, they don't. They just work how they do using what information they have, not using these fallacious maps that people use.
and there are people that will say, well, now that we're free, you're just trying to gatekeep and tell people how to think, and you're a materialist because you only think you can know, things, based on the scientific method, and you can't. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what Miggy or any of us are saying. We know that the supernatural exists. We know that all of these things, right? But what you're doing is trying to explain materially that which you don't know for sure. And when we try to critique it and say, well, how do we know that? Oh, you think that because you can't apply this to the scientific method that it's false and you're a materialist. No, nigga. I just don't know because you don't know and you're not admitting it.
Yep. That's it.
That's the Ebonics hood version of articulating that.
But still, I think it's Gregory. What happens though? Like Elijah sometimes is relatable to those who are coming from a standpoint of ignorance, right? So the
that was a joke.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's like it's like I think in that way
I want to be cool. Yeah.
In that way he's speaking to like a variety of people who these guys, like not the sophist, right? But like the ones who are gassed up by their friends. Like, hey, man, let's go have some fun in this server. Like he's speaking to those guys. And like if you could pull them aside for a moment and be like, guys, check this out, man. Don't be a fool. Come in here and just like, if you're gonna say something, be intelligent. There's a great way to do things, and there's a bad way, right? So he's kind of encouraging them, like, don't be foolish. Don't come in here and acting a fool and then thinking people are. I think there's a lot of stuff that's involved in this, like entitlement. That you gotta tell me what flat Earth is. Go ahead, let me sit back and spoon feed me what you got going on here, man. Let me know. And you're like, no.
No.
I want to know what you know. I want to know what you know about the earth that you think you live on. Because that's the beginning right now. We're getting to know who you are and why you think the way you do. And so be it, right?
Or even because there's, for whatever reason, like there are people that are coming out on the flat Earth side that will say that I'm a gatekeeper. You can't logically construct sentences like that. Oh no, you can't make the claim that this is science. Not because of the wording, not because of the semantic range of words, but specifically because I know what you mean, because I listen. And based on what you're meaning, you're describing a cause and effect relationship, but you have no epistemology for how you came to what you claim to know.
Mm-hmm.
That's not me indoctrinating people with a method. That's saying you're lacking a method and trying to pass it off as a method.
What these gentlemen were just talking about is some persons come into these servers, they come into these VCs, and people are in the habit of talking to us, and they want to conveniently sit on their seat of scorn, as it were, and just condescendingly scrutinize us with the most impossible rigor upon us that they don't apply to themselves also, mind you, and refuse to accept that rigor, that unfair, ridiculous high rigor from the opponent. People want to be arbitrary. People want to be God. No, don't question me. I'll question you. And I'm not going to try to be charitable with my rigor. I'm going to make it as rigorous as possible. So rigorous that it is impossible for you to meet my criterion.
Yeah.
And I didn't stipulate the criterion from the beginning of the conversation. Now I'm adding criterion along the conversation as it progresses until you finally give up.
Believe me, my friends, flat Earth is a completely offensive position. You're always like, there isn't anything that you can off like this guy that's coming in here, Joe Blow, Globe guy. Like that guy, like he's so unaware of how unprepared he is. He could have all his ducks in a row coming in here thinking he's got all his formulas, and like the character who was in here yesterday, I mean, he was like, well, did you know like the mass times the volume? And I was like, that's great, man. I know that you're saying these formulas as in if it's something to say, but do you know what it means? Because now you're getting into what gravity is. My friend, you haven't even demonstrated what the earth actually is. So how is these physics working on this presupposed idea that you have? You have to get to the bit where you're demonstrating that that is actually the reality in which you live, and then you can talk about the supposed physics that you're mentioning now. So it doesn't mean a hell of beans what these physics mean or you're trying to describe, because you can't have it happening on an imaginary thing. It has to be something real. And then you can say, well, these are applicable. You know, there's something that actually worked on this ball or whatever concept you have. Oblate spheroid. I mean, you can't use something that is presupposed on something that may or may not be true. You have to stand on
this
truth.
very point, right? This very point that you just said, they cannot wait to whistle past it because they don't want to acknowledge the universal and historical fact. No idea.
We lost you, Greg.
The reason that people are talking about this universal gravitation law, Cavendish and Newtonian,
We're losing you, bud. There's something
is
happening
because it is an ad hoc it's an ad hoc follow-up to account for how do all the things that live upon the face of the earth stick upon the face of the earth if it is this ball flying around in a vacuum. That's why it was made. So the very
Your mic's gone all fuzzy, man.
Your mic's gone crazy, like we are talking under a pillow or something, right?
My check.
Yeah, you're better.
Okay, there we go. I think I need to pull back the microphone. And they cannot wait to whistle past it because the fact of the matter is, universally and historically, ideas don't arise in a vacuum. That means two things. And they don't want to acknowledge the specific fact that the very contrivance of this universal gravitation law is because persons are trying to give an ad hoc fallacious account for how the things that dwell upon the face of the earth stick to the face of the earth, or the things that are near the face of the earth stay near the face of the earth if we are in this vacuum upon the face of a ball that is moving at exorbitant speeds within it. That's why we're talking about it. So the very supposition of this universal gravitation law is presupposing a certain cosmic paradigm that we live on a ball in a vacuum. You have to adjust that first. If that whole network of presuppositions, which then provoke them to contrive this universal gravitation law, is false, then the universal gravitation law is false, because what the hell good is a ad hoc fallacious retort for a cosmic paradigm that is not real?
Does anyone know of any experiment that shows Earth's like orbital motion? Because I know Michelson and Morley failed. I don't know if they bring up any other kind of examples.
Well, here's the thing, though. There's a lot to deal with when we start talking about like, is the globe in existence right now? And so I haven't like spoken to you, 77 Con, but what do you think about the shape of the Earth? Because that's the most important fundamental aspect of this whole server. We want to get to know the bit of why people think the Earth is what they think it is. So if you think the Earth is a globe, you know, what supports that with evidence?
I don't think the Earth's a globe. So, no.
No, you don't think the Earth's a globe. But what do you think the Earth is?
We describe it as level. You know, wouldn't be flat exactly, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Okay, and how did you arrive to that conclusion? What brought you to that point?
Mostly off God, I guess the physics of water would be the best evidence I can think of.
And how long have you been in the conversation about the topic of the shape of the Earth? Like, and I'm only saying these things because we're getting to know who you are and
just like a year. I'm still learning. I know a good amount, but I'm still learning a lot.
Okay,
I learn a lot listening to you guys.
Let me ascribe. Would you mind if I ascribed a tag to you, or people have a qualm with the word flat Earth, so I wanted to put the flat Earth tag on you, so nobody will start questioning whether you are or not.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you that tag. Give you some perms here, and because I give people these tags, and it's not to you or anything, 77, but like I give people the flat Earth tag, but if they don't live up to that or they start saying things that are against it, then I'll just remove it. Like it's easily removed. But the flat Earth tag is where everybody begins that says this, and you can stay in this forum. You could make it your house and be a place where you can have intellectual discussion with other people, and it's a great place to learn because, like I tell everybody, it's like an academy. You start to learn the different levels of the people that are in here. And some of the people that are in here, like myself, like Gregory, like Elijah, we've had experience in the flat Earth topic. So there's a lot that we can offer people that are coming in new that might want to learn some new things. So I'm just saying, just kind of like pay attention, maybe ask some questions and sort of things that are kind of sharpen your skills and in the basically being an ambassador for truth. It's not easy.
Yeah, no, for sure.
If you actually taken this role upon yourself from wherever you are, man, I would say it's demonstratively not easy because you can talk to somebody and immediately when you mention like anything to deal with the Earth not being a globe, you're just a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist and you're just labeled, right? So it's not easy on the face of it, much less trying to talk to somebody about how they could reason with either their understanding of knowing the Earth is not a globe. So.
Yeah, I talked to anyone at my work about it, and I've actually converted I think two coworkers so far, working on like 3 others.
Awesome. Hey, and if you want to, man, you don't even have to do it. Just give them a link to this place, and there's plenty of people in here who've been around the block a couple of times, and they could help them out. Like definitely, I could. I know I could talk to somebody, and if they're at least reasonable, I think we could get somewhere. If they're unreasonable, however, it'd probably go a different way, but that would be yet to remain to be seen. But however, we love the engagements. I do. I love to talk to new people, and I want to give them the opportunity. And I don't care if they're saying the Earth is a donut, a dinosaur, a toilet. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt and at least offer them an opportunity like they've never had before to have the time and space to think for themselves, critically think for themselves, because this is an opportunity. This is a privilege to be amongst these intellects in here. It is. So if they come in here and they think it's just another Discord where gamers hang out and just talk crap, then they got another thing coming because it's not that. This is a great place to be if you want to stay into the truth. And you can use it. We're live streamed 24/7. So if you don't know that, that's what we are. I'll post a link for you in the live stream voice text. And the live stream voice text is a channel right above this one. It's a text channel right above this one. I'm putting the live stream in the live stream voice text, so you can click on that. That's the YouTube. We're on 24/7 all the time. So let's just say you had a conversation with somebody and it went really well or it didn't go well, or they committed a lot of logical fallacies. You can go back into the stream and kind of make clips of them and use them for your own channel or whatever. And we kind of encourage that because that's what should happen here. The next generation of critical thinkers begins here. We want to inform people so that they're not just out into the wild, just believing everything that they hear. In other words, we want to be the buffer between bad thinking and just propaganda, agenda pushing people. And we want to be here to be like at least a buffer for that. Like make people stop and think like, wait a minute, wait. So you're just following this. Are you asking any questions and that sort of thing. So if you like what you hear in that, you can make this like a place where you can just listen to us like a podcast or
being genuine
if I may, for a quick second, with respects to what Miggy's saying, this is a place where you can come to have genuine, calm conversations with people about observations and ask questions and not feel like you'll be made a fool of. Like, that is what this place prides itself on, is the idea of the truth and like-minded individuals gathered under that collective umbrella. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's awesome because I've been taking notes like crazy lately, just trying to like wrap my mind around all the little details, all the little fucking tricks the Globers like to do. A little misdirection bullshit.
Yeah, misdirection has been one of the hardest things for a newly brought person into the flat Earth to recognize. So, I mean, I could put it to you this way: if we're in a discussion right now about the globe versus flat Earth, right? And I'm on the opposing side. I'm on the globe side, and you're asking me questions like, well, sunsets work this way on a flat Earth or whatever it is you're bring to me. If you hear me saying, well, okay, how can you prove that that we're not living on a level that we're not living on a curved surface? Because how would you know? Because we can't detect curvature. Like, if there's certain things that I'm asking you, and you start to become on the defense about it, the misdirection was that I'm now making you go on the defense. I don't know if you heard me before, 77, like, we're flat earthers never should be on the defense. When you start defending and you're finding yourself, you're defending each point and you're coming at it like, I'm going to prove this guy wrong, I'm going to defend this, then that's the place where you're not supposed to be. And why do you think that would be, 77? I'm putting it out that way. Why do you think it's wrong for us to just straight out defend before we even address the claim of the shape of the Earth?
We're just trying to falsify the globe. We're not trying to. Yeah, the burden of proof is on them because they're making the positive claim, right?
That's correct. So you have to, like, once you it has to be kind of something that you put it on your wall or something. Like, you got to be like, every second of every conversation has to always be pointed at them every time, because there isn't any globe whatsoever. There isn't one. So they haven't provided any evidence. So the task that their burden of proof relies on those who make the claim, or at least advocate for the claim, because they might not have made it, like they didn't create it, but they sure are advocating for it. So now they're going to have to provide the evidence for it. And if they haven't done it sufficiently, they just can't tell you a few things. Well, here it is, the globe. There we go. Now let's get to another question. No, we're not going to another question. And so you always make sure that whatever tactic, because it's tactics, bro. They're going to use tactics to get you off your point, misdirect you, and then have you talk about what they want to talk about. That's it. They have no truth.
They'll typically say stuff like, well, we've got live stream from the ISS, and we've got pictures, and we've got all this stuff, and they'll typically go to that a lot of times. So,
right, mainly they'll use things, anecdotal information. Well, I got a pilot friend who's flying for American Airlines, and he says the Earth is a globe. So if you fall for that, if you go, like, you have to be agile in the conversation, not to be like, you have to redirect. So when they misdirect, you redirect, right? So they're trying to get your eyes off of, like, the thing they can't answer, so that you can focus on another question of theirs that you can't answer. Like, it's always gonna, it's a lot of logical fallacies are being committed all at the same time, and they're gonna come at you like rapidly, and you have to be able to learn how to, like, talk in a conversation. Because what happens in this forum, and I've said it before, right? What happens in this forum is a guy comes in here real ego, prideful, and he's coming here saying, hey, you guys are wrong, man. You tell me how sunsets work on a flat Earth. And in the moment that guy finishes his sentence, you got like 3 or 4 flat earthers chiming in there. You know what, man? You don't know what you're talking about, and go right into talking to him about how sunsets work on a flat Earth. What happened there? Well, what do you think happened there at the moment that happened?
Let's shift the burden of proof again. Yeah.
Easy. Now, yeah, misdirection as well. So what you get here is that you're starting to learn, right, in this forum, how to deal with that. Now, a lot of people still are in the trigger phase. They don't know how to deal with that. They react right away. So what you're hearing in here is a lot of flat earthers like, no. Let me just say this one thing. I just got one thing to say. Hold on. Let me speak. One. And so you hear the guy like he's trying to tell the guy something. Hopefully, the one thing he says is going to make the difference. But what happens when he says as soon as he's got it all out? It's all out. Everything's said. What do you think the glober is going to say? The globalist. It's pretty. I could tell you, man. It's like a program that runs. I could tell you exactly how it's gonna go. And I've said this many times with great accuracy. He's gonna hand wave dismiss what you just said as it's nonsense. That's silly. Nobody, whatever, dude. Anyways, and so I didn't understand what you said. Like, so. It goes to the fact that they will just claim this thing that you're saying with the most eloquent speech possible, as in it's foolish. And here you are left holding the bag. That one thing that you just wanted to say because you got so triggered to come in here and say it. And the moment you said it, it was like, oh, he didn't get it. Of course he didn't. Because he's still blissfully ignorant to the fact that he's ignorant. He does not know that he does not know. That's what you have to teach him. That he does not know what he's saying, or she, I should say, he or she should not know what they're saying. So you expose that, and then once they are thoroughly understood that they don't know what they're talking about, then you can bring in the information that you wanted to talk about what you know, flat Earth, and only then. But I tell you what, it doesn't usually happen that way, because usually a guy comes in there, hey, anyways, I got a question about the flat Earth. Does anybody have like? And real quick, your mind doesn't know what to do. It's like, oh, let me just address this guy. And so these are just debate tactics. So once you start to learn that, when you're in here, you start to realize that starts to mature. You start to become like, I'm just gonna let him spin out of control. Then I'm gonna calmly say, let's talk about. Well, that's cool. We'll get to that in a minute. But let's go back to how the evidence for the shape of the Earth needs to be proven first. So let's go through it. And there you are, giving that guy a teachable moment where he thought he was going to come in and just thwart your efforts with his gish galloping, his like debate tactics, and that didn't work because you didn't fall for it. And hopefully the flat earthers in here didn't get triggered, because you need that allowance too. Because it's hard enough to talk to that guy versus your brothers who are up in arms about like why they can't. Well, how come you're not just? Let me just tell this one thing to this guy. I just want to. Well, I can't say what it might work. Like, it's not gonna work, my friends. It doesn't work that way. And I've said it many times, but like I'm just like, go ahead. If you want to just do it your way and think it's gonna work, doesn't work.
I like one thing that you do is you hold them to a point, because they love to shotgun questions and just you spend like 5 minutes. Well, somebody will spend like 5 minutes answering one question, and then they'll just move on to another question totally unrelated. So I like how you hold them on to one point and make them concede before moving on. That's like so crucial.
It is.
It is very good. Keep your feet right here, and you take this fire.
Can I ask a question whenever I'm available?
Whenever you're available, man. Like,
I mean, I'm available now, but whenever I can ask it.
Okay.
Okay, listen, bro.
You want.
So, I went to school for math and physics. I just thought about this because the only way I could understand how gyroscopes work is with gravity and Newtonian mechanics. If you're holding a wheel on a string and you drop it, it's gonna angle itself down. But if you spin the wheel really fast and then you let go of the string, it's gonna stay in the same position, like a gyroscope. How would that work without
they've hijacked the premise, Satoshi?
What?
You're working off a hijacked understanding here. So you're saying that, well, it works this way, therefore what they're saying makes sense on the fact that what they're claiming, right?
No, what I'm asking is how does it work without gravity? I'm not saying like you don't need gravity for it to work.
Yeah, gravity is a term that's being used, and there's little g and big G, which is a gravitational theory, is what's like they're claiming is the causation of the thing that you're talking about, with the effect. The effect of what we see and measure and we can test, that's different than what is considered to be the theory. So
what makes gyroscopes work then?
What do you mean? What makes them work? I don't understand. Like, what is your question? Like, what is the mechanics that makes a gyroscope work? Like, is that?
Yes.
Well, hang on.
How does it not, like, if I spin a wheel really fast and I'm holding it, how does it not fall down? If there's no gravity, what's the actual answer?
Wait, Satoshi, hello?
Yeah, what's up, Greg?
The reason I'm pausing is because this also happens where question number 1 is asked, but then someone attempts to reiterate that question, but it's actually a different question.
Is that what I just did?
The reason yes, most people do it accidentally.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a habit. So the reason I want to pause is, are you asking what is causing the gyroscope to work?
Yeah.
Or are you asking? Wait.
I need to find a GIF of it.
Hey, let me finish. Are you asking what makes the gyroscope work, or are you asking how does it work without gravity?
How does it work without gravity?
Okay, Miggy.
So gravity is like the term that they use for the effect.
Yes.
So can we understand that? Let's get to a point where we're actually starting to reason with the information that we're presented with. Well, in this case, what you're presented with, right?
Newtonian mechanics.
So that is just a label that's been given to an effect. So the effect is you're watching something happen, right? The gyroscope, right?
Yes.
And then they're determining outcomes by the way it processes. So the gyroscope can process in a specific way. It always processes in a specific way because of the thing that they're measuring, which is the effect. Therefore, they're labeling the thing that they're saying with a name, and they're giving it, like you say, gravity, or Newtonian mechanics, or whatever it is the case. But they're not the label is attached to the theory. They're like married, right? So they're married to the theory. So here's the thing, right? And because of that, confusion happens, and that is the point. The point is we're trying to bring people to a place where they're understanding that deception happens when you have one thing that we can see in nature mixed in with the thing that we cannot see, which is their theory.
So what would cause that to happen?
There is the causation has not been explained by anyone.
That's a good enough answer.
Yeah, by anyone anywhere. So I don't know. I think.
All right, that's a good answer then. I don't need anything else.
Okay. It's like I used you for you. I'm done with you now. Like that. I kind of feel a little. I don't know. It was weird.
The only way I actually know how to explain that is with gravity.
Yeah, I know, but
I literally don't know how else to explain it.
Even the term gravity has been hijacked. It's married to the theory also. Not the fact that people can explain the gravitational constant, which is the idea, right? And it's not constant. It's an agreed upon average. So the agreed upon average, which everybody misuses and says it's a constant, has been something that we can measure as the effect of the cause. Like the idea that the cause, the presupposed theory that they're marrying the effects. And it's married. So when you say, how can this not be working as gravity? Your mind is trying to figure out how what I see in reality that can be measured is not the actual theory that they're presenting. So we're what people usually do is it's either the all or nothing fallacy. It's either all what they're saying it is or it's not. So
but if you're going by straight densities, like you spin this wheel, you're not changing the density of the wheel by spinning it, but you can still cause it to not fall down to the ground.
Okay.
So that's what I don't get.
Yeah, there's a way that things work in this reality, right? So like
that
things work this way
that we cannot comprehend.
Yeah. So the cause of the things is so you're right. So the cause of the thing, you can't label the cause and say that it's this or that, because then when you scrutinize it, they're like, well, it's just a theory, and of course they don't have the answer to the gold standard to be like, we know the cause. No, they don't. They can't sit on that lofty position and say they know something when they don't know it. So
I want to also add this.
But they're married. So the thing is, like, sorry, Greg, but like they're married. Everything that you hear, like gravity, Newtonian physics, like all this stuff, they're measuring the effects of things, and they're marrying it to the theory, which
with
gives them
constants for every equation, which is not good.
Right, and then like you probably know that now, but like before
they taught me how to do that in my second year.
But if you didn't know how to do that, the mislabeling of that would be people coming, because I've heard it many times. People come in here and say it's a gravitational constant. And I'm like, no, it is not, and you need to look into it because it's not. Like, but they would rail against us saying that it is, and it's like we're arguing from a standpoint of ignorance, and it's like I understand that, but. What can you do at this point? Like, you can't make them see what you're saying. They have to go and search for themselves. But
I got a question here, quick.
Wait, Gordon, before you say that,
sorry,
along with what Miggy was just talking about, this is what philosophers call analytic philosophy, where I pay attention closely to the sentence or the being said. And with regard to the question, when someone asks the question, what causes this to work? Or how does this work? That is, it's a subtle difference, but a crucial difference. It's subtly different from asking what caused this effect. Now,
yeah, I was saying what is like referring to an entity of some sort.
Yes. So with the first question,
my English isn't the best, dude. So if I'm just talking, I'll probably make mistakes like that, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's what the correction agree was saying, and it's no slight to you, Satoshi, but I think it's just how it was presented, and I think that's why he was, correcting. Like, did you mean this? And that's why you probably chose from what he said. Sorry, Greg.
Yeah, just to finish this, and I'm just saying this in general for the edification of the audience. You have the question, the former question, how does this work, or what causes this to work? That is a question that is fundamentally metaphysical. That's the inquiring about the uniformity of nature and the laws of physics themselves. What caused the laws of physics to be so that this particular instance of this effect caused by this or that entity, as opposed to a specific question where it says what caused this effect, which is inquiring about a specific entity causing a specific effect, which is happening according to the required law of physics, whatever that law or laws may be. So I wanted to point out that subtle difference because it is crucial. Because the way you answer the former question is going to be more macroscopic and general, as opposed to the latter question, which is more specific in particular. So what caused the gyroscope to spin? Well, some concrete entity pushed it in some direction, and so it began to spin. What causes the gyroscope to function at all? How does a gyroscope work? Well, it behaves in a law-like manner, the laws of physics, and now I'm going to fill in the blank, and some people are going to disagree with the answer that I fill in the blank, and so then the debate ensues about what causes the laws of physics to be real at all. And that person, of course, is the Lord who created all things, including their function and properties in the law-like way that they do, maintaining the uniformity of nature.
And some people think that's outlandish, but at the same time, it's totally in line with us being able to provide a sufficient answer versus an insufficient one. So an insufficient one is nonsensical. A sufficient one would give the law a lawmaker.
Right.
Is that kind of like a way somebody could think about it? Versus something nonsensical that actually doesn't adhere to any physics whatsoever. So the gravitational constant, as it is even like told to us, and with
supposed.
Yeah, Newtonian superseded by Einsteinian and so on, right? And pretty much Einsteinian would be superseded by someone else, probably. But that is just kind of a way for you to look at something void of a creator. Nature is what's doing this, always. And then you're like, oh, is that true? Nature that does this. But are you sure about that? No, we can never be sure about that because Newton was disproved by Einstein, and Einstein might be disproved by somebody else. That's our best guess. Whereas you hear, when you have a law, then you must have a lawmaker. And that is constant, that is true, and that is irrefutable, because intelligence would need to be given something that has a specific function. And so, like when you build something as you design something, give that design a specific function in reality. So that would be conducive to being sufficient to answer the question versus something that isn't, which is illogical.
I got something I want to say about the gyro. So the gyro is not spinning, and so you spin it up. So does that not simulate it being more heavy in a sense because of the weight spinning? You know, it wasn't. Well, when you spin it, it has that inertia and that weight. It spins and it becomes heavier in a sense. Does it not?
Yeah, I'm just real quick. I'm gonna dip out of here, but it's been really nice talking with you guys all day. I might jump back tomorrow. So see you guys.
God bless you, Mickey.
Yeah, God bless you too, bro. We'll talk to you guys later.
Yes.
Take care, Mickey. Be well, man.
See ya, man.
Yeah,
gyroscopes. Gyroscopes are interesting.
Does anyone claim it that gravity causing something with the gyroscope?
Well, I mean, the whole idea that God Rockin was presenting was the idea that the gyroscope is like presented, or it's
I'm asking because the guy asked it. Does if what's causing to gyroscope behaving what is behaving if it's not gravity? Now my question is, who is claiming that it is gravity?
It's a good question.
If nobody is claiming that it is gravity, then we cannot ask that question.
Satoshi, you see his question?
Because the same thing will be what's causing the gyroscope if it's not temperature.
This is another relevant point. It's subtle, but it's still again. We don't.
Greg, we're losing you, man. Gregor? Brother, we're losing you, man.
Oh.
No.
Mic check.
Yeah.
Try again.
Does that sound better?
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, there we go. I was saying it's a subtle point, but yet still a very significant point about gravity. All right, for supposed universal gravitation, we don't empirically experience. We don't feel a pulling of our bodies toward the ground. Neither any other entity. And then people immediately cavil, yes, you do. No. What you feel is your body pressing on the floor. Or you feel the pull of another entity, depending on how heavy it is, toward the floor. That's not another force pulling the thing. It's your body or the other entity. It's your body pressing on the floor, or it's the other entity pulling you, not some force pulling the weight, pulling object B in your hand, and then pulling you.
And your body is more dense than air. It's moving through the air. Like, let's say you're walking and you're stepping, and that's it, yeah.
And then, I don't know if this has been addressed yet with some sort of the globalist sophistic cavil, but with the supposed universal, people don't appreciate the words that they say, universal gravitation, that implies that everything would be collapsing toward the most dense object. Why do the clouds stay up there and not fall down to the earth? Why are the oceans sticking around the ball, but a single drop of dew on a blade of grass is not? Etc., etc. This is not consistent. The supposition of universal gravitation implies everything would be collapsing into one humongous clump upon the most dense, the most massive object. We don't see that world. Therefore, that premise is implying falsehood. Therefore, the premise that implies falsehood is false. I don't know if someone wants to play devil's advocate pretending to be the globalist, but what is the, after I just said that, what is their response that they say to that?
The gravity fallacy.
If you float.
Well, I mean, I got into a conversation yesterday, and I asked, what is containing the two mediums we're working with? Somebody criticized my presentation of the observation, but my open question was, what is containing the two mediums? We know that water is a medium, we know that gas is a medium, and we know the law of thermodynamics states that entropy mediums will seek chaos until we organize them. So my question is, what is the containment device for those two mediums? And it was interesting just to ask that question and listen to this Clover lily pad like his life depended on it. Oh, it's the atmosphere. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. Finally settling on the idea of gravity. And once he said gravity, I said, thanks for the concession, closed my mic and walked away, because at that point, I no longer wanted to engage in deconstruct gravity. But gravity is much a fallacy. Understanding what it is, how it works, as Gregory mentioned, is important, because sometimes that's just a concession that you need to take and walk away with, stuff it in your pocket.
You know, I'm supposed to believe that this gravity, after... See, now I'm trying to say two ideas simultaneously. I'm supposed to believe that this gravity, which is somehow affecting a fraction of all things and a fraction of the time, in spite of all matter being condensed in supposedly an infinitesimal point with no volume or mass. Now supposedly they say it was in a quantum vacuum. And then this material, mind you, it is also infinitely dense. And then somehow this material exploded away from one another. I mean, right there, before I continue, that is not coherent. Those premises don't comport. if the closer the material is, the stronger the gravitational pull. And if it is infinitely dense and infinitesimally small, packed into a single quote unquote point, that obviously implies that you cannot separate and increase the distance between these material substances. But then somehow they not only separated, but they separated at unfathomable distances. After that happened, secondly, then all of a sudden gravity wants to work again and now is selectively coalescing fractions of these dust particles in these quote-unquote nebular dust clouds to then coalesce into particular balls of various sizes and various properties.
Gregory, I just want to insert real quick. Gravity seems to be almost like a hypocrite or hypocritical. It picks and chooses when it likes to apply itself. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. And with that being mentioned, the third point, what Kiwi just mentioned, they will never say this in these terms, but given what they have described in their cosmogony, in the history of the cosmos, where gravity should work this way, it implicitly works this way given this premise, but then it doesn't work that way, and then now it works again, and now it's doing this in this way, even though it would be doing this, given that premise. And now thirdly, since it's obviously given the description of gravity being rather selective, rather than indiscriminately happening upon all matter, that implies that this force, this universal force, is personal. It has a will. Instead of just indiscriminately and impersonally and undeliberately working upon all substances equally, it's doing the very opposite. It's unequally happening on various substances. It's discriminate, and it's not universal. It's like they have adopted some kind of metaphysical Buddhist doctrine of chi, or the fictitious version being the Force in Star Wars, which also witches, magicians call magic. So little do these people know, they have continued to believe a metaphysical doctrine of this universe. Gravity chooses where it will. Yeah, right. They have chosen to believe this metaphysical doctrine of this universal force that isn't personal, but behaves as though it has personality and a will, and discriminates and selects, and is not consistent. But they think themselves so intellectually superior to those ancient people in the old world who believe their ridiculous non-scientific superstitions, blah, 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 the whole rhetoric that they spew. Little do they know it, they are continuing the same foolish superstitions, the same foolish, incoherent superstitions of the ancients that they turn their nose up at. And obviously you can hear how indignant I am once I realize that. Because they so emphatically run their mouth as though they're just so intellectually superior. We're not like the ancient superstitious people lost in darkness and didn't have the light of the knowledge of the truth from the scientific revolution and the Enlightenment up to the present time and blah, 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 blah. But then you examine their doctrines and they reveal upon scrutiny, you believe in the same ridiculous, superstitious fallacies that the ancients did that you ridicule them for. Hypocrisy.
Hey, Gregory.
Yes.
You sound like you know your stuff, brother, and this is something that I can't quite articulate really clearly yet, but it seems to me that at least one area of their argumentation is or their strategy or the deception that they're in as a result of it. They oftentimes argue with a premise that's contradictory in nature. They'll say things like parallel means parallel and it means not parallel, that the horizon is geometric and the horizon is optical, that they often take contradictory positions on basically everything. They call level flat and curved. They say gravity is a force, it's not a force. They say parallax is parallax, but it's also undetectable. Dark matter is substantive, but it's also non-substantive. And this is also, I mean, it goes all the way up to the very definition of how they define science. Where hey guys, define science and they'll go, oh, science is testable. Oh, and science is also observable. And when they mean by observable, is they mean science is not observable. That's how you get things like evolution and astronomy. Those are observable sciences that are not testable. And so, how do you navigate a conversation with someone like that who has inherently contradictory premises? And essentially, when we allow that, what I'm seeing is you cannot win a debate against somebody who is allowed to hold contradictory premises from the beginning of the argument. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Best case scenario, if they cooperate with you and attempt to reason with you in the dialogue, you highlight those contradictions, and people very rarely do this, but people need to start doing this more often. You need to pump the brakes, slow down, and go through the process. Go through point number 1. Okay, we got point number 1, now point number 2. Okay, now point number 2, now point number 3, and you go through the process. Now, very likely, especially given our past experiences, they don't want to do that. And so they have now destroyed the dialogue. But if they do want to do that, then they have maintained the dialogue, and perhaps we can edify them.
Do you feel like this is actually a major problem in communicating with them and actually communicating with each other, or is it really kind of just a side issue? Because I see it as almost fundamental in communicating these things to each other and to the outside world, but I don't know. I've tried to communicate this to other people, and I don't feel like maybe I'm not communicating it clearly, or it's not as important as I think.
It's essential. We are talking about a thing. What are we talking about? Well, specifically, we're talking about the doctrines of the laws of physics that is dogmatically taught as the academic institutional standard, and now scrutinizing them and considering alternatives. Now, all of that are instances of communication, and communication occurs consequently to thinking. You have to think the thought, and then fix your mouth to speak the thought, and then fix your mouth, and then think about what was said, critically analyze it, and then fix your mouth to speak the critique. So, in the very first instance of the history of all this, we're alive, we exist, we're thinking, now people are lying, now we believe falsehood, now we're debating. And all that requires communication, and communication requires thinking, and debate requires the laws of logic so as to evaluate the arguments, which were thought first and then spoken. So communication is essential.
Yeah, the way I see it is when we let them have both definitions, science is testable and science is not testable. You know, basically, when you're saying science is observable, but it's what they're saying is it's essentially not observable. And we allow them both positions, and then they demand that we only take science's testable position. It's almost impossible to win the argument when they claim something that's testable is scientific. Oh, and then there's something that is not that is only observable but not testable is also scientific, and then they don't allow us that standard. It's really an impossible situation to actually win. Does that make sense?
Yeah, when you say
they can literally jump in and out of definitions, they can literally jump science. Gravity is a force. Gravity is not a force. So it's whatever they need it to be to get to the end goal, which is winning the argument at any one point. When you can just say A equals not A is 1 and A is not 1 simultaneously, I can basically win any argument if you allow me those two definitions. Would you agree with that, or am I overstating?
Yeah, your analysis is right. This is what philosophers such as Dr. John Frame would call a dialectical tension. I mentioned this earlier. A dialectical tension where they have two or more premises that are just antithetical to one another, and they hop back and forth between the two or more. When one is refuted, then they flee from that one and run to another. That one's refuted, they flee from that one and run back to the same or go to another premise. And every time they flee to one premise, they then run away from it to another, and they just continue this perpetually until you finally highlight that's what they're doing. Stop. Right. So in that particular instance, like that one you just mentioned, where they hop back and forth between it's observable, it's not observable, it's provable, it's not provable concerning science. Stop. You are contradicting yourself. These are two premises that are patently antithetical to one another. They don't comport. So stop hopping back and forth between the two. And of course, if they still insist after that, then you're just talking to a defiant bigot behaving according to their sinful nature.
Please, brother. I appreciate the input, man.
Yep. Since you mentioned it, I'll end with this. It is still frequently committed, no matter how frequently I say it and how I say it and what is said. People very frequently confuse persuasion with proof. Persuasion does not equal proof, and proof does not equal persuasion. Just because I have persuaded someone does not mean I have proved my position. And even if I prove my position, that does not necessarily mean, or that does not necessarily manifest the consequence that I have persuaded them. And then when you talk about that meta commentary on that instance within a debate, people still won't realize that, accept that, and then make the change. So I can highlight the fact that person A, who I'm talking to, is conflating proof with persuasion. Well, I'm not persuaded. Well, I still proved my point, person A, regardless of you not being persuaded. And then you highlight the fact that they're making this fallacy, and they still bicker with you on that point. And so they're still demonstrating that they're not persuaded, even though you have proved that they have committed this fallacy. So people need to, with that being said, people need to learn when they have addressed every relevant, significant point, and especially if they've addressed everything that they have to say and the opponent just refuses to concede, and especially demonstrating that they're just indignant, right? They're just indignant and snobbish and not even trying to give any amount of critical consideration to what you're saying. You just bid them, y'all bless them, and move on.
That's usually the case. We're not usually speaking to the person that we're speaking with a lot of times. A lot of times we're speaking to the audience around them, people around them at the dinner table or whoever else. Because other people are oftentimes listening to the conversation, and sometimes it's easier to persuade a listener than it is the person that you're, doing quote combat with or whatever. So
yeah. Yep. Good question.
Where can I read more about this idea of the contradictory premises and that sort of thing? Because I want to get a better handle on it. I feel like it's really close to the root of the understanding how this word salad, sorcery, witchcraft basically captures somebody, and they can't figure their way out because they think everything is, all these things that they're quoting is all science, and we're not allowed both those definitions. I mean, that's why they say that, the arguments against ether and stuff, because we hold ourselves to that standard of, of the scientific method. So if it can't be observed, tested, demonstrated, we're saying that's not scientific. And we're not really, I don't feel like we're doing a very good job of pointing out the fact that that they are not being scientific, that you guys are holding contradictory definitions of science simultaneously and jumping in and out of whatever definition suits your fancy to help you get to the place you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know.
I
You said
recommend this. Say again.
You said you'd recommend somebody if I could read more about this product.
Number 1, A History of Western Philosophy and Theology by Dr. John Frame. A History of Western Philosophy and Theology by Dr. John Frame. Another book I would recommend is, which one actually? Hang on. I'm looking at. I'll say this one for now. By This Standard by Dr. Greg Bonson. By This Standard. And also Defense of the Faith, I would also recommend, from Dr. Greg Bonson. And let me see if I can.
I mean, just been listening to you talk, it almost sounds like you kind of might subscribe to like the presuppositional brand of apologetics. Is that right? Or
Yep.
Okay, cool beans. Cool beans, man. I appreciate the 2 references, man. I'll take a look at those.
And the last one, here's a third one for you. The Defense of the Faith. The Defense of the Faith from Dr. Cornelius Van Til.
Thanks, Cuddy. Logic with Mr. Spock. Thanks, brother.
Shout out to the apologetics. Love it. Thanks for teaching me about that, BK.
I finished listening to A History of Western Philosophy and Theology from Dr. John Frame on Audible. I'm almost done listening to it for a second time. I'm almost completed Institutes of the Christian Religion by John Calvin on Audible also. Now that poignant highlight of just to say this, Ball, that poignant highlight you just mentioned about the globalist, the unbeliever in general, but particularly the ACP ideologue, the globalist, just blatantly contradicting themselves and hopping back and forth between these premises that are in dialectical tension, is an inevitability from unbelieving thought. They cannot help but do that. Why? Very simple. You cannot tell the truth if you are contradicting the truth, especially if you're contradicting the omniscient source of all truth. No doubt.
Wow, that's really a great way to say that, bro. You cannot tell the truth if you are contradicting the source of all truth. Is that what you said?
Yes.
That's good, bro. Write that down.
I mean, who would have thunk that if you contradict the omniscient God, you cannot tell the truth? Who would have thunk?
Nuh-uh.
Including knowledge about his cosmos he made.
Now, with the caveat, what you're saying is you can't contradict the Creator. It's not that you can never tell the truth. It's
Correct.
anything that you contradict him on. There's no possible way for you to arrive at the truth.
If you are contradicting the eternal Creator who created the heavens and the earth, the cosmos that we all live in and cannot help but live in, if you are contradicting his word, no wonder you're not telling the truth.
There you go.
Well stated and summated.
So again, that kind of blatant and flagrant self-contradiction is an inevitability. And you can detect that sooner or later by simply letting the opponent speak. As long as they hold this position, which is contrary to the truth, the person whom is the truth itself, the eternal omniscient God, if they are contradicting that person, they are inevitably sooner or later going to contradict themselves and the truth. All you have to do is just let them talk long enough and let them hang themselves by their own words. They will eventually refute themselves.
The pissing contest that inevitably ends up running out of piss.
Another beautiful way of putting it. Well, y'all have a good evening, afternoon, and night. God bless you.
Thanks, Craig.
Take care, Greg. Be well, man.
Can you believe it's almost 2023?
Kind of no. Kind of not, CB.
I know you flat earthers don't believe in all, but it's sneaking up on us. We'll have our 3-year reunion for the Black Swan. It's actually kind of wild because I feel like I've been here longer than I have. So, let me check that. Yeah, so I joined Jan 2021. So, we'll come up on our anniversary here very soon. Black Swan dropped Jan 1, 2020. Black Swan. Any ballers today? I kind of dipped out for a while.
We got a Trump maniac, though, a Trump hating. Were you here earlier with that? That was kind of crazy.
No, I missed that. I mean, I thought that party, love him or hate him, I thought that party was over for now. So,
this guy, he was on the Trump bandwagon for 51 months, and then apparently he came to the conclusion that Trump is the devil, and there's nothing that man can do. There's not a shred of good in him. There's nothing he can do that's good. He did nothing good in all. It was actually pretty funny.
Interesting. 51 months. I'm like, that's not that long, brother. But yeah, no, I missed that one. So that's it. No other ballers or anything.
Not that I've heard. I've been in and out all day, but yeah, that was funny because he went at like 3 or 4 moderators, and I think he got booted or got muted and left or whatever. But it was funny while it was lasting.
Yeah, I haven't heard a Trumper in a while. I guess that party hasn't stopped for some. It was a party.
Someone say party?
What? Sorry.
Someone say party. What's up, B?
Oh, now it's a party.
What's up, CB?
What's going on, Kiwi?
Chilling, bro.
Party time.
What? If you need something to look at, if you need an introduction to the lobby, I'm sure there's a lot of people that hang in the live stream that don't really interact with the lobby, but that's not a knock on you. I don't blame you for that. There are a couple goofballs in there now saying the usual goofy stuff. Oh, error contains itself. You don't need a container for anything.
Yeah, we've heard it all before.
Yeah.
We heard it all before. Air contains itself magically, yet there's no disruption observed. How is this magic maintained in an open atmosphere, quote unquote? I don't know.
It's like you're riding shotgun with them, and you start to feel like a bumpy vibrations, and you look and you see the tires kind of blown or whatever, and you're like, hey dude, you need to pull over, your tire is blown. He's like, oh no, don't worry about it, I'm just gonna keep moving, it'll contain itself.
You get to your destination, you look down, you see that you're riding on the hub,
just rim.
and it's just sparks. Well, obviously the sparks aren't happening because the car's stopped, but you just witness burnt metal and shredded tires, and yeah, this is what happens when you try to ride on air pressure with no container.
Imagine if the world that they handed us was actually real, and the inventions that would come along with it, like flashlights that could shine through walls, tireless zero gravity tires where the car just rides on air. How many inventions? It would be funny to catalog like a whole bunch of inventions, just utilizing their physics.
I'd have a hard time getting up in the morning, that's for sure. If you actually got that joke, shout out to you.
I just missed the second half of that. You got a hard time getting up in the morning after what?
That's after with respects to BK's presentation, if the ball Earth was in fact real. right, and we were actually dealing with that, I would have a hard time getting up in the morning because, again, there would be this magical force keeping me pressed to the bed, and I'd have to fight this force every morning to get up. So, hence the saying, I'd have a hard time getting up in the morning.
Yeah, I could spin a lot of jokes off of that one.
Well, I mean, if you'd like to go for a walk in the forest, we totally can, but, you know.
I think I'll save a few of those jokes for our rated R night or whatever. Or Flat Earth After Dark.
After Dark stream.
There's so many. There's a lot of potential for like jokes that are a little bit more vulgar, but are related to the conversation. It's not like I've sat and thought about a lot of them, but when I do think of one, I don't just like blurt it out, you know. So, but it would be funny to designate a time for it. Like, how do you get it up?
Maybe we could invite 2-incher Bob over to help us with compile that list.
Hey, Bob, how do you even get it up if there's gravity? Like, I don't know.
I heard you had marital problems, Bob.
Shots fired.
Marital problems.
Hey, that wasn't me. Somebody else was saying Bob was having marital problems.
Oh, no.
I just put 2 and 2 together, so to speak.
But yeah.
What about a dark matter blanket?
A dark matter?
Yeah, like a dark matter sleeping bag, like a whole like line of camping gear that's all dark matter stuff. They keep you infinitely warm in like negative 20 below 0 degree weather, but it also takes up no shelf space, no storage space whatsoever.
Dark matter underwear.
No one will see you naked.
That's right. Yeah. What do you mean, officer? I am clothed.
Check. They said it was dark matter. I paid $100 to just get up.
Well, you know, water beds used to be a thing.
Sorry.
Maybe need to bring back and revamp the water bed.
Breathe.
We don't need to, bro, because you would just be able to fill the bottom of it with air. You could actually just have a gravity bed and sleep on air, bro.
A gravity bed.
Like sleeping on air.
Not gonna lie, that's very catchy.
Hey, so like I know the moon map whole thing, and I'm just gonna throw this in speculation because I know it's speculation, and obviously it's speculation. Well, it's not speculation Sunday, but I'm still gonna say.
So we're gonna ignore that you said that, and after you're done, we're all going to vehemently attack you. So.
Okay, but like the moon apparently has a diameter of 50,000 kilometers. Apparently. That's just based on the channel I follow, the Bible.
No, I don't know if it matters, bro, but the diameter of the moon, I believe, is 2,160 miles.
Really?
Yeah. Whatever 6 times 6 times 60 is, that's the diameter of the moon. But I'm sorry if that derailed you, bro. Is that not pertinent to the point you were going to make?
I would have to work that out. I have to pull up the calculator. Hold on. 6 times 6 times 6. Let's see this. You said miles, right? $2,160. 2,160. So 2,160 miles works out to be 3,500 kilometers. Doesn't work out to a number than they just showed on this. So, I don't know. You said 6 times 60 times 60? Or 6 times 6 times 60?
Hi. Come here. Come on. Come here. Come here.
Go, Raina. Go, Raina. She's showing off for you. Go, Raina.
Come here, Raina.
Should I just do it, boys? All right.
All right. Then.
Proceed. I'll just text him in the chat.
Was Godrock trying to get his cat to dance? Go, Raina. Go, Raina.
Sorry, my neighbor came over with her dog. I forgot my mic was open. Her dog name is Raina, so she jumped up on my lap. Nothing.
Aww.
Yeah, a good, pet moment. It was fun.
She loves John, huh? He's excited to see John, huh? So excited.
But sorry about that. Yeah, anytime.
No worries.
Anytime I just mute my dumb ass.
No worries at all, Godrock. No worries at all. Anyway. What's the latest space Scrabble? You guys, anything pop up on your feeds lately that's noteworthy? I saw they after the what is it, Dude Perfect thing? I didn't even. They said they like shot something and landed it or whatever. I saw a video come up after that was like, we dropped an egg from space. Will it break? It's like they're always trying to put new stuff out there to reinforce this garbage.
I had a young man that I was kind of not really working with, but we had talked about flat Earth several times, maybe for an hour and a half total. And after that Dude Perfect thing came out, he won't even talk to me at all about it. Like, he gets all weird.
Oh my God.
It's just like, oh my gosh, it's the and I'm not even mad at him. Like, this is like witchcraft and sorcery and mind spelling nonsense. I mean, this is literally stuff that we can't understand that has entrapped us. So I feel really bad for him, and I'm sad that it happened, but not really shocked. I mean, that was all it took. It was like he started dipping his toe into flat Earth water, and then he watched that video and he was like, "Oh, that's right. This is total reality, and there's no way that flat Earth could be real because I just saw it on TV."
Yep. Unfortunately, I think that's the case for a lot of people when it comes to that. It's a gatekeep, and a lot of people probably got stuck at that gate. They saw that video. That was all they needed to see. Oh, dude, he said he went to space. He said he saw curvature, so.
Right. And I know Dude Perfect. I've been watching him on YouTube for like 5 years. I love that guy. Why would they lie to me?
Oh, yeah.
They're my friends.
Right.
So it's beyond tragic, especially when you know someone, you love them, you care for them. And you could see the last few times that we had gotten together, just 15, 20 minutes at a time. But I could see like little, you can see when you're communicating with someone, whether they're receiving you or not. And their eyes light up and they look that confused, but they look, wait a minute, why is that making sense? That shouldn't be making sense. And have that happen, and it's like, oh my gosh, these people, man. And all of this stuff now, I just like, you and I were talking about this a while back.
They kind of look like deer in the headlights.
It's like advertising, bro. It really is. They drop these advertising campaigns, And the reason that people advertise is because it works, man. The reason that people, send out those massive email bombs is because those things work. That's why Budweiser will spend $2 million a minute for a Super Bowl commercial, because it actually works. And, that's the reason why, NASA has a fashion line, and that's why they have a YouTube channel. And it's just crazy. I mean, it's maddening because I'm finally starting to be able to see how demonic and how dark and evil this entire thing is. And Jimsy was saying something last night that I was really resonating with me, because it was like, this is a thought that I've started having here lately. And essentially, I know we're not all Christians in here, but the flat earth points to a creator, period. I mean, there's no way around that reality. I think the ball earth spinning through heliocentric ball model also pointed to a creator, just not the intimate, loving creator that is, overseeing his creation. What Jimsy was saying, and he said it like in a way that it was like, that's what I was thinking, but it was just so simple, was they replaced heaven with space. How for thousands of years, people, regardless of whatever your religion was, when they looked at the night sky, they never had visions of space. They always had visions of the gods and of another world that would not be filled with the pain and the suffering and the death that this one's filled with. And that promise that we have, that we are more than meat suits. There is something more to us. There's an eternal nature to us, an eternal spark. There's an eternal energy within us. And that's what the night sky ultimately in the hearts of minds and men for thousands of years represented, was a hope beyond this world, and how that has been replaced with space. And it's literally like, oh my gosh, that's their heaven. That's their other world that they promise people that they'll be able to visit. That's literally like that, like all religions and mythos and every single religion has a heaven that they deal with, right? Whether it's Christianity or Islam, they all have a paradise that you go to. And this is no different. And they basically just took heaven and called it space, and we bought it. And it's super sad.
Well, I'm glad that that Jemsy saying you remembered that, because it made my ears perk up as well. Because I've been thinking it for a while also. Like, my question for Christian ballers would be like, well, where's the heavens? Where's God if there's outer space everywhere? Like, I think if you asked most people, and you said it just will point to where God is, and it would just point straight up, right? But on a globe, everyone's pointing in random different directions, and they'd be pointing to outer space. And then where is he there? Is he? You know what I mean? So that would be an issue as well. So I agree that outer space does replace, the heavens. That's a great point.
I'm really starting to think that it's highly probable that, a lot of people say that the end times of Revelation, the book of Revelation, talks about a one world money system, one world government, and a one world religion. And I was wondering, like, how are you going to get everybody on board with a one world religion? How's that really going to work when you have all of you basically have to kill like a huge portion of the population to really make that happen. But you don't, because they've already done that. There's a one world religion. It's called heliocentrism.
Yep.
Well, and again, BK, I've talked about it before, but you have the building of the Abrahamic house, right? The House of Abraham in the UAE, where you will have the church, the synagogue, and the mosque, where all three religions will be honored in one place. And this is where the 112th pontiff sold out the church. He's the one that commissioned the building. So, one world religion. Let's go.
Where do I sign up?
I want to add something too. So, not just that, in the East, so there is something going on for like 20 years. So they are increasing the NATO.
A96 low for everyone or just for me?
He's a little bit low, dog.
Is it till now? Still, I'm low or no? Hello.
Use your man voice. I'm just playing.
Okay. It's just in 20 years, if you have not been in Asia now, they have implemented the Rockefellers or the Western education system that was gained from Britain, not from other countries, only from Britain. So they have this sub-colonies education provider like college institutions and INGOs, NGOs, in the name of educating, learning, and global movement, and that's a private sector in the east, whereas the government is not that stable. Okay, and I'll be honest, it's not in India, it's not in Nepal, it's not in Bangladesh, Pakistan, Bhutan. No one has a stable government. It's like one year there's one prime minister, another year there's another prime minister. You don't even know who the running minister is. Just like in like right now it's president in the United States for
I
5
can't
years, but
understand you, bro.
the presidency or the country, you know how the country runs, it's just 1 year. They don't have a permanent government, like government agency, like where in the west you have an agency. Let's just say Canada is a corporation or United States is a corporation, right? In a way, if I have to explain. But in the east it's the private institution, the Rockefellers in curriculum, let's just say, or INGOs or United Nation, which are under United Nation, and mostly 90% of time it's under the education system of Britain, which is governed by Britain people, whether you like it or not, and that's implemented so much. In the East, they have forgotten their own culture, their own language. 90% of my cousin won't even know my own like language now because they are going English and Hindi and other language starting up. So there's the one vote right there. Because if you change education system of just two generation and implement the same education system in Britain, boom, the third one that was growing up would have not known the the education that was being provided in the East before two generation, and that's what's happening right as we speak. They are destroying.
Bro, welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Oh, I've been working like 2 years, bro.
That's right. That's right. Good. I love you guys, man.
Oh,
I love you guys.
I love you. I love you guys. No matter what jokes you crack, no matter what you say, bro, I love you. Like you shine bright up in the sky. Trust me. I love you guys.
Hey, I got a quick announcement to make, and I think everybody's going to be really happy. I'm going to post the picture, and then I'll give you guys an explanation of a little story behind it once it posts in the live stream if you guys are interested. If not, tell me to go F off.
I like you. Do you like me?
So peep that test that I'm showing you guys right there. That's my hand. I got it. Dude, I've been waiting 3 years to get it. I got it. Dude, I'm so happy, dude. You don't even know. Like, so my neighbor said she had it, and she was finishing her plate of food, and I grabbed her plate of food, and I licked her fork in her plate, and I got it. And now I don't have to go to court tomorrow. Oh, my God. I'm so happy, bro. I've been waiting like I feel like I hit the lottery, bro. I'm just saying, though. Anyway,
that's an
whatever.
Incredible story. Wow.
Isn't it? Glaflop, aren't you proud of me, dog? I went the extra mile, bro, and I got it.
You did. You took one for the team there.
Did I ever, bro?
Did you ever?
Now I went around and tried to get.
Huh? I was gonna say that means you got a positive test there.
Yeah, bro. It was like a woman who's been waiting years to get pregnant, and she sees that she's pregnant, bro. Like celebration. I was like, woo! Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah,
definitely. It's like a man.
So I called my public defender. Called in my public defender. She said, "Oh, you could just go to court on Zoom." I was like, "Oh, whoo, big old relief, bro." It's stressful, though.
Hey, man, that's whatever you got to do. So, is this a true story?
No, it's a true story. I really tested. I tested last night, and we're expecting.
That's fucking great.
I'm gonna go get an ultrasound later. Fuck.
Oh man. Cool, dude. Well, I hope that everything goes well that way for you. I'm not sure what it means.
Congratulations, man.
I think a congratulations is in order and a toast.
Like to get a positive doesn't even matter. Like whatever, right?
It matters for court. It's legitimate enough to not go to court.
Yeah,
That's all that matters for me, bro.
You finally have a title for your memoirs, Barefoot in Court.
Dude. Right? Bro, I've been trying to get this thing for so long, homie. You don't even know. I mean, we went to fraternity clinics and everything, bro.
Yeah, you've been calling it out.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And hey, I'm gonna tell you, dude. I drenched the bed last night. My head was pounding, and the whole time I'm just like, yes. Like sometimes you got to make the little sacrifices for the big picture, bro. And I got my eye on the prize, homie. So I'm taking one for all the teams, bro. You know what I mean?
Seriously, you're sick?
I'm really sick. Yeah. Like I feel better today, but like I still have the sniffles and a little headache. It's just, bro. It's the CC, the common cold. You know what I mean? I've had it, growing up. I mean, I know what it's like. It's just like I had a fever last night, and I feel better now. You know. But
it's so funny. They're like, "Well, listen, guys. We're just gonna have to call that the worst thing that's ever happened to humanity." Yeah, they'll buy it. Let's do it. They'll fucking buy it. Let's go.
Hey, do you want to know something funny? So, last year or the year before, there was free testing clinics on every corner down here. You could drive right up, get it, and you know what I mean, get the paper legitimized. Now I'm in Southern California, and they say the closest free testing things is in Encino, and you still need to have Medi-Cal. My Medi-Cal expired, so nobody will take me, and they said it's $190 if I want the rapid thing to prove for a job. I'm like, dude, wow. So I just rolled the dice and sent that picture to my public defender. She said that was good enough. I mean, in a world.
You can have my Medi-Cal. I'm not going to use it.
Bro, please send it to me.
Yo, where in Southern California are you?
Ventura.
Where can I?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Gotcha. I'm in Orange County.
Would you mind sending me your ID too, and then just go? I'll refund you the money for a replacement. I'm just kidding.
What is going on here?
Oh man. I mean,
Oh yeah, I'll send you my ID and you can pretend to be me and get some free healthcare.
Yeah, and then I'll send it back to you, bro. I promise, bro. I mean, I would not do anything to mess you over, bro.
Oh my gosh, we're live streaming.
Saturday's the homie. He's really doing that right now.
For like Medi-Cal like years ago, and like after I got it, I'm like, I'm never gonna use this, and they keep on sending me like, hey, you qualified again. Like, great.
You're all nuts.
Bro, if you don't believe me, look at my icon picture. I'm the most legitimate picture out of anybody on here. It screams trust. You know what I mean?
It really does. It really does. Hey, and I love you guys. Let's probably not talk about that subject anymore. But
yeah, it
was good to catch up on that. That was fun.
My bad.
Well, we were just talking about healthcare, not anything, right?
Yeah, even that though. Even that,
dude,
they try to kind of.
Can't wait to fuck us.
Sorry, guys. I was just so happy, dude. You know what I mean? We've been trying for years, and now we finally did it. So that's all I got to say.
You are carrying.
I am, bro. I am. 9 months from now, bro, we're going to have a family. In other news, a man just received the, I think it's called what do you call the, the Medal of Honor? They give the Medal of Valor or whatever they give to people for like doing something heroic for the country. So I posted a video about a couple months ago with a guy who, unfortunately, his son was taken in the Borderline Bar and Grill incident in Thousand Oaks, and his son's name was Cody Kaufman. Coincidentally, he was also one of the federal cops on the January 6th thing that happened. So I mean, this dude's a true American. Anyways, he just received the Nobel, or what? Not the Nobel Prize, whatever. I'll post a picture and then I'll post the video so you guys can see it's the same guy. I mean, he's a true American. That's all I gotta say. So there's a picture of him receiving the award from Nancy. What's her name? Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi, bro, the fucking U.S. head of the House, the biggest loser, biggest market manipulator.
She looks like a Komodo dragon from the side.
On the right, the video I just posted on the right, that's Jason Kaufman, who was crying because his son, they wouldn't give him any answers. He was there all day, and they wouldn't give him any answers about his son until the next afternoon. On the left, this is him a couple years later as the officer from January 6th. So I just want to give a salute and say that I'm proud to be an American with
Can you say that again?
Representing our country. So the video I just posted, the guy on the right, like if you look at the screenshot, that's Jason Kaufman, whose son unfortunately got taken at the Borderline Bar and Grill, OO, whatever. And the guy on the left is the federal cop from January 6th who almost laid down his life to defend the Capitol building. And he got the award. So it's the same guy. And I just want to say that this dude's a jack of all trades, homie. That's all I got to say.
Getting around.
Is he a Fed?
Dude, he's a CC, bro. You know what I mean? A CRI.
What's a CC?
I'm sorry, no, a CA.
What's that?
You know, I'll just give you the first three letters, CRI, and then the next one is ACT.
CRIAC. Cry
Yeah,
Act? What does that mean?
Christ Act.
What does that mean? Crisis actor?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I didn't say it, but I won't disagree with you. You know what I mean?
Why don't you say it? Are you scared?
I'm frightened to death, bro. I'm just trying not to get banned. I already feel like I'm walking on eggshells on this server, and I don't want to get kicked
banned
off.
for saying crisis actor?
I don't know, bro. I could get banned for anything, bro. But that's just me.
YouTube throws a fit at a lot of stuff. You never know.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep it fucking.
I don't think YouTube likes those words very much. So
Creation Bear one day, he pulled me aside and sat me down in the corner, and he reprimanded me harshly, bro. And ever since that day, bro, I'm in line, huh, Creation Bear?
better check yourself
before I wreck
Sometimes
myself.
it just takes the one.
Right? One bad apple. I mean,
no, the one experience with Creation Bear and you're set straight. You better fucking be. You feel me?
Right? Yeah. He leveled my curve, bro. Fuck. And if you guys haven't heard his new song, I highly recommend it. He's getting better by the day. I'm just saying, though.
Yep.
He's finding his feet. Croatian Bear. Who put that? Oh, Sasha. Sasha's hilarious.
I gotta do some stuff, but I'll be listening, guys.
You taking off, Glot Flabe?
Yes, sir. It's good
Peace
to hear
out,
from you,
bro.
man. I'll check you
You
guys
too,
later.
bro.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies, man.
Yeah. Say your prayers, your Hail Marys, and Jesuses. Take 2 sticks, tape them together, and make a crucifix.
Have you ever spoken to Brian down here in the chat?
Who, me?
I don't know, just anybody. Have we? He's on. He's muted. He's a blue-haired NASA intern.
Oh, no, I haven't, dude. I'd love to talk to him. Why is he all the way at the bottom? Oh, because that's not a regular B. That's a symbol, huh? I was wondering why he's at the bottom if B starts at the top of the alphabet. He should be above my name. Brian, if you're there, we'd love to talk to you. Dude, if you guys were on the chat last night, I threw like 5 Globers, 3 bones, bro. And I'm like, you guys want to destroy these flat earthers? I'm sick and tired of these flat earthers just demol. Oh, go ahead, Brian. Talk. Hi, Brian.
Hello.
Hey. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. How can we assist you? Do you have any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
The floor is yours.
I will answer.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer.
I will.
Okay. So southern in New Zealand, in the summer, you can see the sun.
Yeah.
Or at least it's sunlight.
Yeah.
Southern Chile, or at least like some islands below it, you can also see sunlight.
Okay.
Why is that?
I'm for sure because water does not curve. It's not because of that.
Yeah, because we live in reality. Yeah, that's how the sun, shines. Yep.
Do you think it's because water is curving that's happening?
Wait, do you guys believe in the model?
We don't believe.
Oh gosh, no! If you believe in a model, you got to get some life experience, bro.
Do you think that if we see that light from Chile and from New Zealand, that water will curve?
No, but it will lead towards something else. That will lead towards something else, and then something else, and then something else, and you'll end up.
It will lead. When we'll start to curve.
Well, let's answer his question directly. He asked us, how does the light get to the southern point of New Zealand in the summertime? The light shines from the sun and reaches that area. That's the answer to your question.
Yes.
So there you go. The Earth is flat and stationary, and at that point in time, the sunlight from the sun reaches that area at that point in time. The end.
So do we have like two suns, or?
No, I didn't say that. Oh, I just ask your question again.
Well, this is based off of the model I see on the server, like picture profile.
That's just an icon, bro. Like if you drive a Honda, the little Honda H, that's not a car. So
that's not a model of the engine just because we have a Honda sticker. You know what I mean? It's just an icon.
Yeah, that's not the Earth. It's just a little icon. So you had to pick.
To be a little more specific, we're not claiming that the Earth looks like that or that the sun follows any pathway. That's not a claim that we're making. That icon.
So you don't know if the Earth is flat.
Brian, can I ask you a question?
We do know that. Yeah, we do know that. Yep.
Brian,
we just don't claim it's a cartoon.
Can I ask you now a question?
Well, I didn't get a good answer from you guys still.
But can I get one answer from you?
Hopefully I'll be able to answer.
What do you think, why these people think that Earth is flat? The main reason.
Oh, because they would feel like their humanity would be like worthless if we're just
wrong. It's not that. Can you try again? What is the main point that these people think that Earth is
I didn't even finish.
No, but I'm telling you that it's wrong immediately.
Yeah, if you need a second testimony, I'd say you're kind of wrong about. I'd say you're wrong about that, but I know you didn't.
It has nothing to do with feelings. You said something about we feel this way or that way. It has nothing to do with feelings.
Nothing. Yeah. Can you try again now?
Because you guys are scientists, right?
No,
and the science points towards a flat Earth.
No, that's wrong.
That why?
No.
Guy doesn't know what science is.
It's sort of a good
measured curvature, and there is none. We've looked for curvature. We've spent the past year. Some guys have been on here over 10 years, and we've looked for curvature. We've done the Black Swan experiment, bro. 8 inches per mile squared. There's no curvature.
That's the main point. He answered it. I wanted that he doesn't answer, but he answered.
Many factors in an experiment that go wrong and go right. Doing it one
You had a wonderful idea.
Armchair expert here.
Because that was so freaking good. I just ate 2 huge bowls of it.
Eat the grass. You're roboting, bro.
My bad.
It's good. It's good. Go ahead, Brian.
Brian, can you tell me now what is the main reason why people think that Earth is flat?
Oh, my initial thought was that you guys feel like it's.
What do you think now?
Oh, because of a black swan experiment? That's why you believe in it?
No.
Bro, they measured way more places than the black swan. I'm just giving you something that's local from done. But I'm sure there's other people who can speak of experiences with other measurements.
Okay. I can also show you a lot of pictures of 1 + 1 equaling 3. It's the quality of the experiments that matter.
Oh, wow.
No, it's about being able to verify. So if 1 + 1 is 3 in a
So
picture,
each
and you go to verify
experiment-
that picture, it wouldn't be verified, would it? Because 1 + 1 is 2. So that's what we're doing. We
Correct.
have, yeah. So we have set maths
No,
already.
you're saying we have so many other experiments different from the black swan experiment. And I'm saying
yeah,
it's
of course.
about the
Brian,
quality.
can you
Only to
Brian,
correct
can
you, Black Swan
waterbending?
experiment. Black Swan is not experiment.
Observation.
Whatever it is, I don't know what.
Or whatever it is. How you call something I see object on 10 miles? How you call that?
What do you call what?
How you call this I see object on 10 miles? How you call that?
You said there's a lot of
I
factors.
don't even know what you're asking, Sasha.
Yeah, that's kind of a vague question, Sasha. But you did. The kid
Brian,
did say there's
he's
lots of
saying
factors.
how can you? He's saying how can you see something that's 10 miles when you zoom in on it with a high resolution camera?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
okay.
I'm saying this. If you see something on 10 miles, how? Let's say mountain. If you see mountain on 10 miles, what you see on 10 miles? Mountain. What that mean? That you see mountain on 10 miles, or you need some experiment?
Well, you need to experiment on if it's really 10 miles. Yes.
You need experimental measurements.
Yeah. Potato. You experiment and you measure.
No. Potato. Experiment is experiment. It's experiment. Something that you will prove the causes. You will experiment is something you will prove the cause of the effect.
Experiment is it 10 miles and you measure.
That's measurement. That's not experiment.
He's using it. He's using it very, very colloquially.
Okay. Let's call that experiment. What is measurement? Experiment. What is measurement?
Mm-hmm.
If I measure you, is that experiment?
Yes.
No.
If you have a purpose in mind, then you are. Why are you measuring to find how? The purpose is to find how much I measure. How much I measure you.
And if it's that experiment, and if I measure you, and that is the experiment, how I will call measurement then? What is measurement then?
It's like
it's different from experiment. Is it experiment different from measurement, or they are both same thing?
The etymology of the words experiment just means that try. So if you try anything, you're experimenting. Every time you try anything, it's an experiment according to the etymology of the word.
Right, that would be the colloquial term. But we've come to learn that, and I said this earlier, just a few minutes ago, that you might not know what science is, Brian. So,
you don't need to measure everything.
Brian, were you in here a couple of days ago? Brian, were you in here a couple of days ago?
I think. So.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, and you just rage quit, didn't you?
No, I just left.
Did you go away and Google some questions?
No, actually, I thought of this in the shower about the New Zealand and.
Well, that's the best place to think. Because water finds its level, man.
So I'm in the south. Have you ever seen the sun from New Zealand and from Chile?
Oh, you're in New Zealand?
No, I'm in Australia. But answer the question.
Oh, have I ever seen it? No, but I've heard reports of it, and I've seen pictures.
You've Googled it.
Oh, I've seen pictures of the sun. Oh, but you guys don't. Of the sun showing in the same place at the same time, or not the same place.
So you've got one camera showing 2 places where the sun hits? What?
I mean, it's very repeatable. I could do it over and over again. I could keep trying
do what
on a
exactly?
summer day in New Zealand and on Chile. I would keep on seeing that the sun is there. It's always there, no matter how hard I try. It's going to be there.
What's always there? The sun's always there?
The sunlight. You can see the light. You can see the sun.
And that's
always.
That's
That's not
proving
true.
the globe.
For as long as there's Earth and there's sun, yeah.
Do you think there's a 24-hour sunlight in New Zealand?
20.
That's strange, man. That's really strange. Have you looked at the latitude, southern New Zealand?
No.
It's not that low, mate.
Are you saying that the sun doesn't
think you're
appear in southern New Zealand and in
No,
southern
you're saying it's there for 24 hours. You're saying it's sunny all the time.
What?
Sunlight there all the time.
Well, at the same time that I don't know how long it is, but all I know is that at the same time Chile
So you're
and
saying you're coming in with something and you're saying you don't know.
I don't
Do you
know.
understand how weird that sounds?
All I'm saying is
Wait, did you just make this
all
up
I'm saying at the
in your
same
mind when you're in the
time
shower?
in Chile and in No, I just thought of it.
And that's what you're saying. What is that proving?
So at the same time in southern Chile and where the sun is supposed to be in the completely other side of Earth, of the flat Earth, according to you guys.
Oh,
It
which
seems to
flat?
be-
Which flat Earth?
Hold up.
Do you
there,
compare?
Yeah.
Are you comparing with some model?
Right.
Yeah, and
It's a
comparing it
straw man.
to the
Which
model.
model?
You guys
If we-
don't
It's a straw
believe in
man.
that model?
Oh, which one? Talking about the icon?
Yeah, I guess you guys don't believe in that either.
Well, it's not that we don't, like I said earlier, brother. It's just an icon. You had to pick something.
Honda sticker? That's what it is?
It's an icon, bro. It's not the car itself. It's not the Earth itself. It's a little
Yeah, I'm not
sticker.
sold for
It's
that,
like a
man.
little
I'm not-
emoji.
There could be two suns. We might not know.
No, you're not listening, mate. You're not listening, right? That is just an icon that has been chosen. It's become quite iconic to represent flat Earth, right? But it's not a map or a model. It's not a map or a model that that all of us necessarily subscribe to as being representative of reality.
Okay, so do you know something that represents?
We know the water doesn't curve.
Well, we're not here to, we don't need to represent it or represent it. We're just talking about the thing itself. We're going outside, we're directly measuring it itself. So, we don't need a little toy of it when you can just go outside and there it is.
Can I just jump in? I was in the Royal Navy for 38 years. Water does not bend, I guarantee it. There's no experiment. That's a fact.
Yep, that's
We call that sea level, I think, in the world. Everywhere in the world.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Everywhere, even in Switzerland, and they don't have the sea.
Hey, Brian, are you capable of looking at your model skeptically and questioning your own model?
Yes.
Like, how about like gravity, like the bending and warping of space-time? Have you ever? Or how would you measure? How would you measure the curvature then? How did you get your radius?
Oh, well, I just trust people who are able to do repeatable experiments, and they've shown countless times through those experiments that there is a curve.
But how do you repeat something that hasn't been done? Yeah.
Sorry, Stevie.
Oh, it's classic.
We said the same thing.
May I ask a question whenever there's an opportunity?
Well, yeah. First, we got to
I'll
go
let
through
you
the
keep
countless,
going.
endless mountains of evidence. We got to at least find, hopefully there'll be one thing we can talk about. So it's kind of hard to repeat something that hasn't been done, or do something countless times.
This is good.
It's never done.
I think stay on this. He's claimed that there's
stay on
countless
this.
experiments. So yeah.
Of curvature.
The classic one where the boat kind of goes over the sea. That one, like a long time ago.
So are you aware we can bring the boat back into view with a super zoom camera? Have you ever seen those videos?
Do you ever look into what a super zoom camera is?
This boat what I posted.
Also, our man Steve here just told you water doesn't do that.
So like when we use the super zoom camera, we can increase the angular resolution and see farther, and we see that the boat didn't go over any curvature. It's just out of our field of vision.
When you can say that, but don't you ever consider so many different factors in what might be causing
like this factor.
Maybe you don't understand how to interpret, how to even use those whatever.
But maybe that's you though. Maybe that's you though.
Oh, so like the horizon. So you realize that we're like when we're looking at the horizon, I'm helping you out. So from the people that defend your model, right? They will tell you that we do not observe a physical horizon. We observe an optical one. Okay. So when you're saying that even so on that's another point where you say boats go over the physical, like go over the curve. We don't observe any physical curve. According to your own people.
Can I make a simple statement real quick, or simple factual declaration real quick, just to help bring what you're saying into focus for him? Maybe this might help him out. There are two types of lines in reality. You've got curved lines and straight lines. So if a line is not curved, it has to be straight. There is no alternative. So when we ask you where's the curvature, how do they get the radius of the Earth? What's the measurement for the drop off? Like these are all things that are like if it's not curving, it has to be straight, flat. And that's all I just wanted to say.
No.
So like if you go out to the ocean, right, and you look out, you're going to see the horizon in a certain location. You go out the next day, it's not going to be in that same location. It's apparent. It's due to atmospheric conditions. Refraction does play a role, but the refraction calculator you guys use already presupposes the radius of the Earth, which is what we're trying to figure out. So it's a sleight of hand little magic trick. So you gotta look at your own model because the globe is making specific claims, right? You're saying the circumference is this much, the radius is this much, the sun is this far away. You have the positive claim, so you have to be able to explain how it all works, what experiments, what evidence you have to back it up. And what you'll find is you get absolutely demolished when you debate people that actually know what they're talking about, because the evidence for the globe it's always a presupposition. It usually doesn't correlate cause and effect. So, you might need to eat some humble pie and do your research.
Yeah, there could be a pink unicorn behind Pluto, but I've never been there, so I can't really. People who know what they're talking about, I'll be completely demolished. Those who
Ryan, if you see 1,200 miles of flatness of Earth, is that enough to say that Earth is flat?
What?
If you see 1,200 miles of flatness of the Earth, is that enough to say that Earth is flat?
It's enough to say that 1,200 miles is flat. Yeah. I don't know about the other part.
Yeah, I'm asking you, is it enough 1,200 miles to say that Earth is flat if you see that 1,200 miles flat?
Well, I could see a lot of things with my eye.
Is it possible on the globe? Or better question: is it possible on the globe, what is 24,000 miles, that we have 1,200 miles flat?
Is it possible to To what?
On the ball, what is Earth, 24,000 miles circumstances, is it possible that we have 1,200 miles flat?
Maybe there's a very special mountain or rock that can. there aren't any, but we can make it happen.
I'm asking you this: is it possible one of the 20 parts of Earth is not curving on the sphere?
So, like on the globe, you say that there's a specific radius and a specific circumference. So we can use geometry. There's a few different methods to figure out how much physical curvature of the globe there's supposed to be, right? So at 100 miles, it's around like 6,000 feet of curvature. So when you see a mountain that's 175 miles away, and it's supposed to be a mile under the physical curve of the Earth, that's one of the observations we make that debunk the radius of the Earth or put it into question, right?
And remember, 5,280 feet is a mile. So when you see something that's, supposed to be 6,000 feet under the curvature, that's over a mile behind the curvature. Like there's supposed to be a mile of curve down.
Yeah. That's normal.
Yeah, Brian, have you ever even looked at like the evidence of like how NASA is like faking the ISS and the moon landings or any of that stuff?
What?
Can we not jump to the subjects? We need to make him see the measurements.
Yeah,
I think it's clear he's just totally new to the subject. I don't think he has an answer. But
yes, I haven't gone into every single detail.
I'm sure I've spoken to this guy before because he was the one telling me that the Earth was a cube.
There's plenty of trolls like that, mate. But
me?
First time in a couple of days.
I said.
Yeah, I recognise your voice.
I said the Earth was a cube.
So while you're there, Navy guy, sorry I don't know your name. Why don't you explain to him your experience?
Was that sorry? Were you speaking to me then? Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, mate.
Okay, so
your experience.
Yeah, I served in the Royal Navy for 38 years. I trained in navigation.
I think he's gone.
Sorry?
I think he just hopped off.
Oh, he's gone. There you go.
Guys are all crying about their injuries. They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
And what I was saying was, this guy that just came on, he sent me a picture of the cube Earth, and he plays, I don't know what the game is, it World of Warcraft or something, I don't know, he plays on a game, and he said it was a cube.
Could be.
Yeah, what if we actually do find an edge,
Yeah, I'm saying only it could be. I'm not saying that it is. Because you don't know how container look like.
Yeah. No, I'm all.
You can blame me for that because I was guarding Antarctica part of my career.
Yeah. Man, I can't. It's so weird. Like every single time someone comes in here, and you question them about a globe, and you're like, "Well, I don't know." It's like, why don't you know? This is your model. You think you know it, so show us.
I think what it is.
I know it's not flat. You don't know that.
Yeah, people that believe in the globe don't even know their model. Flat earthers know their model better than they do, because if they knew what we knew, they wouldn't be globers anymore.
Yeah, that's also a good point.
We also get drilled on every single topic, so
yeah.
Like,
who is ready to make some science?
Like, gravity's not a force. Like I'd like to stick on that topic, like hammer it home one day, and just like, you know, like the curve is so easy for all of us. You know, like we want to stick with a curvature, we can do 80 per mile squared. Show me how they got that number all day long. But like as far as gravity goes, like it's proven that it's not a force. So what is it?
Well, the only true forces on the Earth is magnetism and electricity, and they go hand in hand.
But 9.8 meters per second squared, or per second. Like, okay, but gravity is not a force, so what's making it move at 9.8 meters per second?
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
Tragic, but informative, or so I'm told.
It's a similar thing with Newtonian gravity. We can and do, and we must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. That doesn't mean it really is, but we don't necessarily need to work at the really is level in this case.
But it's not a force.
And what he said, what is the main reason? Why are you thinking the Earth is flat?
Because you guys want to feel special.
Oh yeah, that one.
Hey, Steve from the UK, you're the Navy man, yeah?
Yes, that's me. Hi there.
Yeah, sorry, I heard about you. I'm Timbo, mate. So, I heard about you a few days ago. I was just wondering, for those of us that hadn't heard your story, would you like to tell us?
Yeah, of course I can. Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
I've not been on for a while because I have a sister in hospital dying at the moment, so I've just sort of left it for a few days. Yeah, it's terrible. Right, so I joined the Royal Navy when I was 15 years old. I'm 63 now, so I've been retired quite a while, 10, 12 years now. I joined up the Royal Navy, you know, the usual adverts on TV, join the Navy, see the world, have a great career. Before I know it, before you know it, I'm ending up in a place I'd never heard of, the Falkland Islands, and we're at war, you know, with Argentina, protecting the British people that lived in the Falkland Islands. So, so a lot of people.
80s?
Sorry?
Was it 80s? 1980s or earlier?
In the 80s, yeah. 82, I think, 83, 82. Yeah. So, the ship I was on was hit from a French Exocet missile, killed 80 people. I managed to, you know, not be in the area where it happened, but I could see a lot of my shipmates getting hit. Saw my best friend's face burn off. It was horrible. But anyway, I'm not here to talk about the grim story. It's took me a long time to talk about it, but so I navigated ships. I mean, big ships, destroyers, Type 42 destroyers. In my training manual, we had a document, and also we had to sign a non-disclosure, because the information in the document was not made to be public, and I never thought about it then, but I'm thinking now because I know about the flat Earth. In one of the documents, it was saying that to assume that the Earth we live on is a non-rotating flat plane. So all our charts, sea charts, everything that we used, obviously were flat because they sat on a table flat. Certain parts in the South Pacific compasses don't work, so we used what we call celestial navigation, which is navigation by the stars. And you know, there's an experiment you can do with stars. You can take a picture of or take a drawing of the stars in the sky one day this year, and then in your calendar put another, you know, a year later, the same day, and all the same stars are in the sky. So our star systems and sun and moon is a perfect clock. And so
just before you go into that, so you were saying about the flat maps. Do you have are they whole flat maps or local flat maps? So do you have one big map, or do you use a series of local maps?
You would use sea charts for that specific ocean or sea that you was in. So it covers quite a large area.
It would be like all boxed in kind of for the area.
Yeah, so it covered large. Anybody else doing the Navy while I'm talking? Have we got any other Navy guys in here?
I'm Army.
I don't think so.
Army. Okay.
I don't know celestial navigation, but I know navigation.
Department of the Navy.
Sonny was in the Navy, but he's not here.
Oh, it's Sonny I spoke to before. Yeah. So
do you have like a charted map of like the world as we know, or no, they don't have one like that, like a flat map where you can point in a direction.
Now, I think they exist, the maps of the world, but only for commissioned officers, you know, like high up ranks, sort of. Well, maybe not as high as, but rear admirals in the fleets, they probably have those. But us lower ranks, we didn't see anything like that. We were just given charts for the oceans or the seas or whatever we was in at the time, that particular area. A bit like an ordnance survey map, I suppose, but of the sea type of thing.
Yeah, with depths and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, if anybody in the Army here would know what an ordnance survey map is, it would be for that particular terrain where they were.
Go
on.
Real quick,
sorry.
I just want to say, Steve.
Yeah.
Having said that, world.
I'm proud of you for overcoming. Huh?
You're roboting, Gizbo. No,
I can't.
I'll type in the chat.
At the live stream chat, yeah.
That was really cool, man. You said that you guarded Australia or Antarctica. Can you tell us more about that?
I mean, Falkland Islands is about 61 degrees south. So if anything went beyond that, then we would be alerted to go out there and to get them to turn around. So, because it was restricted waters. That's all I knew about it at that time. You know, just doing our job. People shouldn't be there. And I mean, I thought it was just the enemy coming after us, you know, sort of thing, because they had ships as well. But what I know now, I'm sure we was guarding the 60th degree south parallel.
I got some live footage of someone getting stopped right at this moment.
That's very interesting, man. Thanks for sharing.
Yourself. Who the fuck are you?
What's that?
What's that?
Just
What's going on there? Is that you, CB?
Yeah, I was trying to throw an alley-oop off the backboard to myself there about I was like trying to, in my mind I was like, oh, we've got somebody at the 60th parallel getting stopped now. But
not every audio clip is a winner, I guess.
Forgive me.
That's your first fail in a couple of months, mate. So you're on target.
Nice one.
Redeem yourself.
It's an interesting story.
Yeah, I mean, the Royal Navy role was to protect the waters. I mean, my main job really was protecting the fisheries, and people were allowed to fish in certain areas and so blah blah blah. But when we was down in the south Antarctica area, I mean, I thought we was just there to protect the British people that were on the Falkland Islands. But I can remember us being called out to turn this ship round. Whether that was somebody that shouldn't have been there, or whether they were an enemy ship, or whatever, I don't know. Because I was a navigator, I didn't see anything. I was below deck all the time, mainly. I mean, we had radar systems and we used sonar.
So what do you think about Captain Cook and these other Royal Navy sailors and the ways that they did?
Yeah, he took 3 years to travel to circumnavigate. Were you going north or south? I can't remember. And it took him 3 years, 62,000 miles. If Antarctica is a continent, it's 13,000 miles in circumference. How did he do 62,000 miles? But I don't know. We had problems with compasses down that way.
Is there a book that Captain Cook wrote, or some book I could read about that that journey he took, like his exploration?
I think there is. I think they all had guys who write journals on these boats. Someone mentioned it one time. I'll have a look.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure there is.
You can also watch what's his name, Admiral Byrd's Secret Diary on YouTube. That's fascinating.
Were they both, Captain Cook and Admiral Byrd, were they both around the same time? I'm not familiar with the time frame.
Yeah, Admiral Byrd was in the mid-40s. Late 40s, because the Antarctic Treaty started in 1959. Just after Admiral Byrd had discovered all these lands beyond the south.
When was Captain Cook?
Captain Cook was mid to early 1800s.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even 1700. He's born 1728 and dies 77.
Yeah, so 1800 around there. Yeah.
I would find Captain Cook a little more reliable, personally, but not sure.
Have you seen the? It's a video called Operation Fishbowl, I think it's called. Oh no, Operation High Jump. That was Admiral Byrd, because he visited the South Pole and the North Pole. Yeah. Yeah.
It gets weird with Byrd though, right? Because there's purported claims that he goes inside of the Earth and all these things, and it's just hard.
Yeah. He ends up the other side, doesn't he, and discovers other lands. He actually in his book is something to do with he saw a woolly mammoth, and they so they had to flow down to check it, and it was I'm thinking of another story. There's another story. There's a book called The Iron Republic. Back in the 1800s, people went through the ice wall, through a gap in the ice, and they ended up in what they call the Iron Republic.
Oh,
yeah, that's a cool story. Yeah,
that's brilliant. I can post that book here if you want. I've got the narrated version of that. I'll post it here. It's the one it's what they call the audio book as well, so you just listen to it.
Do we have is there a channel on here where people just post a bunch of like links to books and videos that are, flat Earth related?
Yeah, there must be. I don't know. I'm quite new to this server. But...
I think there needs to be one because, like, we all know like a lot of different books or videos that well, there's like the A through Z stuff, but that's not quite the same.
Be right back, guys.
There's a section called New Release Videos.
Yeah, but I guess like if I have a link to like a PDF book or something, is there a place I can post it?
There's a lack of flat earthers out there.
Okay.
I know Roboto. That's one.
This is I'm in the Cog Dis chat. It is sometimes it's just baffling. It just shows people they're not really even plugged in. This guy's talking about curved water. He said that level was the distance from the sea. So I'm like, well, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I was like, that's exactly when I jumped in. I'm like, well, he said level is the distance to, what is it? Level is the distance from the ocean, depending on how high you are. I was like, do you have a citation for that? Because
I think you're talking about altitude. So a lot of flat earthers believe, an airplane has to continuously dive in order for it to make sense. So then a lot of flat earthers think, you're going forward in your seats the whole time. That doesn't make sense. So I think that's where he's coming from. Altitude over a set point on a ball is going to be flat for the perceiver.
Yeah, that's true.
Where's the ball?
Ball. Like you throw a ball.
Where's the ball?
Well, I mean,
what would happen? What would happen if you let's just give the ball for a second. Let's say we're on a ball and planes were arcing over it. For the perceiver, yeah, it would seem if you're sorry, I disagree with you here because now what if one plane is a prop plane? Like, sure, maybe with that I could agree with you, but what if you got a fighter jet or whatever one of the fastest planes in the world are, one of those that set those airspeed records. Right. Now, how much ground are you covering? How much do you have to drop? It would be like a 0G plane. You would be flying out of your seat because of how much you'd have to correct down.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's
with those,
500 miles.
With those, the system inside the plane is taking altitude. That's all it's really doing. And the change is so subtle, even if you're subsonic, that you're not going to really notice because it is varying both ways.
You're saying that? How can you say something that you're saying it's going to be so subtle? How do you know that?
I mean, what's the curvature, the perceived curvature, the overall average as you guys would say,
8 inches per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared.
That is subtle enough for you not to notice, and it is
not when you're going hundreds of miles an hour.
Yeah, if you're flying at 600 miles per hour.
You're saying it autocorrects?
I'm saying
when some of these planes are flying at thousands of miles an hour, you'll be dropping miles and miles every minute.
No, because it's there to maintain altitude. You see the difference.
If you have to maintain altitude, then you have to keep on changing it, don't you?
No. You're not getting sea level. Sea level is the distance, to the sea, and that is altitude. No shit.
Yeah.
So they need to drop down to maintain the same altitude above the sea level, because they're at 500 miles per hour, you're supposedly dropping like 2,000.
The reference is changing. The reference is constantly changing as you move forward. So there is
but altitude is measured by air pressure. Yeah.
No, altitude's measured by your distance to sea level.
How do you get that?
You measure it.
It would
as you're flying, you measure it.
Yes.
Once you get going fast enough, when you're talking about hundreds or thousands of miles an hour, let's go with the fast ones again. Let's say you're going 1,000 miles an hour. Let's just say you're going 1,000. It's nice and round. Somebody who's at the computer, quick plug that in. What would be how fast would you if somebody's good at math? How much would you be dropping every minute at 1,000 miles per hour?
You wouldn't be dropping.
I punch those numbers into my calculator. It makes a happy face.
No, stop. Not dropping. You would have to be correcting downward, and because of that.
No, I know. Off the top of my head,
if you're going around a ball, it's a circular motion. That's centrifugal force. So, the plane might. Let's say I give this to you. I think I know where you're going. If you have the gradient, right? There's a certain density layer of the air that goes around your ball, and let's just say it stayed in that layer, and it was making the turn for you and auto-correcting. You, as the observer inside of the plane, would be trying to fling you against the ceiling because of centrifugal force.
No, not unless you're going exceptionally fast. And
that's why I'm using.
You got to get into the physics of motion, and I know you guys don't like that because
why don't we like that?
What do
you mean we don't like that?
Because it's relative.
But you just said you measure distance to the ground. How do you measure that? Do you know how altimeters work?
Sensors.
We can understand the concept of one thing being relative to another. We don't, deny that reference frames and shit like that. We're cool with that.
Exactly.
It's your misunderstanding. It's when you start making giant leaps about this would happen or this wouldn't happen, and you actually plug it in and you go, wait a minute, bullshit, that would happen. That's what we find.
I'm trying to understand where you guys
Lou,
are.
Want me to do the math for you, Lou?
Airplanes I would like somebody. Yeah.
Gyros hold rigidity in space.
The math is if you're 600 miles an hour, right? Divided by 60 for minutes is 10 miles a minute. If you're flying 600 miles an hour, you're going 10 miles a minute. If you had to correct every minute, 10 miles is 66 feet of curvature. Every minute you have to dip your nose 66 feet down to stay at the same elevation. Every minute on the minute.
Yeah, that math works. I get you. And then now,
if you didn't dip down, you would just fly out into the higher atmosphere and eventually just go out to Pluto.
So you'd constantly have to be dropping 60 feet, but you don't really have the instruments to show because your reference is changing.
You would go left, right, up, down, but mostly down.
And when you say 65 feet, that might be you pointed towards the horizon. And I mean, a half a degree at a long distance is a significant amount of distance between point to point after the adjustment.
You know how when you're driving and you go over a hill and you lose your stomach a little bit, you get that tickle in your stomach.
Oh, you ain't feeling I don't know where your 65 feet is coming from. If you're talking about dropping 65 feet in altitude,
65 feet in 1 minute, 66 feet
in 1 minute
per minute.
So you what is that? 1 foot a second?
Yeah. Well, how do you think turbulence works?
Approximately.
You feel turbulence, don't you?
If you follow, look, if you fell,
but mostly you have to keep
versus a consistent drop.
Look, but that's why. We're that's at 600 miles an hour, so we're talking about a commercial jet, right? But what if you were in a fighter jet, or what if you were in one of these airspeed, one of those record-breaking ones? How fast do they go again? Like Mach 12 or some shit? It's insane.
They don't really do that very often, but yes, I understand
But have you seen them fly along the ocean surface? Have you seen that?
They would be swimming if they're under the ocean surface.
I said on the ocean surface.
They fly literally like 10 feet off the water.
You're on top of the ocean. You're still swimming or boating along.
What are you talking about, mate? Just stop being an idiot and just listen to what I'm saying, yeah? Do you think I believe that planes go in the ocean?
No, but you said they fly in the ocean.
So where's your common sense with that? Yeah? I didn't say they fly in the ocean.
Right.
I said, have you seen the fighter jets fly along the top of the ocean?
Above the ocean. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I missed that. You could have just said no. You heard that wrong.
Answer it, mate. Answer the question. Have you seen fighter jets fly above the ocean, like 20 feet off the ocean? Go.
Not personally.
So I'm not sure we got the math right, because one of the numbers I get is like at 500 miles per hour, you're dropping at 2,770 feet per minute for altitude descent.
That's if you don't correct, right? That's the difference between and a sphere. But you would have been correct during your flight, so you dip down, correct, and that would be just where I got to 66 feet per 10 miles. There's a physical curve at 10 miles of 66 feet.
Got to got it right.
The specification. So if you didn't stay with that, you would fly up in the high atmosphere.
Yeah, I would just say, like, I've been up in little Cessna planes. Like, if the plane drops 5 feet, you fucking feel it. You know?
It would.
So let's go back to...
but that's when it drops like 5 feet in a second, or even a half a second. You do feel that. That's like when you slip off a curb.
You
feel that.
Does that make the water curve? Let's go back to the Earth. Is what you're saying with aeroplanes make the water curve? Because we don't experience any curving water, so
that's gravity. You got a reference on top of a ball, right? Gravity is always going down towards the center.
Hang on, I just asked you about curving water. Where have you experienced curving water?
When you're talking about gravity holding on water to the earth,
I'm just asking a personal experience. In your personal experience, have you ever experienced curving water?
No, you're gonna try and get this gotcha going. So I'm gonna get one little step ahead of you.
I'm not going for a gotcha. I'm just asking a question, mate.
Yeah, we're talking about a celestial object that has forces coming in on all directions, curving that water.
I'm just talking about water.
When you talk about something that's on a celestial scale versus something that's in your basement, there's a difference.
I'm just talking about water. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about anything else.
So yes, we're talking about gravity here, curving water.
No, I'm just asking about curving water.
Okay.
Have you ever experienced curving water?
I have not seen water curve like up. I don't even know what you're trying to really get at because the definition's not there. But I haven't seen water curve around anything that doesn't have some sort of tension to it. So you'll see water curve around a cup. If you dropped water on it, it's going to curve around it.
That's just inside the cup. It's got
So
a container.
when you ask a simple question, you're implying more of a definition. And I want to know what your definition of water curvature is.
What do you mean? What's my definition of water curvature? So you say that there should be curvature. Hang on. You say there should be. You say there should be a curvature of water due to the diameter. Due to the diameter or the radius of the Earth. And then we get the circumference, so we can work out fall over distance, and that's how much it should curve. So have you seen it, or has anyone measured this?
What's your point? What are you talking about?
Bodies of water.
Oh, man.
Bodies of water.
Okay, so we're talking on a celestial scale. Yes, water will curve because of the effects of gravity holding it.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Or have you measured it? Has it been measured?
It's too vast for you to see it, but it is
We
measurable.
have a measurement.
It is measurable. You can get the curvature here, you can get the curvature there. People have given an average curvature, which you guys like to quote a lot, and that's it.
How do they do that?
I mean, the first guy did it with shadows when he was, trying to figure out the curvature of the Earth.
Yes, that's already been debunked, and the scientists say that it can be done on a spherical and a flat Earth. So, have you got a definitive one?
So you had shadows that were shorter in a long pillar, showing that it wasn't the thing. What scientist said that? Where's the debunk?
Have you got the clip, CB?
There's not even any documentation of any of that.
Yeah, so their comment was, this work... Go, Sasha. Go ahead, mate.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, mate.
Well, I forget it now. Go on.
Go,
yeah,
Timbo.
So, that's all right. Go. So we're just looking for definitive proof. So that those sticks and shadows doesn't work.
The definitive proof is the wide array of people who develop geostationary systems, people who develop telecommunication systems, and the timing that's involved with that. That's all affected on a round Earth scale. There's proof in satellite communication systems. You guys say they're all balloons, but the truth is that we're not launching balloons every day up there. You know what I'm saying? Like the fact that your GPS works.
That means
Hold
on. You said that they're not launching balloons every day out there. How do you know this?
I'm a satellite engineer.
Yeah, okay, you developed the satellites, but how do you know that they're not using balloons every day to send them up?
Oh, I mean, there's weather balloons that we send up every day, but that's not what's giving you GPS coordinates. That's not what's sending you home every day. There's a reason why your phone will be able to calculate GPS and not your phone service. And it's vice versa too. You ever driven in the mountains and your GPS signal lost, but you still have.
What did they use before GPS?
It's a terrestrial line. It's going to like a LEO
positioning systems, GPS,
like a
ground positioning systems,
satellite that just goes around.
And
You're just diverting to different topics, man. You're talking about how did you get the radius of the Earth, or you can go back to airplanes, but they're just going all over the place.
Low, brother. Like, what do you got up to that?
So the problem is that before they were able to launch these things, they need to have the measurement, right? So who actually got the first measurement?
No, they didn't need a measurement. I mean, it just kind of went out there. You know what I'm saying?
So they didn't need a measurement at all.
It was a trial by fire scenario. Like either it works or it doesn't. And certain things work. They developed on those.
It was a trial.
Do you know Echo 2?
Echo 2 what now?
Echo 2 developed by NASA.
No, I don't. I'm not aware of Echo 2.
That's a satellite, what you call a satellite, but it was actually based off of a balloon. It was actually a full balloon. And yeah, and then they used this, and it was up there traveling thousands of miles an hour, but it needed to use an aerostat, which is a gas that is lighter than air, so it's to stay afloat.
God fearing, does satellites proving the globe?
And this was in sorry, Sasha. And this was in the 60s, by the way.
Question: does satellites proving the globe?
I was missing a point. What were you trying to say?
Now you said Sputnik, right? So you said Sputnik was up there. The Sputnik, whatever. But Sputnik was also another aerostat satellite or whatever. They all use gas. They were not just a something that just floated in the air without any kind of, just because they're supposedly be in orbit. They use.
Yeah, to keep these systems up, it requires constant energy. So it's easier once you're alive.
So
there's always. Go ahead.
If they're in space, why would they need gases lighter than air?
Because all of these systems are running within the atmosphere. I mean, like the atmosphere extends way beyond the moon. People don't understand that. Like there's leaks and all kinds of things that are actually out there. It's not a true vacuum in space.
So there is no vacuum. There's no space.
There's not some God out there holding a fucking vacuum tube sucking things. No.
Well, that's not about a vacuum. It's not a sucking.
So can you survive without a spacesuit between the Earth and the Moon? It's just atmosphere.
No, that's a ridiculous question.
Well then,
why? Can you survive under the water?
Better question, more specific question. What is the torr value on the surface of the moon if you're going to claim that the atmosphere of the Earth extends
to the moon? Are we talking about a gearbox rating? What do you mean by torr? Torque?
That's
17 vacuum. He means 10 to minus 17 torque.
So you're saying you're engineering these guys. So you're hold on. I understand. You asked him a question about space, right? And he's supposed to be a satellite engineer. How does he not know the torr value of the what he's sending his stuff to?
He doesn't even know what a torr value is. Like, how does he not even know that?
It's because it's not really a thing. That's why NASA gave it to us.
No, Godric, you're misunderstanding. He doesn't even know what the term.
How about you explain your point before you just berate me? What's going on?
No, the thing is, we just asked you a question about where you send these things at, right? Right, where you engineer satellites for it, and these things go to, and you don't even know the information which is supposed to be relevant to what you're engineering.
Yeah, you're supposed to be an expert in this subject, but you know nothing.
There's a difference between a field engineer, electrical engineer,
hold on, Sasha, let him finish.
A mechanical engineer. There's a difference between RF engineering. There's a difference between bioengineering. You guys don't conceive any of that. You think because I don't know what you're referencing when you say that or value of the moon.
Should we explain instead of just talking in circles? Can we explain that instead of just saying like, oh, you don't know this or I don't know that? Should we explain it? All right. So a torr value is how you describe the power of a vacuum. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Yes. Now I understand what you mean. When I said torque, people are freaking out. Yes, the power of the moon. Got it.
Okay, so now that you just made the statement, the positive claim that the atmosphere of the Earth extends to the moon and beyond the moon, I asked the simple question, okay, if you're going to say that, what is the Tor value on the surface of the moon?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So in other words, you're just talking out your ass. Great.
No, I'm an actual engineer. I don't know what part I'm talking out my ass on, but I don't know.
I may have gotten ahead of myself. Look, listen. The point is, you're making a baseless claim. A baseless claim, and nothing more.
Can I ask you a question?
No,
Orion, let me ask him this, Orion. You said there was atmosphere on the moon.
We got to a point where we've all had enough excitement. We've all had enough excitement. I just got home, and yeah, I'll pop in here later.
I have
All right, have a good one,
No, stay. Stay, mate. Stay. One person at a time.
Can I ask
just one person?
One simple question, God, Eric. One simple question. What do you think? Why these people? What the main reason these people think that the Earth is flat?
I don't know. I think it's a religious thing, to be honest. Because the people that I've talked to.
Okay. You are wrong. That's not. Can you try again?
I'm
totally wrong.
I can't right now, but I will next time I come in, and I hope you're in here.
Okay, I will tell you. The main reason is this: there is no curvature in reality.
And we've experienced that from our job. My job on the sea, I never saw curvature ever.
And you most
show me your
measured radius. You most definitely need a measured radius for your orbital mechanics. Excuse me, right. I was talking and nobody else was.
Time, please.
Bloody heck.
Go ahead.
I will repeat myself. You most definitely need a measured radius for your orbital mechanics and your escape velocity. For your satellites. Without it, there are no satellites. And without the curvature, like Sasha said, there's no ball Earth for satellites to orbit around. So we'll go with that next time, eh? Next time you drop by.
Yes.
And just because you helped to build a transmitter doesn't mean the Earth is a ball.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. There's different types of engineering. All right, love you guys. See you later.
Yeah, see you later. I don't know.
Let me
like a flat earthers gets galloping all over the place. Everybody on top of each other.
But let me interpret what he just said. Let me interpret it from Glover speak to flat Earth speak. So what he's saying is, oh yeah, that's not my job to make the satellites and put them in the vacuum of space, but I trust that somebody else did, and damn it, that proves the Earth to be a ball and the vacuum of space to be a real place.
Absolutely. I agree with that.
and Earth is flat because we are religious.
That's why NASA was compartmentalized for different areas of different things.
That's our main point, because I'm not religious, but that's my main point. I'm not religious, but my point is I'm religious. Because of that, Earth is flat. But I'm not religious, but I will become religious, and then the Earth will be flat.
That's well said.
Look, Earth must be a ball, otherwise he wouldn't have a job. Isn't that getting enough proof?
Does he know that 99% of people are religious and they believe in God?
Not 99%.
Oh, let's say 90.
The lab boys say that might be a fear reaction.
Yes.
For example, we have the Christian Matthew saying that God made spheres. That means the religion does not have anything to do. Because in Matthew religion, God made spheres. In your religion, God made flat earth. That means this God is fooling around with us.
I mean, who was it? Not Copernicus, wasn't blah blah blah. Mathematician that thought the spheres was a perfect shape. That's what God's made the Earth a sphere.
Ooh, I don't know.
Oh my God, it's a math dude.
Matthew.
Oh, Greek. Was it Matthew?
Matthew.
And there's a lot of references to the firmament, dividing the waters from the waters.
That's pretty funny. He just like kept interrupting people on the airplane so no one can get a point across. Then he jumps to sticks and shadows, and then he doesn't even know space is a vacuum.
Well, I want to know.
He was all over the place. I just wanted him to admit that no one's ever measured curvature, but he kept on firing off somewhere else.
And if they did, how did they do it?
I want to hear answer when I asked that question, what is the main point? And somebody said, well, your main point is because you were looking for curvature. But nobody will answer that. You are religious, you want to be special, you blah, blah, blah.
It's actually a really good question, Sasha. You can kind of see what they're looking for just from that one question.
You know why? Because people are coming here and then they have assumption, they don't know. And I want to know if they know what we are thinking. They can guess. So the guy said, because you're religious. That means you're wrong. That's not. Do you want to know?
Well, they act like it has no basis as a premise when it's based on what we observe and experience directly.
Okay, you said Matthew. Matthew, who's Matthew?
Matthew, my God, Matthew is saying that God made spears.
I thought it was Pythagoras.
No, I'm saying Matthew, our Matthew.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's what I was.
There was the Greek philosopher Eratosthenes did the sticks and shadows, didn't they? But it works on a flat plane and a globe.
Yeah, but Aristotles didn't measure the radius.
Either way, it requires assumptions.
Calculate, not measure.
It requires assumptions both ways. You can either assume that the sun is massive and at an extreme distance, giving parallel rays on a spherical surface, or that the sun is more local and having divergent rays on a flat surface.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you forget the whole story about Aristotles. If you go directly to the shadows, yes. But if you forget the story, because story is incredibly beautiful. 2,000 years ago, 500 miles straight line.
I still can't figure out if Aristophanes used sticks and shadows, if there was two of them, or if there was three of them, or if it was wells, and still can't find any proof that the guy even existed. Like, there's a lot of people, even on the globe side, who are like, we don't really know if this was an actual person. I think it could have been like a pseudonym for somebody that did exist, or something like that. But
he was
this guy might not have even existed.
Eratosthenes wasn't in the history books for 100 years later.
Yeah.
The experiment doesn't even work. There's that guy, Dustin, tried to do it with two sticks in his bike. He got completely the wrong answer, and then was like really had to suffer this cog dis moment, because in his mind he thought he did the experiment perfect. Like his experimental model was beyond approach, and then the answer he got did not match the globe model, and you could see him suffering through it, trying to figure out what happened. Why didn't he get the answer that he predicted he would get?
I want to see.
All right, this next test may involve trace amounts of time travel.
I want to see who will repeat the real Aristophanes experiment. Who will go to Alexandria without any equipment, take the camel, and go 500 miles straight, put a stick. And I don't know how we'll communicate that then, but how much time Aristophanes needs for 500 miles 2,000 years ago to pass to another point?
And how do they communicate?
And get multiple people to do it. So you're not just the one person. Get 100 people to do it. Then compare their results. And you'll see now
tell me that'll wipe out time entirely, forward and backward.
And repeat it 300 times.
And you won't get the same answer. It'll be a non-repeatable result. Therefore, not proof. Exactly not the evidence they think they have.
How many times Aristophanes did that experiment?
Once a year for 25 years.
They also assume that the sun gave parallel rays, which has never been seen. All rays from the sun are corpuscular, which means they spread out.
Exactly. There's so many pictures of it too.
Yeah.
It's like you can make assumptions, but the thing is that when you test it and you're constantly getting different results, one of your assumptions might be not what you're thinking it is. And that's something you would want to look at. But he didn't. He didn't look at it to show, oh, look at now here's corpuscular rays and anti-corpuscular rays. And, well, that kind of that sinks your battleship.
The one thing that really kind of frustrates me, pisses me off, whatever, about experimentation is everybody can do certain experiments, and most people are just too lazy to even try. And then they'll just read what somebody else did and then trust them. And it's like, but you know, you can replicate some of this stuff yourself. All you got to do is just go do it.
So a colloquial experiment?
Yeah, that's what's interesting. The globalists, they claim to love science and everything. But they don't do it. They never will do it. Like, if you love science that much, have at it, Haas. Okay, go do your science. Because right now, all you're doing is talking. It'd be like
they're lazy. They're lazy. Yeah. They want a group project and they want one person to do all the work so they can sit back and be like, "Look how smart we are."
There you go. You nailed it. Because in their view, science isn't about doing something. It's about advancing an agenda, that they can use science as a weapon to attack the other person. Call them a science denialist or something along those lines, when they've never even tried it to begin with. And if they do, they end up like that guy Dustin, having to deny his own science.
I keep hearing the word science. What is that? What is science?
Pseudoscience.
Very simply, it's a process.
The application of the scientific method.
Yeah, so it's a method that is used to establish cause and effect relationships.
So far, we've only been talking about observations, right? So, but I keep hearing people say science as if their observations are science.
Yeah, people do that for reasons that are kind of hard to explain. They get confused. People get confused.
Observation is the first step to the scientific method, but you stopped too early if you think you're done.
I wanted to be clear. We're not talking about science, right?
If we're talking about the surface of the Earth, then no, we're talking about geometry.
The conversation so far, because I hear people say science about stuff, but all I'm hearing is observations.
There is a lot of science involved, but not in measuring the Earth. No, that's as what Ryan was about to say. That's geometry. That's literally physical measurements is what's needed. It's not science to assume stuff. I mean, that might be a part of it too. You know, you have an educated guess as to what might happen. Write that down. You know, see if what happened. What you know,
hypothesis and a hypothesis test, right?
Right.
Okay. So there's a double speak in the language. I'm just trying to be clear by asking.
Some people are more careful about it than others.
As the conversation goes on, there's a lot of colloquial doublespeak, even in the room right now.
Who said science? Talked about something being science. That what are you referring to right now? What did I miss?
There was several things that was there's just a doublespeak in the language as a conversation. I don't think the man was
who said it. What was the quote?
I don't know his name. Just now, the young man he's often in here because I know his voice.
Yeah, I've heard him.
He was just.
Rich said that they love to claim.
All right, well, name the guy and he's fucking gone. Okay, that's just how it's going to work. We're going to kick him out of here right now.
Oh, wait. Can you recite what he said? Your contention?
No, we're just going to point fingers. It's over.
Well, I was reciting it. I was paraphrasing Crit said that they love science, but they don't go out and do it.
Oh, okay,
They
yeah,
love
yeah.
spout.
The globalists will sit there and say they love science, but they'll never actually. They think science is a noun, not a verb.
But they're talking about pseudoscience or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't you trust in science? What's wrong with you?
No.
All you got to do is correlate presupposition to the effect.
Or study the effect of effect, right? Let's get to the nitty gritty, right? Gravity is an effect. I'm making the claim there. Hey, gravity is an effect. So how are we going to science the effect? What are we going to get the effect of an effect?
No, gravity is not a fact. Gravity
Effect.
doesn't. No.
Yeah, it's a little more simple than that. So if you're observing a rock falling down, then you're just making an observation of the rock falling down. As far as the scientific method it goes that far down the scientific method, but it doesn't go any further than that. So, it's obviously not science to just say, "Oh, I see the rock fall down. I observed the rock fall down. Thus, gravity." It doesn't make sense.
Well, when it comes to like the law of gravity, little g, that's the 9.2 meters per second squared, right? So they're describing the effect that we see when we drop solids, or like something heavier than air in air. Like that's the effect that we see. We don't know the cause of it. They called it gravity, but then they also came up with a theory for it, the big G. And that's where it obviously lost.
And that's how Spaceballs are born in their religion, whatever.
But didn't they change the narrative from Einsteinian theory to Newtonian?
And I screwed up. I want to correct what I said too. When I said in air, that's incorrect. Sorry, in a vacuum. Yeah, they evacuate the space. It's this average thing that they have for that 9.2. But either way, it's still, they're using, they're only describing like physical solid objects that you can pick up off the floor. Like that's all they're testing. Like they're not like going, how fast does gas drop in a vacuum? I haven't seen anything like about that anyway. Or anyway,
why in vacuum?
They do that to remove air resistance. They're trying to.
Yeah, but
they're trying to isolate this gravity is what they're trying to do. Basically, in my opinion, that's the way I see it.
But we have air resistance. Why don't we use the experiment in the nature? How to say? What we have in nature. That means you need to drop it, not in a vacuum. You need to drop in the air.
See, there's something that I don't say very often, but I do say it from time to time about this too. I think it's important. That there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum, right? Like we can try to evacuate the air from a chamber or whatever else, but you're only going to get so much of a vacuum. As long as there's even just a little bit of air in there, all objects are still going to have a certain amount of resistance. But like, let's just say it's a perfect vacuum. You're able to somehow create a perfect vacuum. No matter what two objects you put in there, they're going to fall at the same exact rate because they're both infinitely more dense than the absence of air. They're infinitely more dense than nothing.
Yeah. Buoyancy and density.
Wait, hold on though. I thought I heard some people in here saying that, well, of course, they never achieved the perfect vacuum like you just described, but they said had a high-powered vacuum and that they tried dropping just plain elements from the periodic table and that different elements fell at different speeds in the vacuum.
Well, how do you do that? I mean, perhaps, I guess, like
they just made the vacuum chamber and dropped, like take for instance, maybe they had a tungsten weight at one end, and maybe they had an aluminum weight on another end, and as they dropped the tungsten and aluminum weight, I don't know, maybe the tungsten fell faster or something. I don't know. At least that's what I've heard.
But how high is that vacuum chamber?
I don't know. It's just what I've heard people say. That's why I was saying. It's just I've heard people say things to the contrary. Like even Mimius mentioned this the other day.
I think that they made experiment in the vacuum chamber, like a 1 meter vacuum chamber. Let's make a vacuum chamber, let's say 1 mile vacuum chamber, and drop the stuff.
Well, actually, I think he said that they did this in the largest one that was ever created.
Even the largest one is only it's 5 stories tall or something like that, or at most. That's that one that hits the -6 Tor or whatever it is.
Is that one that big?
I don't know. It's huge. It's multiple stories tall.
I thought the one that they got to -6 Tor, I thought that was collapsing in on itself when they got to it at that point. That's why I thought that was a different one.
I could be wrong. Maybe they are different ones. Maybe I'm thinking there's the biggest one and then there's the strongest one. I'm sure, but I thought they were the same one. It's the same one that's got the steel reinforcement and the concrete walls. They're 6 feet thick. That fucker.
Well, they kind of all would have to have that description. That's what we're talking about.
And does feather and brick?
No, well, what I would suggest is a super tall one that's not very big, like giant tubes, bank tubes. They're freaking, that reach as far as we can fucking get them.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
We have someone new that joined, Crafts Mogul. Are you there, Crafts Mogul? You've been unmuted. You can open your mic and speak. Crafts. I'll tag him in the text. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think you guys get it. Preaching to the choir. We're looking for the Glober to explain it too.
122 feet tall. The Space Power Facility at NASA's Glenn Research Center. 122 feet tall.
Yeah, that's still not very tall for what we're trying to get here. Because like I said, you want to try to find, you want whatever it is that you're dropping. You want both objects to drop, to reach their terminal velocity before they hit the ground. Which, or maybe not exactly. They never would have one because if it was a, how would you even devise that? Because you can't get a perfect vacuum.
What if you drop gas?
Good question.
What if I fart? What happens?
Fills the available volume.
In all directions and fill the available volume. And I can debunk gravity with a demonstration if you would just be so kind as to pull my finger.